silence in court.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, South Africa have qualified for the World Cup. Hurrah! England's World Cup plans are in tatters. That's what you would deduce from a scoreline that reads South Africa 2, England 0, as we move to the Northern Cape and the Diamond Oval of Kimberly for the deadest of dead rubbers in a dead series. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket, the tastiest, crunchiest revolutionary cricket commentary you're ever likely to hear. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I am joined for the first session this morning, the first 10 overs, by another man who lives deep underground trying to mine a rich seam of Kalgoorlie diamonds. It's none other than Messi Jez.
Oh dear, I better break it to Kalgoorlie that they've discovered diamonds rather than gold and nickel.
Oh, gold is, I don't know. They find something in the ground there. I don't know what it is. And on my left, and for the first time ever at Guerrilla Cricket, Tony has arrived without notes. It's an exciting moment for all of us. It means that he's not going to go while he looks down at his latest fact.
I'll just go
He'll just go anyway. Oh, Dave, who's still here? Would you believe? He's been here for about 8 days. He's
restraining order. He's not actually allowed out.
He's not allowed to go and lecture, so he's here as well.
He's already there.
He wants to have a word.
Just to express my support for brethren in the train rail industry, do a fantastic job in difficult circumstances, and to say how much I support personally their actions. I'm not speaking on behalf of Guerrilla, but
No.
It's their struggle. It's our struggle, and as a result of their struggle, I've had to struggle through 3-4 days here
And
at Gorilla Cricket Towers. And I have to say, for a cricket fan, it's just about the best place you can be. You've got all the cricket all over the world, and occasional visitors, and a generally lovely community here in Sydenham.
Absolutely right.
And those, I couldn't help noticing those Patchen signs on the wall.
They've been there for ages, Dave. But I will mention, Patron, as we go on. Lovely. Hang on, you're drinking my cup of tea. That was my cup of tea.
Well, you can have that one.
Oh my goodness me! It's all havoc in here.
He's failed on his first duty, which
Anyway,
was just
for
to sort the teas and
for
coffees
those
out.
of you who want to listen to cricket, I can tell you that South Africa have won the toss and will bowl or will field again, as they did in the second of the 2 ODIs, of the 3 ODIs, at Bloemfontein. The news is that England bring back Jofra Archer. He comes in for Ollie Stone. Ollie Stone, who I read was being sort of put forward as the new Liam Plunkett to do those difficult middle overs, and he bowled really well in those 2 matches, I thought, in an England team that had generally underperformed. For South Africa, there are a number of changes. Quinton de Kock picked up a slight injury, didn't he? Although he did bat in that game. He's out. Reza Hendricks comes in for him. Tabraz Shamsi, the left arm wrist spinner, comes back in, as does Sisanda Magala as well. Rabada has only played one of these 3 ODIs, which is quite curious, whether he's carrying something or whether he's just gearing up for the IPL. Who knows? Tell us more about Kimberly, Tony. I know you've not got notes, but you've committed to your brain amazing facts about this place.
Oh, well, obviously it's the home of the diamond industry. I think 1860 something the first diamond was discovered. It was the Eureka diamond, apparently. The main diamond shaft in the centre of the town is called Big Hole.
Big Hole.
Big Hole.
Got to watch out for the Big Hole.
De Beers are all over it. It used to be my clients for about 10 years. I worked with De Beers for a long, long time.
Now you just drink De Beers.
Very good.
Boom.
Very good.
Now, I'm much as I told you that Tony hadn't brought his notes, I have noticed that he's actually got them on his phone. He's even more dangerous because he can't actually read it. It's tiny print. So, anyway, the England batsmen are out there, and I shall jingle them up.
Duckworth Lewis loves you. The clouds part for you. Nothing stands in your way when you're a Roy.
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
David Milan, congratulations.
And opening the bowling from either the south end or the north end, because that's how interesting they are in terms of ends here at Kimberley, is this man.
You think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
2 slips, a ring of 3 on the offside man at third man, mid-on, mid-wicket, fairly square and a long leg, as Jason Roy waits for Janssen, who's in, and he flicks the ball that moves into him slightly down to that long leg, and he will pick up a single. Which Jason Roy will turn up today? Will it be the Jason Roy from the first ODI at Bloemfontein, or the completely clueless Jason Roy that turned up on Sunday? It's hard to know. Messi Jez will be bringing you some tweets, so if you've joined us, you won't have to wait long to hear your name in lights. We'll also have to talk about the GPL. We'll have to see how much money's in the GPL. I presume nobody won the GPL the other day, but I'm not 100%. Oh, well, no one won it because no one took part.
They didn't enter.
That's right. So get on the GPL today, people, because this is the last chance we have until we do the next live cricket. We again, I'm never quite sure what it's going to be. Milan, the left-hander, waits for Janssen in, and he jabs this down on the bounce to the second slip, and there is no run.
Sorry, can you tell Bear that the GPL is not open yet?
The GPL is not open, but the Bear will have to deal with that. Hopefully he's listening to us in the other room. But he may also be listening to a rendition by Dave of the Worldwide Cricket theme tune from the 80s. Tends to play that when he comes in. This one Not 100% sure that Milan didn't play at that, but if he did, he was beaten by it. Just a little bit of curve away from Janssen, who's I think he's trimmed his moustache very slightly, which makes it look even more sinister. But he's a hell of a bowler. He's a hell of a cricketer, Janssen.
Yeah, he's been in decent form for the Sunrisers Eastern Cape. I think he's been playing for in the SA20.
In comes Janssen again. This is wide of your stump, and Milan decides to have a little look at it, let it go through, and it does, to Klassen, who has taken over as wicketkeeper today from De Kock, who's not playing. In fact, he did take over from De Kock when he got injured, although De Kock did subsequently come out to bat. But Klassen took one really good catch. I'm trying to remember who it was he got rid of, but it was a fabulous catch where he was going one way and had to come back the other, and took it more or less in one hand. Janssen in again, once again probing outside that off stump. A little bit of away movement, if anything, on a beautiful sunny morning in Kimberly. We've been blessed with pretty good weather for these ODIs, which you not always get in South Africa. And it looks a pretty good batting wicket. There are no cracks or anything at all, really, as we watch the camera
Fair amount
fly
of bounce
over
for
it.
Janssen, just enough. I think there seemed to be some life in it.
Yep. Not much of a crowd at the moment. He's in again. Bowls to Milan. Straighter ball, fuller ball. Looking to turn it onto the onside. Gets turned around by it a little bit and ends up playing it straight back to the bowler. So the first over is complete. England have just a single. They are 1-0. Messi, who's joined us?
Warren says, morning all. Mog says there's some genuine weirdness in listening to the intro to the last match just before the intro to this one. Also, hello.
Really?
Leah says, holy shit, is the bear wearing a Ushanka? And who's that cleanly shaven guy with the presentable haircut on the left? Ooh,
Is that me?
Must be me. Must be me. Messi, you're a little bit quiet. Are you right up to your microphone?
I'll put it right up
that's
to my mouth. Is that better?
That's a little bit better, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Jay says, morning all. I'm tired and emotional and I love you all, apart from David Brooke, who annoys me. Proper sympathy about the carpet.
Very harsh. He's just bought me a cup of coffee. Don't be unkind to David.
Yes, he's very good.
It's a very strong cup of coffee. I swear to God.
God, it is, isn't it?
Stand up on its own, but
I think
it's very drinkable.
As I think they said on News Stump, the material that holds the universe together, the dark material that holds the universe together, is indeed coffee. Ngidi starts an over, and he's wide of the stump, way too wide. Roy leaves it alone, perhaps thinking that he might have got a wide issued by umpire Erasmus, but sadly for him, not. Lungi Ngidi's got quite a long jingle, so I'll just do a little bit of it.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi Ngidi. Let's play Lungi Ngidi.
Got two slips, bowls to Roy outside the off stump. Roy decides to have another look, lets it go through, gets his hands way above his head, and there is no run. It was indeed a wide, because England's total seems to have gone to 2, so I will mark it with this. I didn't see Erasmus signalling it, but he must have.
Interesting
done.
matchup between Ngidi and Roy. He got him, of course, in the second of the two Bloemfontein games, didn't he?
Yes, he
Got
did.
him bowled.
But then he did. Oh, Anrik Norkie is missing. Sorry, I knew there was someone else missing today. Keshav Maharaj and Anrik Norkie. So Norkie is having a rest. In comes Ngidi, bowls to Roy, who's looking for the drive outside the off stump, slightly on the up. Doesn't time it at all. Then investigates the bottom of his bat. This is looking more like the Jason Roy of Sunday than the Jason Roy of Friday, which will be a worry for England and a worry for Roy himself. There was a little bit of movement away. Did get a bit of a stride in, so there was nothing really wrong with the shot, except that
He was reaching for it a fair bit.
He was reaching for it, and the
wasn't
bat maybe just turned a little bit in his hand. England, of course, just the one change. Jofra Archer comes back for his second game of the series, and he's got a little bit to prove. He didn't cover himself completely in glory on Friday. I mean, didn't bowl terribly, but went for quite a few runs. And Ngidi in again to Roy. Roy onto the back foot this time, defends up towards Temba Bavuma, the captain of South Africa, and he does the fielding. And of course, you may have seen that Sam Curran has had
£700 fine and
15% of his match fee taken away from him for a quite disgusting performance in terms of the way he sent off Bavuma after he got his 100. I don't understand bowlers that think they have to make a point when a bloke's got 109. I mean,
pick on someone his own size as well. It's a bit
and
tough on poor
I'm
old
quite
Timber.
surprised by Sam Curran because he's never shown himself to be that sort of player. I hope he's not getting above himself.
It just proves I was right.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And Geedy bowls horrible drive on the walk by Roy. He's beaten by that one, and Geedy can't believe it. It's extraordinary, isn't it? Roy played so well in that first game, and then since then he's just looked completely at sea again. It hasn't done anything for his confidence, seemingly, which is a little bit of a worry. Of course, England do have players to come back, the likes of Johnny Bairstow, Joe Root.
Hender, I don't want to go all knackle on you, but I just wanted to point out that technically speaking, South Africa haven't actually qualified.
I wondered whether they haven't technically,
because they still need to beat Netherlands twice.
As well as what if they beat England 3 times?
Well, that'll mean they'll only have to beat Netherlands once.
Oh, right, okay. He's playing at this one outside the off stump again, Roy, making no contact. And this was the problem. This is where England lost the game really on Sunday. Was their opening pair and then what followed immediately just couldn't get going. I think they only got 40 or so in the power play.
Big acceleration towards the end though, wasn't there?
There was, but it wasn't enough, was it? And South Africa went off at a very quick rate and were always up with the rate. That was why it was less difficult for them to get over the line. And Geedy to complete his first over into Roy. Roy drives, uppish and caught at mid-off. Again he was on the walk, horribly on the walk, and he's just chipped that low and comfortably to Temba Bavuma, and England lose their first. I mean, he literally was a walking wicket there.
Yeah.
The crowd says you're out.
Well, Temba wasn't going to drop that, was he?
I don't know what
easy height.
I don't know what we do about Jason Roy. We need to talk about Jason.
Well, yes, one big score. It was a very loose drive that he got bowled by on Sunday, and it was a very loose drive there that he just spooned up to Bavuma at mid-off. And Bavuma, who was shall we kindly say, a low centre of gravity anyway, he just had to wait for it, and he didn't even have to move really. Very poor.
The batsman replacing him has a quite a long jingle, so I'll start it now.
He arrived with a smile and he's going places. He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stowe School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
Is that a Billy Joel song? I thought maybe it was a John Denver song.
It is indeed.
It's a Billy Joel song.
Only a woman.
Only
to
a
me.
woman. Yeah, indeed.
Billy Joel's only a woman. That's news. But there you go. Anything can happen in this day and age. 146 runs from 6 innings.
Here's a man who could do with
Ben Duckett.
proving a bit of a point. Because
Yes.
when you, with the likes of Bairstow come back, presumably he's under, and Joe Root, don't forget.
He's done very well against spinners. I mean, he did very well against the spinners in Pakistan, didn't he? But he's less comfortable against the quicker stuff. This one is jabbed into the hip of Milan. They're going to take a single as the ball drops out towards square leg. And David Miller fields 3 for 1. Brings Milan's fellow left-hander down to face his first ball. Yeah, I don't know what to talk about. How to talk about that dismissal of Roy. He's just on the walk, and it's weird because having played so well in that first game, you would have thought his confidence would be quite high, but he still doesn't seem to have put his demons
a reversion
aside.
to the Test match model, Roy, rather sadly.
Yeah, it's not
which is
looking
not
good.
the famous Jason Roy experiment. That well-known
Janssen then
progressive
into
rock band.
Duckett for the first time, and Duckett leaves the ball that bounces healthily through to the keeper. Good carry, and there is no run. Who else has joined us, Messi?
I was going to say I'll squeeze a few in. Parrot Badge does with us. It says, "Morning, old salts." Mog says, "Are you charging that freeloader bugger Brooks rent or what?" Warren says, is Dave suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? Ombre Nuevo's with us. He says, Tony without notes, it's the end of days, I tell you. End of days.
I know I've merely changed medium. I have the notes. They have just committed to an electronic device as opposed to planet-damaging paper.
Awful delivery down the leg side from Marco Janssen. A very wide down the leg side, which you can't often say. Most of the wides down the leg side are about an inch. But that one, very much a genuine one of these.
Jay says, Tony without notes is beautiful. Let the caged bird free.
Janssen bowls straight foolish ball. Met with a full face of the bat up to mid-on by Duckett. The caged bird.
I can rather see myself as Tweety Pie to
flapping around the room. Shoot him
to Jay Sylvester.
Pass us the shotgun. Take him down.
I tore a putty tat.
So, do we know how much money is in the GPL? It's £62 again, isn't it? Because I think that's what it was on Sunday. Yeah,
precisely.
I will tell people how to get onto that. Janssen in, bowls to Duckett, hits him on the pad. Worth a shout, maybe high. The umpire decides to give it not out, and although the timer is ticking down, South Africa not showing a great deal of interest.
Excellent probing bowling so far, though, and they know they've got a couple of England batsmen here. One's already gone, who needed a score. Ben Duckett is another one, he needs a score.
Quite a bit of cross-seam stuff here from Janssen as well. That very much was. It was definitely too high. Hitting the back pad. He's in again. Full hits him on the pad again, but this time they'll get a leg by as it's run away behind square leg. England move rather tortuously onto 5 for 1.
Well, again, when you see that side-on view of Duckett, it was too high for sure.
Oh God, yes.
But he really was just putting the bat out and leaving the leg standing, and it didn't look so bad from front on, but when you look at it side on, it was not a great shot.
No, indeed not. Neither of these players has actually scored. In again, bowls to Milan, and that seemed to come back in at him off the pitch. Maybe that was an off-cutter from Janssen.
This is old-fashioned Test match cricket, Hendo.
It is a bit. What's going on? What's going on with England's one-day team? They seem to have lost all confidence. Anyway, that's the end of the over, and Messi has more information from social media.
Yeah, I should point out that the chasing side has won 11 of the 14 games at Kimberly, so it may well be a place where slow start is normal. Mog says, how is Magala getting a game when Dane Danica isn't? Well, he bowled really well in the first match. He got 3 wickets, as I recall.
Yeah, really well.
Jay says, anyone who wants more than 50 Shades of Grey just has to look at Guerrilla Cricket on YouTube. Thank you. We try to please. I got my... we get on air because of the Bear T-shirt on, I might add.
Oh, have you really?
Yes.
Can't see it.
Well, I need to...
You'd need to stand up, wouldn't you?
Oh, look at that.
That's fantastic. Ngidi starts his second over, coming into bowl to Ben Duckett. 2 slips go down. He aims a horrible little flick at this outside the off stump, and he gets an edge through to the keeper. And England are in yet more disarray. Duckett fails again. Roy fails again. And England are 5 for 2. Would you believe it?
What a dreadful shot.
Awful. Absolutely no foot movement. A little flick of the wrists at the ball way outside off stump. And good carry. Klassen takes it at more or less chin height behind the stumps.
Plenty of bounce. Ngidi has 2. Plenty of lift for both Ngidi and Janssen so far. They will be encouraged by that. They've got 2 wickets, 1 each. But
Duckett's looked horribly out of form, hasn't he, in this series?
Well, it's now 2. It's either 3 or 2, 20, and what is it? 1 or none here.
None here.
So if he wants to make a case with the likes of Root and Bairstow returning, I think he's got a big X on his back that would suggest he might not. He's got to do something to make that World Cup squad.
Well, there are games to come in the summer in which they'll hope to do that, but we shall see. New batsman who batted really well on Sunday is this man.
Harry Brook is the future. Unless he bats the way Simon Carrigan bowls. Harry Brook.
He really doesn't bat like Simon Kerrigan bowls, but there you go. It's an interesting idea. It's an interesting concept. But and he's played a few more matches than Simon Kerrigan when it comes to international cricket.
I was there. I was at the Oval when Simon Kerrigan got absolutely mullered left, right, and centre by, it was Smith and Amler, wasn't it, amongst others?
Is that what it was?
Yeah, from memory.
I am happy to see that he's made a bit more of a career for himself, hasn't he? Come back and played for Northamptonshire, and he's got quite a few wickets for them in county cricket. So there is life after humiliating failure, after all, which is good news for all of us.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't. You're very exposed, aren't you? And they probably left him on for 2 or 3 overs more than they should in that game. I always thought.
And Geedy into Brook. Brook leaves ball just back of a length outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper.
What does they say about the definition of madness? If if it doesn't work, just keep doing it. That I rather felt they were a bit like that with his bowling. Have another go, Simon. You'll be fine.
Yeah,
smash.
Well, yes. I mean, these days they'd get him off after 2 overs and bring him back when they'd taken a few wickets, wouldn't they? To sort of let him settle in.
Yeah.
But I mean, Cook wasn't the best. Was he the best? He wasn't the best man manager, was he, Cookie? I mean, he was one of those that led by example again. Much like Atherton, Gooch. Lots of. We've had lots of captains like that. Really, not very good. Not a very good lot of tactical ones. That's hit him on the pad. There's an appeal from behind the stumps, but I think that was angled in and
was
probably
going well down the leg, surely.
Side. Yep, I would have thought so. England 5.
Squeeze in a couple of tweets.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Leah says, with that moustache, Jansen looks like a Polish third-grade school kid. The Paul Mott says, Kimberly's big hole or Hendo's dry hole? Take your pick.
Oh yes, of course. Forgot about my dry hole in the summer. That was horrible.
What was this? Did I miss something?
It's something you can happen when you have a tooth out. You can get what they call dry hole, and it was agonisingly
I picked you up all those mornings to bring you into cricket, and thank God I've managed to get away without having to hear about that.
Didn't hear about the dry hole.
I have now. Yeah.
Now we have told you. England's record in the last 11 is 1-2, lost 8, no result 1. Outside the off stump, Brook tries to force, but it's a little bit full for that, and isn't able to go through the shots and really extend his arms, and it's picked up in the covers. So South Africa seem to be reading their pitches very well. They put England into bat having won the first ODI by batting first. They then decided to chase, and they did that job well.
It's interesting chasing here though, because it's 2 very short boundaries at either end, and Temba Bavuma himself said it's not easy to defend here, so he set himself a task in a game that they need to win arguably more than England do.
Ngidi onto the front not Ngidi onto the front foot, he bowls Brook onto the front foot, plays this out square on the offside. And
we've got Brooks everywhere today. We had Brook on Brook over the weekend, and we've
you can't mention.
Not quite got it here, but
David Brook is very sensitive about age at the moment, so we mustn't talk about anything.
Is he?
Yes, he's very sensitive about ageism.
Well, I did mention where he was, but I don't think he heard me, and he'd rather forgotten that he'd ever said that. I don't know if that means anything.
He doesn't want us to be self-deprecating about our infirmities, because he says there is life after 60. Which I'll find out.
Well, bloody right there is. I can attest to that as well. Thank you very much.
I will be able to attest to that from May the 5th.
Oh,
lovely drive by Brook of the Harry variety away through the covers. Is that the first boundary of the morning? I think it might be.
It is. That absolutely is. That's practically doubled England's run rate.
And as they go to 9-2 off 4 overs. Messi, what more have you from social media?
Chris acquires with us. He says, "Good morning. You're live on my TV. Hoping the excellent jingles will expunge the earworm of Yes by McCormack and Butler, which I only discovered 3 days ago. Amazing, but I need new sounds. I don't know what you're talking about."
No, I don't.
I remember Yes as a progressive rock band of the 70s.
Is that the same Yes?
John Anderson, Steve Howe, etc. But it won't be that
Yes.
Yes.
Is the name of the song.
Oh, is it?
Leah says the best coffee is the one you have to drink with a fork and knife.
Absolutely.
David's coffee is very close to that.
I knew Jay would pick me up on this. He says, "Is Go All Knackle the gorilla equivalent of?" Well, actually,
could be. Onto the front foot comes Dawid Malan as Marco Janssen starts another over from left arm over the wicket. He's only conceded 2 runs. Yet to take a wicket though.
I think we'll need a few Indian names to mangle the pronunciation of, and then we'd be going full knackle.
Milan has actually yet to score after 8 deliveries. keeping the 2 slips in there for another chance, should it come. Janssen in to Milan. Milan looks to turn that down the leg side as it is fired in that direction by Marco Janssen. That's, I think, the 2nd or 3rd wide that he's bowled down the leg side.
Alahudian Paleka, that umpire.
Pardon?
Alahudian Paleka is the umpire, that end.
Alahudian, say it again?
Alahudian Paleka.
Paleka, okay.
45-year-old from Cape Town.
Well, we're in the Northern Cape today, and this is outside the off stump again, and Milan is happy to continue having a look at it. Average first innings score here is not that impressive. I mean, I don't know how many ODIs have been played there. Tony will tell me in a minute.
14.
14, but the average score from the first innings is only 228.
Well, but Zimbabwe in one game were a bit of an outlier on that. It would be slightly higher if you didn't take out one real disaster.
No,
for them.
what was Zimbabwe's disaster?
I'll tell you in a moment. They came 117 against someone.
Janssen in, bowls to Milan. Milan tries to chip away into the onside, but doesn't time the shot. Maybe got an inside edge onto pad and it just looped out towards mid-wicket. There is again no run. England have at least reached double figures. They are 10 for 2. But this is very much not the England that we've come to know and love in ODIs or even in Test cricket. They look very timid at the moment and really lacking in confidence. Here comes Janssen again, bowls to Milan. Milan plays a drive on the up, and that's a good shot. He's just threaded it through. Temba Bavuma is running back from mid-off rather. Brilliant piece of fielding. He's so rapid and slides into that, gets the throw away straight away. And Milan does get back for 2. England move to 12 for 2, and Milan is belatedly off the mark.
Actually, I think that was in the last game before this against South Africa. That 114.
Right. Can I just check something with you, Hendo? Did you just tell us that you're turning 60 in May?
I know, it's hard to believe, isn't it? Because I don't look a day over 33.
That's right.
Janssen,
what date in May?
Bowls. This is defended back. A slow ball from Janssen. 5th of May.
5th of May.
Yeah, why? Is there something significant about May?
Well, it's my birthday as well.
I just want to have a reminder that.
Oh, right. I hope you'll be sending me large bottles of wine or hampers of food, something like that. You could even have a party in my honour in Perth.
Well,
in your
do you know what
cave.
I was thinking we could think about doing? Because it's my birthday at the end of that month. If the weather's nice, we could do a double guerrilla celebration in my garden.
Oh, that would be good.
That would be a thought.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fire up the
Janssen
Barbie.
in again, bowls to Milan, defence out square on the offside. I'm all for using other people's gardens for parties. 12 for 2 at the end of the 5th over. That's because I haven't got a garden. Poor old me. Woe is me. Brooke has 4, Milan has 2. Let me just say the GPL is open, £62 in the pot. Go to gorillacricket.com/competition. Estimate how many runs you think there will be in the day, and pay us £1 for as many guesses as you want to have. If you get it on the nose, you get everything that's in the pot. The more of you that take part today in the first hour and a half of this game, as that's all you have, the more there will be in the pot, obviously. But £62 to start with isn't bad, is it, Messi?
63, because Amrinuovo is in.
Well, there you go.
Jez Duke says we're doomed. England playing like they don't want to be in Kimberly, which is fair enough. Jay Grover said, I made the mistake of listening to Billy Joel songs after the GC jingles. Good lord, but the jingles are so much better than the originals.
And Geedy bowls. Onto the back foot goes Brooke. He plays a really nice shot, but he doesn't get it through past the man at backward point. And he's a little bit annoyed with himself because he did meet that so well. He just needed it a yard either side and he would have picked off another boundary. I say England don't look confident. Harry Brooke looks quite confident, but no one else has in that top 4.
Do you think the players are worried about what their wives or girlfriends might ask them to bring home? I mean, like you go to Australia, they might say,
opals.
Bring me a boomerang.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Or,
yes.
Go to Kimberly, they go, bring me a diamond, dear.
Yeah, I do. When I went to Australia for the first time on tour, a guy did get an opal ring for his girlfriend or fiance. I think he was planning to pop the question. Anyway, and Geedy settles down. Bowls to Brooke and gets through his defences, hits him on the pad, possibly a bit high, and then he stands there with a big grin on his face, and Geedy, as if to say, I nearly got you there. It's another scrambled seam, and you're right, it did nip back a little bit. Yep.
I have actually been to the De Beers Diamond, what they call the De Beers Diamond University in London.
Oh,
I remember, I was handed, under tight security, I must say, a fistful of uncut, diamonds. So how much money do you think you're holding there?
Yeah.
And I said, well, I don't know. Turned out to be about 97 grand's worth in one small fistful.
Wow. Ngidi again, 2 slips. Brook goes down and drive beautifully, hits the man at cover point, who doesn't stop it cleanly. They probably should get back for 2. It was Van der Dusen, and indeed they do. England move to 14 for 2, but perhaps Brook will feel like he's missed out on 6 runs in this over so far. I say that first shot that he played to backward point, yard either side, and he's got a boundary. That one he probably should have put away for 4, but hit straight at cover point.
Not that easy at the moment, because the ball's coming onto the bat. They're getting plenty of lift. There's been a couple of loose deliveries, but there hasn't been really a genuine smack me ball.
Yeah, but England, this isn't the
Samari
England that
Roden,
imposes
apparently.
themselves, or who impose themselves on the other team, which is the way they play. They do seem to have gone into their shells somewhat. And Ngidi in again, outside the off stump. Oh, has he got an inside edge to that? I think he has. Harry Brook is on his way. He'll be as sick as the proverbial, because he was looking pretty good. But Ngidi has got a 3rd wicket. Looks like we're going to be home early tonight.
Well, that 114 by Zimbabwe's under threat.
And that 114 by Zimbabwe is under threat. England lose.
That was another shocking
Another
shot.
one. Inside edge.
Go OUT the window, go OUT the window, go OUT the window, 'cause OUT spells out.
South Africa seem to be finding this so easy that their celebrations of England wickets are quite muted, aren't they?
Sort of vaguely embarrassed.
Yeah, oh, have we got another one? Blimey. And he's quite a good player, isn't he? Oh dear, 14 for 3.
Oh, I've got some love for you, Hendo.
Oh, good.
Mark says, well, the rumours are true. Hendo has scrubbed up nicely today. There you go.
Well, you see, it was
The big-
I did have to step under the shower for the first time in about 18 years the other day for my mum's
God.
funeral. You see, so
Well, it worked.
Yeah,
It
so I'm
worked.
looking. I've got my funeral face
I
on.
thought there was something sort of different smelling in the car this morning. Somehow
What,
fresher.
freshness?
Somehow
Yes,
fresher,
yes, yes, not too bad.
Well, Big Pig, who's also from Perth, says, did you boys see... Oh, boys. Keep calling us boys. I love that. Did you boys see that Usman Khawaja was unable to travel to England?
Yes, we absolutely did see that.
Oh, I saw the headline, but I don't know what the detail was. Is it going to come
The Indian
through in
government
time?
just fucked around with his visa.
They
So
think
what's
it
that
last
is.
time?
They think it
will
should be by the
sorted
middle of
out.
the week.
They're just playing silly buggers, aren't they? Anyway, new batsman
Yeah,
at the
that's
crease
just
is a rather despondent, one would think, to be in this early captain.
And a man with a weight of
Prior
the world in
ain't
his
no
mind.
loss, 'cause we found someone subtler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he's Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's. Joss Butler.
3 wickets for Ngidi for not very many. He's in again to Jos Buttler, and Jos Buttler is beaten by that one outside the off stump. And Ngidi again just smiles ruefully to himself. England are in disarray. They are 14 for 3 with 1 ball of the 6th over to go, and Ngidi has got every one of them. He got rid of Jason Roy, chipping horribly to mid-off. He got rid of Ben Duckett, flashing horribly outside off stump, and he got Harry Brook inside, edging through to Klassen. Slightly poorly angled bat, I would say. Didn't look good, did it?
But it means if England can somehow scratch together something halfway defendable, you'd think Jofra Archer and Ollie Stone are going to be looking at this going, well,
Well, Ollie Stone could be looking at it because he's not playing on it.
Oh yeah, well that's true. Jofra Archer could. It's Archer and Topley, isn't it? Archer, Topley.
Topley, yeah. Topley got taken to the cleaners a little bit on Sunday, didn't he? Ngidi, 3 overs, 3 for 7. Fantastic figures from him. After 6 overs, England 14 for 3. Messi, what are people making of this?
Leah says, I like England's commitment to the retro aesthetic. Back to the bad old days.
Yes.
Josie Oak says it's called dry socket. There you go.
Dry socket, sorry, yes, not dry hole. You're right, yeah.
Dry.
Jay Grover says Kerrigan was poorly done by. He would
Yes, he
know Bryce
was.
McGain.
Yeah.
I disagree with Tony. I think they underbowled him. I'm sucking hindsight's cock. Ooh. Box says, is Mr. Brooks sensitive about age because he's fucking a fucking old bugger?
Flicked by Milan at the start of a new over from Janssen up to mid-on. He has to move to his left of field, so they will take a single. Milan moves to 3, and this is an absolutely vital partnership for England now. You can see Sam Curran in the dressing room sort of shifting a little uneasily in his seat, thinking, I'm going to have to go get my whites on at this rate. But Bavuma is really the picture of confidence, and he's directing his team with a new sense of purpose, I would say.
That was all a bit unnecessary, that send-off,
well, that's
though,
why I
wasn't
said
it?
that.
Very
Yeah,
unnecessary.
absolutely terrible. Janssen bowls to Butler for the first time. Left arm over the wicket to the right-handed batsman. He defends into the offside. There is no run. And very untypical, I would have thought, of Sam Curran, which he didn't have to have a hearing because he admitted the offence, so maybe he realised afterwards. But, I mean, as I said at the beginning of the day, I don't understand bowlers. I mean, it's one thing to give you a send-off, but how can you send off a bloke who's already got 109 for his team and put them in a really good position?
I know.
You just look like an idiot. Anyway, Butler's just opened his stance ever so slightly for the left arm over bowler. In comes Janssen, bowls to him. He leaves the ball outside the off stump, not too far away. But it's like England are now all looking at the pace of this pitch, aren't they? They're leaving the ball more often than you would expect. Just trying to get used to the pace of this pitch.
Well, Butler, I think I'm right in saying Josh Butler's been playing in the SA20, hasn't he? Been playing
Yes.
for Pal Royals, and
Yes,
he's been
indeed.
going all right for them.
Yeah, he has.
So not surprisingly, he's come into this with a bit of touch, where others quite clearly haven't.
Janssen in again, and once more Butler leaves. That was ever so slightly wider of the off stump, but he's trying to knuckle down and get England into some sort of position. 15 for 3, halfway through the 7th over. GPL is £62. Get involved. GorillaCricket.com/competition. Estimate how many runs you think will be scored in a day. At this rate, about 72 in total, as England are bowled out for 35. Janssen in, bowls to Butler. Butler defends a straighter one this time, but still forcing him onto the back foot. That's picked up at extra by Rassie van der Dussen, I believe. And there is no run.
ODI captaincy record, played 19, won just 8 of those, I think, Josh Butler now.
Yeah, it's
Which is not special, is it?
It's a concern. I don't think there's any.
3 of those were Netherlands too.
Yeah, I don't think
Well,
you
yeah.
need to panic. I think, when England get their full strength team back, and they've got someone like Jofra Archer firing, if he does get back to that level, Janssen bowls, and for a moment, Butler thinks about pulling it, but rather pulls out of the shot as he realises it's going to bounce quite slowly through to the keeper.
It was a
83
very
miles an
clever
hour.
ball, very clever ball. He just seemed to take the pace off it a little bit, or dropped it that bit shorter, and it's a lot of the bounce has been really coming onto the bat. But
That one
was,
looped, didn't it?
That was a bit spongy, wasn't it?
It was.
But
Anyway,
I think he knew what he was doing.
End of the over, 15 for 3. Milan has 3. Butler yet to score. Roy made 1. Duckett didn't bother the scorers, and Brook made 6. Moeen Ali, Chris Woke, Sam Curran, Adil Rashid, Jofra Archer, and Reece Topley to come.
It's not one more wicket and we
Leah
are in
says-
trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. All sorts of-
Leah says, I like Yes. Had very distinctive visuals, courtesy of Roger Dean.
They
Crispy
did.
Crunchy Madam Mohan Sharma is with us. Says,
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Suddenly, South Africa seems to be a very strong ODI team. It may be that England are unable to show its potential in this series so far. They're at 5-2 right now. Jay says, I was on defend knuckle mode, then Tony reminded me of how bad his Hindi pronunciation was. Fuck that guy.
Ngidi bowls to Milan and turns him round again. He ends up jabbing it into the backward point area, and there is no run. Now, England are going at no more than, just over 2 and over in the power play after being put into bat. They've also lost 3 important men, and they are in all sorts of trouble. 15 for 3. It's been a real struggle for England this morning. No one, apart from Harry Brook, has looked in any sort of form whatsoever.
Would you call the pitch too paced?
Yeah, maybe it is a little bit. Yeah, I think perhaps it is. But then we said that on Sunday, and when South Africa came to bat, it didn't look anything like two post. This is jabbed again back with a square, and there is once more no run.
Actually, I can tell Leah that Roger Dean doesn't live that far from me, and still does a lot of artwork. I nearly bought some the other day. Oh no, probably when I say the other day, last summer, but I didn't in the end. But he quite often has exhibitions near me, and it's still fantastic stuff. So I'm with 100% on the qualities of Roger Dean artworks.
15 for 3 England, 7.2 overs bowled. Ngidi has bowled 3.2 of those, and he's taken 3 for 7. Fantastic work from him. Just the one slip now, 4 into the circle on the offside, and he's into Milan. Milan goes back and pulls again. It's though as if he's trying to stop the shot at the last minute. He spoons it away down to long leg, falls well short, but he doesn't seem to be enjoying this experience over much. Dawid Malan, yeah, he seemed to sort of, it's as if he acted as if it had reared up at him, and it didn't really look that dangerous.
No, it's all about timing, the distinct lack of touch. But Milan has been playing in the SA20, hasn't he, as well? So
and he got a 50 in the first of these ODIs, when England really England should have won that game, and maybe that's losing that game seems to have really got into their heads. Anyway, Ngidi's going to bowl to Butler, the right-hander. In he comes past umpire Erasmus, bowls to Butler. Butler drives, nicely timed, but straight at Bavuma at mid-off.
Well, he had a very modest World Cup, did Dawid Malan, didn't he? And it's all been T20 cricket for him recently. In the last 12 now, he's only really got the one score, the 59 in the first in Bloemfontein. So he's not been in greatest of order.
And yet this is a chance for him, isn't it? Opening in all these games. I mean, Phil Salt is, of course, potential.
I'm all right, thank you.
More tea being offered by Dave. This is amazing.
I thought he was suggesting a timeout. I wasn't.
Well, we'll have that in a couple of overs. This is left alone by Butler outside the off stump. And through the keeper it goes. Who we got on next? Forthy is joining us in the not too distant future. And I should ask Forthy when he comes on if he can do me a maximum article pronto, because we're a bit short of stuff at the moment, and I've got to work the next 2 days as well.
Yeah, well.
So Tony's got a few things on, so we need people to step into the breach for those 157 Patreons to get their fill of a maximum views letter. That's what you get if you give us some money on Patreon. In comes Ngidi, bowls, and Butler is forward in defence, playing square on the offside, and that is the end of Ngidi's 4th over. He has the most amazing figures of 3 for 8. England after 8. It's got nothing to do with chocolate. Are 16 for 3.
2 and over.
I'm composing a maximum article in my head as we speak.
Oh, good. Good.
Warren's says, I remember getting help the age certificates. Never knew what happened to that money. Buying Turkish carpets, maybe.
Yes. Moroccan
Bob
carpets.
says, in capitals, May is a fucking excellent month for birthdays, especially the same day as Tony's.
Oh, really? I thought you were going to say the same day as mine.
Does Mark have the same day as me?
That's spooky, isn't it?
Chris, the choir says, we're all the wrong generation for the song Yes from 1995. Moggs Brook jingle already doing the job. Jake Grover says, I hate parties, but if I got invited to a Hendo Bishop Claygate Garden soiree, I'd bring a lavish gift.
Janssen starts a new over, defended to extra cover by the left-handed Dawid Malan, and there is
shower
no
curtain for his 60th.
Maybe we should have it as fancy dress theme. You have to come in an item of gorilla merchandise,
or come as a gorilla. Yeah. Come as your favourite gorilla, and we'll see if we can recognise you.
Well, that would be a bit easy for you and me.
Well, we could, yeah, no, I know, but
or indeed any of us.
Someone else came as we could guess which gorilla they tried to come as. Oh, now Milan plays again a rather tepid, timid little prod outside the off stump and is beaten by Janssen's delivery yet again. He's got 4 from 19 deliveries now, so it just seems to prove how difficult batting is there this morning.
I quite like the idea of us all being wrapped in gorilla shower curtains. We'd look like some sort of weird meeting of the Ku Klux Klan.
That would be a bit worrying.
That
I mean, I don't know whether Claygate's ready
It'd
for
be very
that.
dangerous, worrying. I
would
suppose
your-
without the hoods it would be all right.
What would your neighbours think?
Maybe a
I
Druids
think
convention.
We could sell the TV rights to this.
Defended again by Milan. Good straight, good length ball from Janssen. He's now bowled 4.3 overs. Hasn't got a wicket, but incredibly economical. Just gone for 6 runs. And England are really struggling here. They've struggled in this series, and they're struggling today.
It's been tortuous, hasn't it?
Really
tortuous.
has. 16 for 3, halfway through the 9th over. Only one more over after this of the batting power play. Janssen in again, bowls to Milan. Milan tries to whip it past him, but Janssen is down quickly with those long spindly arms, and then side arms it back towards the stumps as Milan threatens to run. Once again keeping him at the striker's end. Just had to run back and slide his bat in. Wasn't really in any danger of being run out.
But even allowing for that Zimbabwe very low score, as Messer said, 225 is the average first innings score, admittedly just in 3 ODIs in the last 10 years. I mean, that's, if
That's
you can
low for a one-day international,
somehow
isn't it?
squeeze your way to 250 on a potentially 2-pace pitch which does offer you some lift and, appears to be throwing up a few challenges. But I think somehow, at the moment, South Africa are the team with a bit between their teeth, the confidence high, and they're looking that way. England are looking at just a bit wishy-washy, aren't they?
They certainly are. Janssen bowls, driven by Milan for the first time. He opens his shoulders, gets that away through extra cover. I think it's going to be just hauled in by Van der Dussen, so not going to be a boundary. It's going to be 3 runs nonetheless. Milan moves to 7, England to 19 for 3. I do think perhaps that South Africa knows something about these, I was going to say early morning pitches, but they're not really, are they? Because we're talking about matches that are starting at 1 o'clock in South Africa.
Yeah.
Day-night games.
Yeah, no, it's not early morning.
But it does seem to... very much that on Sunday, which was a normal start and just purely a day game. But it's strange to see it making things difficult for batsmen this time of day, really. Janssen in again, bowls to Butler. Butler goes back and jabs it down, and for a moment I thought he might have jabbed it down onto the stumps, but it hits his back leg, and he can't get a run anyway. End of the over. It's not very many for quite a few. What have you got, Messi?
Jay says, my mum's funeral. I thought something smelled different in the car this morning. We're at formaldehyde.
Oh, that's horrible, Jay.
Please.
That is
Moggs.
outrageous.
That's a joke. Moggs says, didn't Roy make a big old ton the other day? How quick you are to throw him on the garbage
Not
pile.
at all, but I mean, one would have thought that after that innings, which was a very good innings, that he would have come out with renewed confidence, but he's looked really poor in the last 2 games. Technically, he's looked all at sea. He's been missing the ball by miles when he has aimed shots at it. And just, it doesn't seem to have given him the kind of boost that we thought it might. Anyway, we've got the first change of the morning when it comes to bowlers. The 10th over is going to be bowled by this man.
Find that big bottle, right to lane. And I'm grinding hard like I'm fucking Wayne.
Parnell.
It is indeed.
Like Wayne.
Wayne Parnell.
That's the one. That's the one. 19 for 3 England. I mean, this must probably rank as England's lowest score in a power play, mustn't it? I can't think of many other times that they've I do remember them. Actually, was there a one day against South Africa at Lords when they lost a load of really early wickets?
2017, I was there. It was actually, that was my birthday. That was on my birthday that year.
And what
was
did
it?
England
Toby Rowland-Jones made runs for England. Do you remember?
Oh yeah, and what did England end up with? Do you remember?
About 230,
oh, right.
240.
Didn't do too badly
they got end. Something in the end.
Parnell bowls to Milan. Milan plays this off a line of middle and leg
but
into
still
the onside.
Nowhere near enough, and it was all over with bags of time to spare.
Quite quickly, yeah. Well, this is the final over of the power play. Final over before we have a change of commentator, which means I should let Forthy in, if I can find the mouse. Let him into the Zoom inner sanctum. There we go. No, I don't want to remove Ian Forth. I want to let him in.
Oh, Lord, no.
That's very strange. Onto the back foot goes Milan, plays out into the offside. There is a ring of 4, and the man at cover point, who's set back a little bit from the other 3, does the fielding. 19 for 3. Milan has 7. He's top scored so far for England. 7 off 24. Butler yet to score. Faced 11 balls. And well, there's going to be a bit of an inquest, isn't there, if England come back with a 3-0 deficit? I guess that he's going to be under a fair bit of pressure.
So much
as is Matthew Mott.
Well,
onto the I say back foot again. Once more turned around. I think it's slightly slow, this pitch.
I just think it's about focus. It's about, I mean, the ODI schedule, don't forget, has been pretty crazy. Little clumps of games followed by nothing. Total focus on the World Cup, and let's be fair, England won it.
Yes.
So I think there's, you've got to look at that to a certain extent, and the players that aren't here. But all of that said, that this is still hugely disappointing from an England perspective, and Josh Butler will not like all these blobs against his name in terms of wins.
Absolutely, and just the timidity of England's batting, which goes against everything they stand for. Parnell bowls and tries to flick this with the wristy bottom hand, but there is a man at mid-wicket who's coming a little bit closer, and it goes straight to him. There is no run. Again, 4 dot balls as Parnell starts a spell. England 19 for 3 with 2 balls of the power play to go. Ngidi's got all 3 for 8 from 4 overs. Marco Jansen, I always call him Matt Jansen. 5 overs, none for 9.
He's a footballer, isn't he, Matt Jansen?
51 dot balls so far in this innings. Parnell in again, and he has a little fish at that outside the off stump, and is beaten by it. Through to the keeper it goes. And again, there is no run. So 51, did I say 51 dot balls out of 59 balls?
Well, the first 10 overs, barring a big hit off this last ball of the 10th, means that England will be going on at, well, if they get a single, it will be exactly 2 and over. If it's a dot ball, it will be under 2 and over in the power play, which is dire in the extreme.
The bear has come in as the final ball of the over. They do get a run, but only 1 out to deep mid-wicket.
So 2 and over. Bang on.
Milan goes to 8. England finish the power play at 10 for 3. It's quite remarkable. I'm going to play a marketing advert to see if some of you will cough up some cash, because we were in desperate need of it.
Tony, the next tweet is from Leah from 14 minutes ago.
14
minutes behind.
Super.
Yeah, but there's not that many.
Righto, cheers.
Yep. You owe us all right. You think this alternative cricket commentary stuff comes cheap? Well, we need some dollar bills to help pay our bills, so please go to patreon.com/GorillaCricket and sign up to make a regular monthly donation. You know there is literally nothing like Gorilla Cricket's coverage, so don't be tight. Dip into your virtual pocket and throw some cash our way. See, Rihanna knows. Patreon.com/GorillaCricket.
Pay me what you want it.
You alright, Bear?
Yeah, I'm fine. What has Hendo done here?
Who knows? You've taken your hat off.
I can't wear a hat with headphones.
That's
It just perches on top of head, which doesn't really keep the head warm, you see.
No,
Morning, Forthy. How are you,
I think
mate?
I can work that out.
Good morning to you. Good morning. Well, good evening from my end.
Good evening from your end. There's a greeting one doesn't want to hear too often.
I think I'm ball by balling.
You are indeed.
M. Jansen is coming into the wicket. He's Milan has finally got that one away out into the offside, and they're going to pick up a single. So, okay. Well, nice to hear from both of you. Sorry, little jerky my end.
That's okay. That's okay. Were you listening to this lot beforehand? This pessimistic bastard sitting next to me. And the one
Me?
Yeah.
I wasn't. Well, I wasn't. When was I pessimistic?
Well, everyone's. We were talking about this out there, and I just think that's 3 ODIs. Am I that fussed?
No, but you don't want to keep losing them.
Jansen in again, beanpole of a man. This one's a dot ball played out this time to Butler, who, it has to be recorded, is no runs off 12 balls, but At what point does that become a problem? Not just yet, when you're 21 for 3, probably.
No, not for a long way. You can still rebuild from here and get a score. I mean, this is the thing. Both teams haven't batted. I get Hendo's point. I think I'd be more upset about the first game than I was the game on Sunday. If I was England, even though they chased down 340 odd.
Janssen in again. Neat tall man. And
Very
that's,
tall.
Another dot ball. And a star figure appears behind the stumps from the keeper, or a massive cross, in fact. And Butler looking rueful, I think is the expression one might use. Rueful.
Well,
but yep, go on.
I mean, that's my point. I think if you look at the game on Sunday, the ball clearly did something first thing in the morning on Sunday for about 10 overs, and then did fuck all for the rest of the day. I mean, when England were bowling, it was doing absolutely nothing. It was a total batsman's park.
And that one is finally got away, and it's bisected the guys in the outfield, and Butler finally off them up for 4 of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Janssen coming round the wicket for that one, looking for a new angle to come in at Butler. I don't know. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, one might have thought.
Well, he had been bowling around the wicket already for.
No. Had he?
Yeah, his previous balls around the wicket.
Okay, there we are. Well, it's he's gone back to form. That's a dot ball. Ollie Stone's a very thin man as fast as tall, fast bowlers go, but I think Janssen's even thinner. He's almost quite spindly.
I mean, that's the name Beanpole was invented to describe Marco Jansen, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. He's about 6'7", 6'8", something like that, isn't he? Skinny as a rake.
Round the wicket once more, and Butler pulls that one nicely, but there'll be a man, no doubt, patrolling the deep square leg boundary. Indeed there is, and they come through for a single. That's the end of the 11th over. England 26 for 3. And we hand over to Tony for tweets.
Yes, you can. Leah says, I'm drinking rhubarb juice and enjoying the fact that Boyks is not commentating on cricket anymore. Our friend Big Pig tells us that in December the Indian government prevented the Pakistan blind cricket team from travelling to India to participate in the Blind Cricket World Cup. That's disgraceful,
That is quite
very sad. Jay Grover says, you never want a magician to show you how the trick is done. I'd so much prefer not knowing that Tony has electronic notes. Fair enough. Hang on. Hang the fuck on. How many patrons did you say you had, says Jay again. Katie says, if we're talking birthday twins, hey birthday twin. Who? Which one of us, Katie? Tell us.
It's Parnell time again, and this time Butler's got him away. As far as the sweeper on the offside boundary, they'll just saunter through for a single as we see the Corsal Lorga promotional banner over the top of the stand there. We know we're in South Africa when we see the Corsal Lorga logo. 27 for 3.
So back to my point. So I think the first 10 overs on Sunday were the difference between the two sides, if I'm honest. I watched a lot of the second innings, and England really struggled with the ball. And it looked the way England. I saw the last sort of 5 or 6 overs of England's innings, and Butler was batting like a god. After this,
yes, Parnell very much over the over, and that's a backward defensive from Milan, who's 9 from 30 is beginning to look like the slow coach in the partnership with Butler on 6 from 17. Carry on, Bear.
In the first game. I mean, this is the thing. I don't think the side's going to be anything like this when we go to a World Cup. I think we'll bat much deeper. I don't think Sammy Curran will be coming into 8 or 9 in a World Cup, for example, whereas he was coming in at 7, I think, in that first game. And much the same here. I think the bowling will be relatively different.
Parnell again drops that one a little short and a little wider, and Milan will be kicking himself for not getting that one away. In fact, he's throwing his head back, and there's a man sort of grovelling around in what looks like sawdust. But
I was just thinking that he looks like he's got a little sand pit to play in, doesn't he, on his own? Because that's one square of sort of brown something or other, and he's in the middle of it.
It's probably his sand or something, maybe into the mud, isn't it? And I think when we go to the World Cup, I think Root will be in the side. Johnny Bairstow will also be back.
Yes, quite so. Parnell in again. That one's a bit straighter, a bit fuller, and Milan can't do anything with it. Dot ball.
Not sure Milan will be opening. If Roy gains some form, it'll be Bairstow Roy opening. Milan, if he stays in the side, will be at 3 or Root at 4, or the other way round. I think Stokes will come back, so he'll be back at number 5. And then I think you'll probably have Butler at 6, and Moen Ali will be at 7. Sam Curran the earliest will come in as at 8, and that looks such a better team. And we've qualified, and it's in the middle of nowhere, and it's 3 random ODIs in South Africa. Yes, you want to win, but is it a disaster that we've lost? No.
Nice summary. Nice, positive, optimistic summary. More of that, please. Dot ball, meanwhile. one run off the first 5 balls of this over, but we are not concerned in England, even if we lose very heavily. In fact, if anything, it will be suckering them in.
Well, exactly.
Got difficulties.
And look, it'll be in India, exactly. The wickets will be completely different as well. I think Adil Rashid and Moen will have much more to play in those games, and probably might even have a third spinner. Someone like Livingston might get a go, for example.
Parnell in again, and thick outside edge goes all the way down to the third man. Malam will keep the strike. He's 10 off 34, 28 for 3 at the end of the 12th, Tony.
Yeah, Katie says, if we're talking birthday twins, hey birthday twin, but I'm not sure which one of us, so Katie, do tell us. Jay Grover is talking about the idea of our fancy dress party in the summer for Hendo's birthday and mine. Says, I would come as a short, middle-aged, rotund man with a beer, no costume required, and my identity would remain secret. Fair enough.
I might join you there.
Leah says, I'll be very upset with England if they don't get a full day's entertainment out of this absolutely meaningless game. Warren says, seems early morning to me. Hey to you, Katie, says Messers. Feel better, exclamation mark, says Angelic Scutus. That must be in reply to someone who's not feeling well. Oh, to Mog. Yes.
When is this proposed party taking place?
Well, Hendo's 60 this year on the 5th of May. My birthday, I'm 64. Well, I suppose I could sort of give us kind of a Beatles theme to that.
Yeah, you could do.
And so I volunteered the fact that if we can squeeze it in when there's no cricket, because we are sort of in fair amount of cricket time, we could try and have a sort of a party somewhere between, using my garden as a place to have it.
In comes Ngidi this time, taking over from the Dappy Jansen, and that one is very nice stroke actually. And although there's a man patrolling on the offside, so they've just come through for one. Milan picking up a single there. The only reason I ask is I'm going to be in England at the second half of June and July. So
you're coming in for the Ashes?
Well, you're obviously very welcome over. It sounds like that's a bit too early though for.
Might be. You might be all partied out.
And I like the way.
Chuck and Dave will be there, though?
Well, they will. Yeah. Will you still need me? Will you still feed me? I like the idea that the mere suggestion of a possibility of an idea has now become the party that will happen.
It's the party of the year.
But there we go.
It's the event of the year. What are you on about?
I am warming to the idea already. It does sound like it could be a lot of fun.
Miles away. Can't we do it in Central London time?
No. Oh. A garden in Central London. You find us one.
Roof terrace
nice
in a pub.
Nice shot from Butler as he unfurls from it. It's going to be straight to the sweeper on the offside, and he comes through for one. He's 7 off 18.
How am I going to be able to drink booze if I come?
That is like you just come by track. Yeah, that is massively ungrateful. I'm offering to donate my house for a party for all the gorillas to celebrate my birthday and Hendo's, and your one response is, I don't want to have to travel that far.
Yeah.
What do you think we do? Every fucking time there's a game on, we have to come all this way over here.
Well, there's a studio here.
That is just so selfish.
I was thinking of coming early from Melbourne.
Exactly. There you go.
And that's nudged onto the leg side by Milan. Just nudged. It's the same effect as one of those beautiful drives they've been unfurling, but because it's just a single, so 3 singles of
Forty's just offered to come best part of 6,000 miles, and you're worried about.
I don't like leaving South East London town.
God, but you go down to what's his name, Broadstairs, like 3 times a week.
I know, that annoys me as well.
Oh,
I don't have to drink down.
I give up.
The only problem is drinking, obviously.
Well, I don't have a problem drinking, especially not when I'm at home. You can just get a train.
Didn't Ted Heath used to live in Broadstairs? Did Ted Heath used to live in Broad?
Oh,
there's Ngidi again. Big man. Hands on his head. He thinks something might have been happening there. Nothing was happening there. It was just played on the onside by Butler. Dot ball.
He may have done. He'd want to have been doing it somewhere where he could sail, I would imagine. Wouldn't
Yes,
Ted
he was
Hughes?
seen as the vigorous leader of the party. While Harold Wilson went and holidayed in the Isles of Scilly, and there was a feeling that his vigour might have helped him win a few votes.
I'll have to hold on for a second.
That was an interesting table.
Yes, the player to match ratio. I'm not sure I understand it just glancing.
Well,
at
how
it
many
quickly.
players you've used in? I think it was in the last. How many was it? Last 2 years, England have used 35 players in 23 matches. That says something, doesn't it? I mean, you've won the World Cup. You've got to find some new players. You've got to bred some new blood to new people. You're bound to make mistakes there. I mean, this is it. Tournament players, tournament play. Much the same as it's in football, the same as in cricket.
Yes.
Look, we weren't playing particularly well
Yes.
when we went into the World T20, and we thought we'll probably might get to semis and the finals. We should at least expect that. And then we got a chance of winning. And as it turned out, we played quite poorly throughout the group stages, got our act together, and then when you get to the end of the tournament, you've got to win 2 or 3 games in a row, which is
yeah. The Germans indeed do have a name
Precisely.
for it, don't they? It's tournament football. I can't actually. So Leah will be able to tell us what that is in German. You've missed 2 dot balls, and there's a quick single scampered away on the onside, and Butler keeps the strike. At the end of the 13th, it's 32 for 3.
Probably Vinnan on penalties, isn't it? Jay Grover says this. GC YouTube now looks like a constable painting, little flashes of red to illuminate the dull hues. None of us are called Hugh. I don't know where he gets that idea from.
I don't know where that's coming from.
Naked Fun Porn Bot says talk about 40's end, and there's hot seat entry. It says not quite sure. It's a.
He's not staying in my spare room, however much he asks.
Madan Mohan Sharma, hello to you, says after 10 overs of power play, England are 20 for 3. The score doesn't match their modern style of batting. It would be one of the lowest scores of England. I believe we have a new Patreon. Somebody has signed up. They must have enjoyed what they've heard. We're delighted to welcome them. I just need to say hello to Richard Milgate. Hello, Richard. And a very, very warm welcome.
I'm delighted to inform that Ngidi is back on. Sorry. Parnell. Ngidi is back on, and they've scampered through 2 very, very, very quick runs, and there's a shy at the stumps, and they are going upstairs just to check whether that is a run. It's going to be very, very close. I think he's okay.
I didn't see it, to be honest. I was looking over at Tone, so I'm going to have a good little squiz at this.
It's going to be very
good.
much
Just in.
Yes, I thought my eyes didn't deceive me. But only by
Not
6
much.
inches.
Not much. He was probably a couple of inches, wasn't it? Really, it was very close.
So he did a good job. He didn't dive, but he did a good job there. That's good. Good cricket all round.
Are they're using thingy bales, aren't they? Zing bales. I didn't see them light up particularly brightly.
That's a very modest scoreboard. The not out is sort of obscured by sponsors' umbrellas and things, more or less. In comes it's Parnell again. Seems to have been switched round. They're rotating the bowlers quite rapidly. He's over the wicket, left arm over, and that's a dot ball.
Might be worth mentioning, as we say hello to Richard, some of the benefits of being a Patreon there.
Well, indeed. $2 gets you our unbridled gratitude. They are using Zing bells. You also get access to the Bishop and the Bear, don't you? And you don't get the Smacksman, do you? Or did we put the Smacksman back down there?
I think we might have done.
We might have done. You might get the Smacksman, you might not. Can't even remember what our patrons are. But if you go to $5,
Nice clip of his legs there, and that brings single for Milan.
If you go to $5, you get all those things, possibly the Smacksman as an extra. You also got access to the archive, which is now on is a shared folder on Dropbox, and you can get access to that shared folder on Dropbox. It has years and years of cricket commentaries
and jingles.
Hold on, I was going to let 40 do the ball.
Well, I would do, but they're showing the replay. They must have shown it 9 times now, and it's obscured the actual ball that's occurred. I think it was a dot ball.
Yeah, so you get the Smacksman at all levels. So you get the archive extra when you go to the $5 level. I'm sure there's something else, but I can't remember what it is. There's
Roll of Honour.
No, Roll of Honour is $10, and you get over 2,700 jingles.
Dot ball.
Which is wonderful. I put them all up there. MP3 or WAVs, depending what you want to do with them. $10, you get eventually you'll get a little gift after 3 months, and you'll get your name on the glory roll of honour. I'm rolling endlessly on our YouTube feed so that people know that you are a patron and you are great. That's about right, isn't it? And then if you want to sponsor games and tournaments and stuff, like you'll see Racing Rant down there.
You're very welcome. Last ball of the over. Parnell, left arm over. That one's a little bit fuller. And they have the dot ball. And at the end of the 14th, England 37 for 3.
Then there's various tiers that you can sponsor.
I'm going to do a few hellos to YouTube. Hello to Stephen Kelk. The Bear has a big city mentality, apparently.
Yeah, possibly.
Adrian Bourne, England need a full team, not half a one. I think that's probably fair enough. Somebody called Disinterested Handjob is there. Yankee 7000 says, where's the Bear? Well, we've answered that now. He's sat right next to me. Fed Up says that has to be the end of Roy's career. I don't know about that, but I'm pretty sure he'll take a break for a while. It hasn't gone well. Peter VDW says, thank you and good morning to you. And our friend Don Diego de Silly Pants, of course, is with us. Morning, all hoping for an England win and a faster over rate. Well, we're not getting that, mate.
Ngidi in again for the start of the next over. And a quick single, dabbed down on the offside. And Butler moved to 13. Yes, I was listening to a replay on YouTube today of the first, I think it was first ODI when Andy and James and Bear were on. There's a prolonged conversation about Alvin Stardust I very much enjoyed. So, you know, if you become a Patreon, you can, and you want to find out, for example, about Alvin Stardust's history, not only can you find out...
my Cuckachoo. Yes, exactly. He changed his name 3 times. And you know, he was only in the band because the lead singer died unexpectedly of rheumatoid fever.
Oh, Lord.
He died at age 17. They put in a demo to the BBC, not expecting to get picked up. Over to you.
And Ngidi again, just clipped off his legs to the man that very short mid-wicket there, no run.
He died, and then the BBC got back in touch with him. And so, basically his name was something completely different, but they said, right, you be him and just take on his name for the audition. And then
I remember his glove. He had the black glove.
Yeah,
didn't he?
that was the early 80s, wasn't it? That's mainly because his son went to my school.
Ah, what? He wore a black glove?
No, his son didn't wear a black glove. His son got bullied quite a lot, and then left after about a year.
Called something like Norman Stardust or something.
Something Fenton.
Oh, Fenton. Yeah, that's right. That sounds right.
A great old joke, isn't it? Well, it's an old joke anyway. That's played out on the offside by Milan. He moves on to 14, just goes out to the sweeper on the boundary. And as usual, these days, the camera trained on the young ladies in the crowd. That seems to be a trend that seems to have returned. Oh no, there's a couple of old army.
It's either quite nice looking young ladies or fat old English blokes.
It's one or the other.
One or the other.
And
I don't know where you fall on this, but
big flag for Cockerton Football Club, Bartley Green, Lingwood, Ossett.
It's what's more visually pleasing in every sense of the word.
And that's a dot ball from Ngidi to Butler. He's a big unit, isn't he, Ngidi? I'm looking forward to seeing who's the huge guy. I missed out on him last time.
Is it Mangala?
Mangala, yeah.
Isn't it?
He was good. Me having Magala.
Were you very rude about him?
Oh, well, I was. First of all, he looked like a bit of a trundler, but then he took loads of wickets and bowled really well. So I had to eat my words, which I don't mind doing.
Yes.
You know, I hadn't seen much of him first up.
Saw the flag from Ossett there. I went out for and lived with, indeed, a lady from Ossett for a while.
It sounds like a Two Ronnie sketch, I have to say. Okay, that's another dot ball from Ngidi from Butler. It sounds like, Ronnie Corbett's going to say at the end of it, yes, he was from Ossett.
Well, I mean,
her bedroom at her mum and dad's house, who literally looked out onto Ossett Football Club, or at least 3/4 of it. I couldn't quite see a bit of one goal, which I always found immensely frustrating. But no, she was a very lovely lady. Sadly, no longer with us, but she was lovely, and so were her folks. And I think her dad's still very much with us.
Oh, you've gone rather misty-eyed there. That's nice. And Ngidi, it's a very wide ball. Butler had to reach for it. It would have been a wide had he not got a bat on it. So in some ways, it's a counterproductive shot out into the offside for a single, and that is drinks at the end of the 15th.
Well, I'll catch up on some messages. Leah, Bear and his hat, apropos of the hat and headphones. What are you on about, Bear? Us Germans had the hat and headphone stuff figured out in the 1940s, and she sent the picture just to prove.
Yes, I don't want a hat like that.
No, probably not the sort of hat we could see you wearing. Leah's birthday twin is Sunil Gavaskar. Jay says, seriously, did Hendo say you only had 107 patrons? That can't be right. It's
149, I think.
Yeah, it is more than that. Jay Grover says, save Forthy a doggy bag full of frozen cake and party popper. Hopefully we can do more than that.
Thank you very much.
When he's saying party poppers, I think he might be thinking of something other than the things that go bang, but who knows?
Are you actually coming over for the Ashes? Because it's timely Ashes, isn't
Well,
it?
I'm not really coming over for the Ashes, but the Ashes are happening when I'm more or less.
He's coming
there,
over for the party now, apparently.
Yeah, and the party, of course.
I think I'm going to be in Turin when the party is taking place, but I'm making my way. I'm going to fly into Rome, snake my way up through Europe, pop out at Brussels, and then make my way across to London.
Okay.
Your trip to Turin will be shrouded in mystery. Jay Grover says, even though I'm not invited, I sympathise with Bear. I go into nervous conniptions if ever I have to leave South Yorkshire. I reckon I've got a death collar or something. Leah says, wait, what word are you looking for? I don't know.
We're looking for tournament football in German.
Oh, tournament football.
What is the word in
How do you
German
say
for
tournament football?
football?
I ventured that it might be winning on penalties, but I don't think it is. Jay Grover says, I've realised we're on the third South Africa ODI and there's been no discussion of Ngidi's arse. Is this a record? Well, no. Is his arse a record, or is the length of time? Well, I'm not sure there is a statistical measure to
he has a bowler's arse,
validate the largest bowling arse.
Fast bowler's backside.
But he undoubtedly does have one. 157 says Hendo, but it's still a disgrace. That's why we need to sell shower curtains. Yes, we do. Chris the Choir.
Oh.
Hello to Chris the Choir. Are we about to go? Have I got time for Chris the Choir?
Yeah, you have.
The archive even contains a portion of the wonderful Rog and Katie's drunken ramblings around the 2006 Under-19 World Cup match, which the Bear once said was never recorded. My first exposure to the spirit of Gorilla and never to be forgotten.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff in there that actually isn't. I can't be bothered to actually take out of it. So there's some odd things in there.
Oh, here we go.
No, that's not live.
No, I know. Here we go. Here we go. As in, here's your translation.
Oh, okay.
It's Turnier Mannschaft.
Turnier vorm Fußball. Turnier vorm Fußball.
Right.
Turnier vorm Fußball. Might be the ticket.
Well,
Says
I've
Leah.
got here, I've just looked it up, Turnier Mannschaft, which means tournament squad, apparently, is the phrase they use. Shoddy in qualification, but bring the goods in the later phase of the tournament.
Well, absolutely. Which is what tournaments are all about. All you got to do is get through the qualifying bit, and then it's to a certain degree it's a bit of luck. Look, England could have won that World Cup if they'd beaten France. Let's be honest.
Apparently, the score. We're being asked to get the score on.
The score.
YouTube
This
thing.
is one of the problems with the scorecard. It doesn't show up in the second innings. It will show up. I think it's something to do with the team in white is the team that's on the score, and it doesn't switch between the two. So.
I've got a classic 6-pointer in German is Sechs-Punkte-Spiel.
Okay.
There we go.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I've got one or two others I've just looked up here.
Did anything happen while you were worrying about that? Like a ball or not, or something?
Transferhammer.
Oh, you still
a big bit of breaking transfer news. Fahrstuhlmannschaft, a yo-yo club.
Ah.
And Hexenkettel is Witch's Cauldron, brings to life the intimidating atmosphere fans can produce.
Okay.
Throughout the Hexenkettel. Right, we're back with the cricket.
2 dot balls while we were going through that. Well done.
2 dot balls while we were going through those.
It has been educational though, so we'll let you off.
Yeah, thank you. Right, hang on, I've lost it. I've got it back again. Okay, 2 dot balls to Butler. He's 14 off 32. England 40 for 3. In comes Parnell again. This one is another. Oh no, it's not. Yes, it is.
Yeah,
it's
is.
avoided, and it's just gone straight through. Eventually to the man at mid-off. It's another dot ball. Deep into the 16th over.
We saw earlier on that the average first innings score in an ODI the average score in an ODI was 220. So
it
could be a wicket that does stuff all the way through, and therefore is a low-scoring wicket.
That's on a very low statistical base of 3 games in the last 10 years, one of which Zimbabwe only got 114 in,
Oh,
so
okay.
you've got to be careful with that stat.
And this one is with a hop, skip, and a jump. It's clipped off his legs by Butler quite nicely and avoids the man at mid-wicket. And wide of the man at mid-on, he comes through for a single.
Well, you've got to think, if the game started at what time it did, which is probably 2 o'clock in South Africa, presumably, if it starts at 2 when the heat's been on the wicket and it's doing stuff then it should, in theory, carry on doing it for the rest of the day. With a new ball, newish ball. You've got 2 new balls at each end, haven't you, these days? So.
And again, Milan, they've positioned that little Bavuma guy very, very cleverly at short mid-wicket. He's cutting everything off there. They know exactly what they're doing. It's
very good position, short mid-wicket. It'll disappear at some point, stupidly.
Don't know why it would disappear, stopping all the runs.
Well, exactly. It's that arc, isn't it?
Small production note, we may not have Tim because of South African load shedding.
Aha.
Is that's not a euphemism? In comes Parnell again, and and Milan back onto the back foot, and that's a dot ball.
Yeah, it was a dot ball. No, it was a dot ball. Yeah, load shedding means his electric might not be in, but we'll wait and see if he turns up.
If he doesn't, we can ask David to pop into that seat.
Dave can
and he can also twiddle the knobs. Yeah.
That's the end of the over, Tony, if there's anything else happening out there.
There certainly is. I was just worrying about my production side of the job at the moment. Pirate Badshaw, big city life. I almost never leave the confines of Dublin. As such, I'm never beyond the pale. Leah says, if you swing by Hanover, let me know, Ian Forth. I know the best doner kebab places in all of Lower Saxony. That to me is an offer you absolutely cannot refuse.
A decent doner kebab is heaven.
Jay Grove.
Big man.
Here he is. Look at that.
Here he is. Here he comes. It's Magala. And he moves in a very sprightly manner. It's the first time I've seen him, actually. And that's a clip by Butler down to the man at long leg. They come back for 2 on this occasion.
Who was the famous lad for Bermuda? Who am I thinking of? I saw his nephew play this summer.
No.
No. I've had a mental name. Wonderful catch. Famous catch. He took.
Not
Brathwaite. No, not Brathwaite.
Not Brathwaite. No, Hendo will tell me because he knows him.
Rakim.
Well. No.
Okay. Magala in again. And again, that's, to be honest, a half volley on the leg stump. It should have been dealt with by Butler, but he's been out a nick in the beam pole.
And hit mid-wicket, funnily enough. We're going to have his jingle. It sounds like this.
When the death overs come, he'll bowl some medium pace.
Why are we using this shit?
Well, I hear you say, who can bowl some dollars today? My guy, Magala, talking about Magala.
Well, a slightly false shot from Butler, spooned up, would have been straight down the gullet of the man at short leg. There was no man at short leg.
It was, of course, Dwayne Leverrock.
That's the one.
And so famous is Dwayne Leverrock that if you actually Google the words "big Bermudan cricketer," he's the first name that will obviously pop up. So.
That's what everyone searched for. Big Bermudan cricketer. Can't remember his name. He was a big lad.
Yeah, it's one of the more famous cricketing shots. You were saying earlier, well, that was flicked off his leg by the look of it.
Yep, 4 runs.
Oh no, it's not flicked off his leg for 4 runs is what it was. Flicked off his leg.
Yeah, he's like angling a bit too far down leg side, is old Magana. Everything's been down there so far.
Yes, but the moves on to 21. That was what they should have been doing to all those other leg stump half volleys, to be honest. They've finally got their timing in nick. Maybe Magala will play them back.
There's the fat bloke that they always pick out, that English guy with the 3 lions tattoo on his arms. He's been at all the games.
You were saying that the pitch is doing a bit. Is it doing a bit, though?
Well, I don't think it probably is now, but I don't think it's easy paced. I think it's a bit too paced.
No, I think it's a bit puddingy, actually.
Well, yeah.
So
the old one just does go through a little bit, but the cutters seem to work quite well.
Yes, that seemed like the most effective.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when they get a spinner on if it turns.
Here comes Magala again. That one's in the corridor. And a very correct defensive shot that you don't often see in a one-day international, but by Butler, but must needs.
One other thing I'll say is that Adil Rashid has been a stalwart of England's team. He's not been particularly effective in this series. He was not really effective at the beginning of the World Cup, but you give him a tournament and he figures out the pace and where to bowl in. By the back end of the World T20, he was bowling beautifully. He was bowling shit at the beginning of it.
Yeah, that's very true. Last ball of Magala's first over.
Shot.
And they've got that one away. And in fact, he's going to elude the man on the boundary. No, it's not. He hauls it in, and they'll come back for 2, I would imagine. Yes. Butler moves on to 23.
Only 2.
England, just 2, I think. England 49 for 3 at the end of the 17th.
Jay says, Tony, I have to admit this, but we're actually thinking of the children's party poppers, not the solvent drug. I feel oddly ashamed. Yes, that was my misinterpretation as to what poppers
we used to go into
to
shops in Soho in the 90s and get poppers when I was about 17 and then wander around laughing our head off.
Over on YouTube, sorry Bear,
That's right.
Stephen Kelk, Das ist der Hammer und einfach geil are the main German phrases I've learnt from the internet. I'm not entirely sure what that would be. Fed up says load shedding ? Yeah, it's basically power management.
Yeah.
By effectively cutting off
power
parts
cuts
of
in
South
certain
Africa.
regions to save energy. We have a new bowler, and
It's Paddy Palindrome, Aidan Markram.
Indeed, it's this guy.
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and this surfer, yes, he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no
You can talk over the top of it, 40.
Okay, well that was in fact a stroker all the way down to the man at long off, landed us down there, and that's a single off first ball in the over from Milan. He moves on to 15.
Good at.
And it looks as if Butler has moved ahead of Peterson on the all-time leading run scorers for England in one-day internationals. He moves up to 6th spot behind Morgan, Root, Bell, Collingwood and Stewart.
Average of 41, which is the second highest in that thing. Root, see there's Root. Who are you missing? You're missing Root. Second highest leading scorer for England ODIs with an average of over 50 in ODIs. He's a slap on, isn't he, for the World Cup?
Well, him and Bairstow both you would think would be, assuming Bairstow can get back to his best.
Oddly, the one man who froze in the World Cup final was really Joe Root, wasn't he? In comes Markram. Markram, and he's got this sort of fairly correct off-spinners action. One might say. That's a doctor.
I thought Root had a good start to the World Cup, didn't end it particularly well in 2019, to be fair. But it's a team game, isn't it? Someone has to shine at different times. You can have a bad day. You don't want to have a bad day in a final, but it's always possible.
Yes, that's right. That's cricket. Cricket is other things. That's one of the things cricket is. That's a dot ball played down by Butler, who's timing his run here. He knows what he's doing.
I personally, after this, take that.
Oh, Butler has, with that very economical backlift, has absolutely smashed that straight for one of these.
I still think Root has a place in the T20 side. I know Andy will probably disagree, but he's not done too bad in that UA thing, sort of cut of 80s or sort of 40 deliveries. And I'll remember that. I'll never forget the group game that we had to win in 2016 World T20 when we lost to West Indies with that Stokes over and the thingy. In the group game, we had to beat South Africa, and South Africa got 222 in 20 overs. And Root got a ton in that, I think, and went on a fucking enormous rate and got us over the line, essentially. He is just a class bat, and he certainly can't not be in an England ODI if he's not injured team, especially in India.
Markram in again. This one's a little wider and perhaps a few more revs on it. Butler watchful, just plays it out into the covers, dot ball.
And I think to a certain degree England have sort of toyed around with the positions that they know are settled.
Yes, last ball of the over, and that one's dragged short. Oh, Butler will really feel he missed out on that one. It's a wide. It's gone down there so far. But he really should have done a lot better with that one. Really got hold of it. He looks a tiny bit out of nick, but maybe it'll come. And that's a forward defensive to end the over from Butler. He remains on 29, England 57 for 3 at the end of the 80.
Well, we got some more translations from Leah. Apparently, einfach geil, which I think Stephen Kelk had said, it means simply horny. Speaking of poppers, says Leah. So there we go. That's at least good to know.
That's very good to know.
Oh, yeah. Don Diego de Silly Pants. Power grid shutdown means you have to restart stuff. Fed up. That's not my understanding of load shedding. I may have got it wrong. Pokey Bumfinger, there's some discussion about amyl nitrate and his youth, so I might leave that. Oh no, all nitrous oxide for the British youth these days.
Yeah, it is.
Stephen Kelk says suede ? Is that in a musical context? That's in your.
Yeah, they did a. They did a
Animal
song called Animal Nitrate. Animal Nitrate. Yeah.
Sorry, that was the song. No, as Stephen Kelk goes on to say, sorry, that was the song Animal Nitrate. Yes, it was indeed.
Oh, we're all right across Swade's early stuff on Guerrilla Cricket. Don't you worry about that. Mugler, that's a much fuller ball from Magala. Squeezed out, I would say, by Milan. He comes through for a single down to the third man. He moves on to 16.
Well, Tim has arrived.
Oh, we do. He hasn't been shed.
He hasn't been shed. Now, is he going to come in with his picture on? Because he always comes in with his picture on. Even though we told him the rules.
You're such a hard man.
I am a hard man.
People do forget things, you know.
I know. Well, yeah.
They've got other things going on in their lives.
There you go. Told you. Turn your video off, Tim.
In comes Magala. And that one just goes straight through to the keeper. No, it doesn't. It's well, it does, but there's a wide is called for that one.
Oh, I get to play another jingle.
Who's that we're seeing in the crowd?
I don't know. It's quite handsome, though. Tall, handsome.
Yes. Looked like a slightly more handsome younger brother of Phil de Freitas, I would say. In comes Magala. That one's a little fuller on off stump, and it's patted down to the man at mid-on, and they scurry through for a single. Butler moves on to 30.
Do you think Brook will make the World Cup squad? He should do, shouldn't he?
Oh shit! Yeah, I'd say so. He's a once in a generation player, isn't he, Harry Brooks?
Yeah, I guess he is. But is it? I mean, this is it. When you go into a World Cup, do you want experience? I mean, the one position he does take possibly is Stokes' position if he does decide not to come back.
That one is right on the money by Magala for a big man. He's accurate, but at his pace. Well, hang on a minute. That was a 140 ball. It didn't.
Yeah, no, he doesn't look that quick, does he? But he does. He seems to have an effort ball. He gets high into the 140s, up close to 90. I think a lot of people in South Africa can bowl 90. I mean, it would kind of encourage you for the sort of summers you have where it's really hot and the wickets. They always seem to prepare reasonably quick, bouncy wickets, much like Australia. And therefore, the desire to bowl quick is there. It's not like English pitches where they're a bit spongy and a little bit, the ball grips and you have a different ball. It's advantageous to bowl sort of mid-80s with a bit of swing and seam.
It's an incentive. That one's pushed a bit wider, and it looked for a second as if it's going to avoid
Who's that
Bavuma,
for?
who falls
For
off.
me? Oh, thank you.
That falls off at mid-off as he sprawls to get it, but he does, and they come through for a single. Score ticks over to 61. Milan on 17.
They just delivered me a cup of coffee. It was very nice. Didn't even have to ask. Lovely.
Well, that's makes a nice change from people who come on with their cameras already on. Curse them.
Yeah.
Oh, dear me! For a big man, he doesn't want to be doing that too often. Magala into his delivery stride, then pulled out. We're just seeing him in profile. Does have a magnificent derriere. Fair to say.
Very much a fast bowler's derriere.
Indeed, even more so than normal. I think there's a word for it. What? Pig? No, it escapes.
Bowler's arse.
Someone who has a beautiful bottom. Calipigius. That's it. There we are. Calipigius. The Calipigian Magala. That's the fifth ball of the over, and it's played out to the man in the point. Dot ball.
Right. We had, I forgot to mention that we had the GPL that was open. We ended up with 5 entries. 280? Really? D Wells has gone very low. England have to be out to 140 and an easy South African win. Or England could get 280 and bowl them out for nothing. Much more likely is Ombre Nuevo on 4.87, 5.97 and 6.47. I think
Magala in the game for the last ball of the over, and again he strays onto the pads, and again they don't make enough of it, England. They're letting Magala get away with some loose deliveries here at the end of his second over. He's 9 for 12, England are 61 for 3 at the end of the 90.
Well, I just nipped out for a second, and as I opened the door to come back in, I just heard Bear growl bowler's arse. Yeah. I don't know the context of the but I could see Mungo, but it'd be a fabulous name for a pub.
The bowler's arse.
The bowler's arse. Leah, we had a drug-obsessed idiot at my school to whom we sold sherbet and as amphetamines. Much hilarity ensued. Jay Graver says, I want to restore my reputation by telling 1,000 drug stories, but I'm just going berserk in the memory of how much I love party poppers. I used to reuse the crepe to decorate the Christmas tree. Oh, well, fair enough. Chris the Choir says, and to go back to my first tweet today, the butler of McAlmont, and Butler was ex-Sway guitarist Bernard Butler.
That's correct.
Yes.
There you are.
There indeed. You are. Markham round the wicket again, getting a little purchase on that one, on leg stump. Milan shimmies to the leg side and clips it away down to the man at long off. They come through for a single.
Over on YouTube, Stephen Minot simply says pie eater bowler. Bit harsh, but probably accurate.
Well, when he's bowled it with a bit of flight and got the right length, it turned and could only be defended. He's tended to bowl too full, like that one.
Markram stays around the wicket to Butler, who with the most economical effort smashes it down the ground for 4.
I mean, that's way too full. It's up there. It's a half volley. And at that pace,
he hit it into the ground and over Markram's head, and it just kept going. We established the 2 best names for pubs recently, didn't we? One was the 2 Popes.
Oh yeah, the 2 Popes.
That one's gone. That one's gone onto the onside. They come through deep onto the onside. They come through for 2 runs. Milan moves on to 18. And the other was the Wanking Walrus, wasn't it? That was
the Wanking Walrus. I remember the Wanking Walrus. Yeah.
So
he's only played
for a quick one in the Wanking Walrus. That one, Milan, very nice shot, straight to the sweeper on the offside. He comes through for another single. He moves on to 19. We have got 2 balls of our time left together.
We do.
Well, the thing is here, because England lost 30 wickets, these 2 have really got to try and get through to the 35th over, really, haven't they?
Might be good to ask Tim about the story around Mangala. I know he's had fitness issues and only ever played 5 ODIs because of it.
Yeah, well, we discovered that he rarely gets picked, but mainly because he fails fitness tests all the time.
But
also, Tim can probably tell us about the pitch.
Single to Butler, he moves on to 36. Last ball of the first 20. Reverse sweep time from Milan. He does get that one away all the way to the boundary. 4 of those. Nice shots.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Right, it's going to be all changing here. Andy's going to take over from 40. 40 is going to move into the social chair, and Tim is going to join us all the way from South Africa. To give us some more thoughts on Kimberly as much as anything else.
The next tweet is funnily enough, Messi Jez. So there you go.
You 2 yap on while Andy gets into position.
I'm just getting my Twitter feed up. Hello, Tim. How are you going?
How's it? Oh, good.
How are you seeing it so far?
Yeah, reasonably happy. I would like to a 4th wicket, but I can't complain after the start we had.
It's going pretty well, isn't it? Yeah. How seriously is this being taken in South Africa? Oh, is that Andy? Yeah, Andy's in position.
Yes, I think we've had a ball as well. That one is scooped down to fine leg for 2 by Butler, but do carry on.
No, I'm just getting my Twitter feed up. I'll let you 2 carry on.
But no, it's a good question, Tim. How seriously is this being taken in South Africa? I mean, World Cup qualifications on the line.
Well, you've just hit the nail on the head. Because World Cup qualification is on the line, very important. If that wasn't there, I would say this is a pointless series.
In some ways, it's just a bit of a warm-up for England. Magala is back in, and that one is punched up to cover by Butler for no run. But yes, if South Africa win today, and then they've got 2 games against the Netherlands, they should be okay, and that will push the West Indies into the qualifiers.
It would, yeah. It would require, if I remember correctly, we would have to lose somewhere in the next 3. We'd have to lose a game, and Sri Lanka would have to win all of their games against New Zealand, which I just can't see happening.
No. Well, I've said before, I'm pleased that there is a proper qualification structure in place. I'm not as pleased that Australia and South Africa have just opted out of a couple of series. They shouldn't be allowed to do that.
I agree. I agree. I think if you want to opt out, then send whatever team you like.
Absolutely, just send your B team. Anyway, that's onto the legs from Magala. It's clipped out to a short square leg. From the size of him, it looks like Jansen. But generally, have you been surprised, Tim, by how well South Africa played in the previous 2 games?
I'm usually a glass half empty kind of guy. Usually pessimistic. I'm sure you guys would have
fit in well on Guerrilla Cricket.
But I have been very impressed so far with what I've seen.
I think they bowled very well. In particular, Magala's a little bit of tail in onto leg stump. Butler clips it up to wide mid-on, and he'll pick up another single.
I think if you isolate the games, so the first game England should never have lost.
No.
I'm sorry, they should never have lost that game. And things could have been very different. But I think the way they went about it in the second game, with the batting, I think that was really top quality performance by the batters. The intensity was very impressive.
South Africa perhaps coming into form just in time, or maybe not coming into form, but getting their make-up together. That's a good cover drive by Milan. That is his strong area. He's put it between cover and mid-off, and he will get, as I jump into action, one of these. Can you see Magala going to the World Cup or qualifier?
It's a possibility. By the nature of him being in the side, it is a possibility.
I do think he would get lined up a bit in India, but we'll wait and see. That one's played back down the wicket by Milan. There's no run. You get 7 off the over, and it's 80 for 3 off 21. Ian?
Yes, I was going to say it's rather encouraging in this day and age of super athletes to see, to be honest, somebody of Magala's shape to be playing international cricket. Rather good. Messi Jez, not entirely convinced this is a great name for a pub, Tony. Where have you been all night? Oh, sorry, I got stuck in the bowler's arse. Josie Oak, has the wanking walrus and not Fred ever been seen in the same room? These are the questions that need to be answered. And Jay Grover, Andy loves his Christmas shirt.
I do like my Christmas shirt. I've got everything else packed up because I'm going on holiday on Friday. But I keep my Christmas shirt out. Portugal. Shouldn't need any heavy shirts in Portugal, hopefully. Although I am told, it gets to 10 degrees in the evening, so...
Yes.
It's
not the odd time of the year to be going to Portugal, but you know what you're doing.
Well, there's a thing. I'm going with a friend, so going for a week.
Nice. Ulf?
No. I won't go into what it is.
Okay.
Right, we're going to have a change of bowling, rapidly change the subject, as South Africa are going to bring this man into the attack.
And I say, hey, 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 Tabriz and sea.
Does seem to be their number 1 spinner at the moment, Tim.
He is, because he gets wickets. He hasn't got wickets on these pitches, which is not all that surprising, but he is undoubtedly their best ODI spin bowler, without a doubt.
He's going to come into Butler. He's got 3 men in the ring on the offside and 2 on the leg. Shabsy's bowling over the wicket. It turns onto the pads, tickled round to short fine leg. There'll be no run.
but there are some guys that are doing very well domestically at the moment. So his seat is not quite as secure as it was 6 to 8 months ago.
Okay, well, South Africa, I'm sure, will look to take at least 2 proper spinners to India. Butler 39 off 56. I would suggest he's done his rebuilding job and it's now time to crack on. And well, he should be cracking on against that ball, which is short filth outside leg stump. But he can't get it past Janneman Milan at deep square. And it's just the one.
When your bowling arm as a spinner is that low, it must restrict the amount of variations you'd have thought that you could.
You'd think so. You would think so. Now we get everything in a mirror now as the left arm wrist spinner is bowling to the left-handed Milan. Just put it in the mirror and call it a leg spinner and be done with it. Milan 27 off 50. He must be very confident, I think, that the England bowlers can do some damage at the start of the South African innings, because that is a very pedestrian strike rate. Got a slip in, Shams. He's too short, and Milan is dropped at short mid wicket. He hit it hard, but that's what the man is there for. And I'd like another look at that one to see how far away that was from Hendricks at short mid wicket. They get through for 2. You calling that a drop, Tim?
I'm calling that a drop by the way that the ball trajectory suddenly changed.
Oh, he definitely got some. He definitely got something on it. But would you?
I need to see it again. But at first value, I'd say a drop, but a very good effort.
Decent effort, and he's gone straight off the field because he's caught that on the finger of looks like his left hand. We'll have another look. It's a short ball. Milan clumps it towards mid wicket. Left hand goes up. It would have been a good catch, but you've seen them taken. Shamsi's in again. No delay with that replacement. The fielder just went straight off and someone else come on. That one is poked into the offside for a single. Yeah, he's just got a finger on it, but maybe didn't get off the ground as he might have liked. Bavuma's got hands on head. That's what he thinks of it.
And Greece is not a small man, so maybe I'm being a little bit harsh. A half chance.
Yep, possibly. A little bit of turn into Butler, who tips it into the leg side, into the gap, and they'll get a single.
Does Shamsi? He's not the most svelte man in the world either. There seems to be it's either feast or famine with this South African team. It's either Jansen or Magala.
Well, I thought they had to do a time trial, 2 kilometres and 8 minutes. I can't imagine Magala can do that. Maybe that's a bit of a horses for courses rule. That one is punched out to cover. The fielder fields it, falls over, still on his knees, but there's no run.
Perhaps they go for the happy mean.
I know that I was told. I can't remember what it was, but it was early on in the season. Because he originally failed, Magala. He originally
Must
failed.
have done, yeah.
But I was told that he did actually pass it.
Passed the time trial.
The time trial.
Wow, the ground must have been thundering. Because, if you try that in the gym, 2K in 8 minutes is no joke.
Jay Grover, I'm usually a glass half empty kind of guy. No shit, Sherlock, you start quoting the Book of Revelation whenever Dean Elgar loses his wicket. Old fart at play. Here's a niche Guerrilla Cricket and Star Wars joke. Obi-Wan Kenobi walks into Gorilla Towers and says, "Hello, bear." Very niche.
I don't get it.
That's how niche it is.
Yeah, exactly. Right, Magala's coming. He's been a bit too leg-sidey today, and Butler clips that one away into the wide open spaces. He might even get 4. He does. That's a nice bit of placement from Jos Butler. He must have had a bit of surprise value for England in that first game, but he can't afford to go onto leg stump at this pace.
No, you're right. And if he does, he's got to come up with some variety. He does have a very good slow ball. He does have that,
and
a very good slow ball.
According to the speed gun, the quicker ball is quicker than you think. Butler, signs are getting going for him. 45 off 59. England need a big innings from the captain. Magala is in again. It's Fuller. Again, a little bit of tail in. Cover gets a hand on it, but he pushes it into straight where mid-off would have been. But of course, mid-off had gone to help cover, so it's into the gap for a single.
Yes, one of his balls registered at over 140, which surprised me a great deal, I must say. It didn't look
Yes.
140.
No, it didn't. Milan's gone into that short cover. Janneman Milan's gone into that short cover area. Now Hendricks has left the field. And is that maybe Nortkia's come on as a sub, because he certainly didn't bowl, so I should imagine he's come on as a sub. It looks like Nortkia's moustache on the other side of the wicket. 90 for 3 in the 23rd over. England had a terrible start, lost 3 very early wickets. Roy, Duckett and who else? Brooke. And have been rebuilding since then. Milan tips that one down to third man. It'll be an easy single. They've got to judge what's a good score on here, guys.
I was just going to very quickly say on Milan, 31 off 54 is fine if you end up with 90 off 105 or something. It's no good if you get out now.
Well, no, and it might not be easy to catch up, which is what some people forget sometimes. It's hard to flick a switch and start going at a strike rate of 120 when you've been in this mode. Gala's in again. Again, it's moving into Butler. He tips it around the corner. They might be looking for 2, and I think they'll get them quite easily. Butler goes on to 48.
In terms of the score lines, well, prior to the series, I said that anything less than 300 on this wicket is a failure. And that's, that should have been the case in the first game. It definitely should have been the case. I still think you probably need to get as close to that as possible.
Yeah.
I still think that.
Not easy from here. I was en route when England lost those 3 wickets. I did see them on replay. Roy just early on one got caught at mid-off. Alton and Geedy. Brooke got an inside edge. And what happened to Duckett? Was he fencing at one outside off stump?
Yes. He played a sort of hop shot, didn't really go through with it and got a little inside edge, a little outside edge.
Extra bounce.
Yep. But more positive signs of England getting into Magala. They've scored off every ball this over with the boundary, and that's how you get 10 and over. And Milan is back on strike to him, so Magala bowling across him, and that's again a poor ball, short and down leg side, and he's probably lucky that he only got away with 1 there. Milan just helps it around to long leg. It's the end of the over. It's still gone for 10. England are 95 for 3. What's happening on the Twitter sphere?
Well, Jay Grover. Fucking hell, it's Jay Grover. And that will become clear why I've said that. There's a very good music venue cave called the Devil's Arse in Derbyshire. I've seen Half Man Half Biscuits there a few times. It's tailor-made for chain-smoking autists. Half Man Half Biscuit might as well be the sort of resident house band for guerrilla cricket, very popular in these parts. Maybe not for everyone. Maybe not for everyone.
Well, they wrote a song about chess that I quite liked.
They've written about more or less every trivial and ephemeral topic imaginable over the years, I think, haven't they? Lear says, "Clumps it. Who do you think you are, Andy? Dave Courtney." So I know the obscure references. Obscure references are pounding in today.
Well, there's certainly been at least 2 too obscure for me in 3 overs.
Well, something for you to consider on your mysterious holiday in Portugal.
Yeah, I'll have to bone up a bit. We're getting a bit of a plug for South Africa's T20 tournament, which has been put on hold for this series, which is one way of doing it, I guess, and possibly better than what Australia have done with the Big Bash, where their best cricketers haven't been playing, and it's really hurt the tournament. That's full on leg stump from Shamsi, a good dive from him. He's going to prevent a run. How is the SAT20 impacting the consciousness in South Africa, Tim?
It's had a massive effect. There's no getting around it. It just shows what good advertising does, and what an effect it can have to locals, the players. Such a positive effect. Advertising does.
That one's punched up to long off by Milan. He goes on to 33, and making sure your best players can play. I mean, I don't know.
That's been vital, which is going back to that Australian series. I didn't like it, but that needed to happen for the competition, so that the Proteas players could play from the start and not not arrive at the middle of it.
Yeah, but like I say, I still don't think they should have been allowed to just forfeit the series. That one is tucked down to Magala, who picks it up, and it must have been straight to him because you'd fancy a run there. They didn't take one though.
There won't be a gap next year, as I understand it. It'll just be 4 weeks straight in. It's just because they fiddle in these ODIs, and it sort of works out.
Yeah, you really have to get these T20, unless it's the IPL. Magala, they do take a run that time where he has a shy at the bowler's end. Butler is through, and he is through for 50, so I will finish that thought in a moment, because Butler has got a 50.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done.
And that would be particularly important for Joss Butler in this situation. But as I'm saying, I'll come on to it. Shamsi's in again to Milan. Oh, and beats him that time, turns away from the bat. Classic leg spinner in the mirror. And that's going to be no run. Obviously the IPL can do what it likes. Everybody else should really be trying to get their T20 tournament done in a month, I think, which is another plus point for 100.
Yeah, I tend to agree, definitely.
Shamsi to complete the over, 97 for 3. Again, a little bit of a twirl in the action. Milan pokes that into the offside. It's a quickish run. Bavuma's one of the better fielders, gets the throw in, but no one's on the stumps. Janssen fumbles the back up, but it's still only a single. 3 from the over, 98 for 3 off 24.
Over on YouTube, Andy Peace has got an opinion on Sam Curran, who says doesn't warrant a place in this team. He's not quick enough, in my opinion, and he's not good enough with the bat to play as an all-rounder. Waste of a spot. Unpopular opinion, maybe.
Well, I was in the same camp a year ago, but he won me rounds, certainly in T20s at least.
Well, I'm not saying he single-handedly won the World Cup. He was a very important contributor.
I'd say he was the most important player, yes.
Yes, that's right. And the other thing to say is Jay Grover. Andy, Dave Courtney is the bairn who kicked you outside Hillsborough all day.
Oh, he probably is, yeah. Goes back.
I reckon we're up to date on that.
To fill everybody else in on that, I once went to a game at Sheffield Wednesday, and I think I was going to the game in my away team shirt, and I got a little tap on my shin, and there was a 6-year-old had kicked me in the shin with his dad holding his hand, going, "Well done, son. That's the way." Makala comes in and is poked down to third man for no run.
Who's your team?
Oh, that was QPR when QPR would play Sheffield Wednesday in the Premiership, which is shows you how long ago it was for both teams.
Had a very good team in the mid-90s, didn't you, Jerry Francis?
Fantastic! Don't start me off. But
very nearly won the old First Division, didn't you? In the
well, that's 75-76, long time before.
Went to the last game of the season. I remember it well, actually.
That is correct, and of course at the time, no one had a problem with Liverpool playing the last game a week after everybody else. Magala is in. He bowls over the shoulder of Butler, and there's no run.
Very different times. Coventry benefited from that once. We played Everton 3 days after they played the European Cup Winners' Cup final, and we beat them 4-1 to stay up.
We being?
Coventry.
Coventry, okay. The thing I most think of Coventry is I once saw a forum comment from a Coventry fan said, "And Coventry City are not an ordinary club." I thought, mate, the ordinary club in the dictionary has the Coventry badge next to it.
Oh, not you as well, Andy. That's so disappointing. So disappointing. There was once a featured article in the Daily Telegraph, and the headline was, "Ultimately, what is the point of Coventry City?"
Well, hate to agree with the Telegraph, but anyway,
do you have a Premiership club? Well, any football club in England, or do you have one in South Africa?
No, I'm a Liverpool fan, unfortunately, as things go.
Magala bowls a slower ball, so we have missed a couple of balls rabbiting on about football, so I apologise for that. That's on me. Magala bowls a slower ball and Butler plays it down the wicket, and rather than letting Magala field it, understandably short cover is in to pick it up. There's no run.
We sort of occasionally upset people when we talk about football, but not nearly as much as when we started talking about Love Island the other day.
Did that? No, we weren't on that for very long. Did that upset people?
Well, it seemed to upset somebody. Oh, for God's sake. He's kind of a Love Island free zone.
Anyway, Butler's having a good series. He's on 160 runs in 3 games and more to come, hopefully from his point of view, as he punches that one out to deep cover, and it'll just be a single.
He's been in form the whole month he's been in South Africa.
T20 or 50 over doesn't seem to matter to him, no.
He's had a fantastic SA20 leading up to this series.
And he really will be England's trump card coming into this World Cup with his great knowledge of playing in India with the IPL and his great record there. England will be looking to Jos Buttler in that engine room in this 50 over World Cup, which despite all England's travails, lost 9 of the last 11 games, they're still second favourites for. Magala is round the wicket, and that's where he wants to put it, on the length, on off stump, and Milan just jabs it back towards him. But he's not found it so easy in this game, Magala. 0 for 32, finishing off the 5th over.
No, not getting much assistance from the pitch either.
And so England at this point, I do think, really have to trust the rest of their batting order and crack on now. And 25 overs, maybe they can get back to 300. Milan shovels this away. It's going to go down to long leg, but it will just be a single. That's the end of the over. Halfway point of the innings, 102 for 3 off 25.
Leah says, please tell me you sent both the 6-year-old and his dad to the hospital, Andy.
No, I'm a man of peace. A man of peace.
Okay. Old fart at play. Stockport County beat QPR in the FA Cup. When
I
we
remember
were both...
that. Kevin, 6'7", Kevin Francis, yes.
Yes, one of the great, not Trevor Francis, not Jerry Francis, but Kevin Francis. Leah, you English are weird. Why the F would you fill your pool with liver? And Warren asks, are Coventry playing in someone's backyard? Well, actually, Warren, for your information, no, we're not. We're back in
Not at the moment. I mean, give it a couple of weeks.
Okay, let's see who ends up in the Premiership first, QPR or Coventry. I think.
Well,
actually,
we'll not hold our breath in either case, I think.
Probably not. Pokemon Finger says we all say stuff like that about Curran, replying to Andy Pearce. I'll break off there.
Yes, because again we missed a ball. Sorry, that one's pushed out to point for no run. Shamsi's in again. It's Fuller, and that one but they can't again. Milan, can't again find a run. It's good stuff from Shamsi. Not for 8 off 14 balls.
How much under pressure do you think Milan is to score runs?
I'm not sure he can do a lot to change the perception of him, really. Unless he starts cracking out run-a-ball 80s, I think people are going to think squad player. He's going to be replaced by Root. He's got a lot to do to overcome that. He does punch that up to long off for a single. He was understandably upset about not playing the World Cup final, and you could see why. He was a bit unfortunate. He's missed the semi with an injury and then not make it back into the team for the final. He might not have many more World Cup finals in him, Milan. Shorter, punched up to mid-off. That should be a single. Did he send him back? I think he did.
He hit it too well.
He did. But yeah, that was a bit unfortunate for him in the World Cup final. He's done well for England in T20s. Always been that question about his strike rates. But yeah, he's not going to have long in the... He's still feel like he's a bit of a stopgap at the moment. He may be the best available now. Not when played. I mean, you've got to expect Bairstow, Root and Stokes. I think Stokes will come back in as a big-time player for the World Cup final. I should say. That one's tickled away by Buttler. It's beaten short third man, and as it's, I think, Magala chasing it, there's only going to be one winner.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
He certainly had a good white ball career, Milan, and possibly was one of a few who was a bit hard done by in test matches. He might have played a few more, whereas other people got a bit more leeway.
Yes, I'd say that's probably true.
Butler to face the last ball of the over from Shams. He's still over the wicket. It turns into the pads. It goes down to Magala, who's fielding very close at short fine leg. A bit like myself, if you're in the ring, I always felt I had to be very close to the wicket to actually prevent a single, and Magala is of the same mindset. Although, of course, it can beat him like the ball before. Nonetheless, 107 for 3 off 26.
Well, Jay follows up with, if Andy were outside Bramall Lane, he wouldn't be walking home, lad. I've taken him one punch. BBC boys, BBC boys, BBC boys.
For some reason, I always found Sheffield the most aggressive place to visit. I don't know why.
Ever been to Chesterfield?
No.
If you say, well, yeah, you take your life in your hands there. Now we'll presumably get an avalanche of protests from Chesterfield patrons.
From the Chesterfield Massive.
Yes. Well, fortunately, I'm in Melbourne. Leah, and to think that the bloke puttering around on 30-something off 60-something was at one point the top-rated T20 batsman.
He was. I'm not sure those ratings weighted strike rate as much as they should. Parnell's going to come back into the attack. He's one of the 3 very economical bowlers South Africa used up front. That's length on off stump, and Butler taps it into the offside. They'll get through for a single. Hey, look, I'm certainly don't mean to downgrade the passion of lower league fans. I saw a clip this morning. Carlisle played Barrow last night in the Cumbria Derby.
Yes, that's a big one.
It is a big one, and I follow a Carlisle fan on Twitter who was certainly emphasising how big it is. And Carlisle won 5-1, and there was proper surging behind the goal. They still got standing behind the goals there, and there was a proper surge when Carlisle was scoring those goals.
Yeah. Carlisle was the place where that goalkeeper scored in the last minute.
That's right, Jimmy Glass.
Maintained their Jimmy Glass. That's one of the most famous goal in Carlisle's history.
So I think their fans might argue that when they were top of the table for 3 games in, I think it was 1974, probably going back to that, actually top of Division 1. That one's missed by Butler, goes through to the keeper for no run. Every dog has his day, every team's had its moment in the sunlight.
But being top of the first division is something not everybody's achieved, so that was incredible.
Just about. I mean, even QPR did that in the early 90s, top after 4 games.
Who you might want to ask, who were the first leaders of the Premiership after 3 games? And you'd be saying Coventry City. So there we are.
There you go. Milan tips that into the offside, and they'll get through for a run, a backward point. Proving my point exactly there, Ian. Yes.
Fair point.
So England still puttering along. Who have they got at 6 and 7 today? I know it's Curran. Is Moeen at 6? I should imagine so.
I think so.
Yeah. Whoever it is will have had his pads on for quite a long time, because England were 3 down very quickly. Almost a little bit of lazy running from Milan, but he was comfortably in, so didn't really need to ground his bat. You've got to be careful with that though. 109 for 3 in the 27th. Current run rate a pedestrian 4.1. Parnell is in again. It's top of off stump, and Milan can't get it past backward point. Goes for a run.
We're into the boring episodes of the 50-over competition.
Dare we say boring middle overs? Yes.
Yes, that's there. Workington used to be presumably used to be the magical trifecta, along with Carlisle and Barrow on the northwest coast, but they don't seem to have any team at all these days.
Well, they were always the perennial team that were being re-elected every year.
Yes, they were.
Once punched up to cover for no run. I'm not sure Barrow had any league pedigree before they promoted a couple of years ago.
I think Barrow and Workington go back a long way, but my impression is Workington go back further.
They probably do. Barrow were a thing about 4 or 5 years. In fact, in that season that was COVID affected, they were very unfortunate. They were winning the conference by an absolute mile and weren't allowed to come up.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that was unfortunate.
It was when they were branded Barrow-Salona. Everyone told them you couldn't play football in the conference, and they proved that wrong. That one is clipped down to long leg by Milan. No run. It's a bit of a measure of the holding pattern this game is in, that we're talking about conference football rather than the cricket. 3 off the over.
About Barrow versus relative merits, Barrow and Working. Yes, indeed. Jay Grover says, seriously, a bit ago I asked a supposed member of the BBC to Google BBC Boys on his phone after we were coming out with nonsense about his crew credentials. Hilarity ensued, then violence. Proper worth it. And I think... Oh no, he's added, I were about to defend Sheffield as being less violent than Coventry, and then I realised there's a man from South Africa now on there and felt very silly. So, trying to bring you into the conversation there, Tim. You're down in Durban, is that correct? Am I?
Cape Town.
Sorry,
Cape
my
Town.
apologies. Oh, my apologies.
Best city in the country.
It's the only one I've visited.
I think you might
enjoy it
almost.
now, yeah.
Would you go so far as to say the continent? I can't think of a nicer one in Africa. I must say, African cities aren't always the most picturesque, are they? But Cape Town is very much the exception.
Shamsi is full, and Milan plays it back to the ball, and he's misfielded it. He only has himself to blame there. It's kind of gone straight through him, and England get through for a single.
As well as upsetting everybody in Workington and Barrow and Chesterfield, now upset the
entire continent of Africa, which is upping the
I wasn't
stakes.
going to say anything, but yes.
It's certainly upping the stakes.
We flew into Dar es Salaam en route to Zanzibar on my holiday, and that was a bit of an eye-opener, I have to say. It wasn't the obvious place to spend a honeymoon, let's put it that way.
Oh well, I'm sure it was fun. Down to deep square leg to Butler, who picks up a single. And he's quietly on to 57 off 73, with Milan 40 off 70. Milan opened the innings and really dug in as England lost those early wickets. It remains to be seen if that was the right thing to do. Shamsi is in again. It's full. Milan has a bit of a swipe at it and will be disappointed. He got his bat turned in his hand and it only went straight back to the bowler. Hasn't looked fluent in this series, Milan. He was had a good partnership with Roy in that first game, but he was rather overshadowed by Jason Roy. That one is a nice punch up to long off, just for the single. And Roy probably would be disappointed he didn't push on from that 100 and didn't get any runs in the next two games.
Yeah, very much so.
He's playing just the way that Shamsi wants him to play. Shamsi's been expensive the first couple of games.
He's keeping more of a lid on it here until now, as Butler opens his shoulders and picks him up for a big six straight over long on.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
He's been selective, Butler. He's had a couple of those. And England fans.
Well, he's within, yes. 63 off 74 is absolutely fine. 41 off 72 from Milan is problematic.
Yeah, I think so.
No, Butler's timing his innings very well, as he has done throughout the series, really.
It's 105 metre 6, which is a biggie. He didn't seem to put much effort into it. And the old school will be pleased because he follows up the six by just tapping a single to square leg. That's the end of the over. 10 off it, 120 for 3 off 28.
I think we've just got the one tweet outstanding. Every team has its day, you say. What is Northampton Town's claim to fame?
Well, I'm not sure, but in our inauspicious spell in League One, could not beat Northampton Town. More than once I've been in a half-empty Loftus Road echoing to "You'll never beat the Cobblers."
Well, they put us out of the FA Cup in the late 80s. I remember George Best scoring about 7 goals.
6 goals in an 8-2 win, yes.
I was right, about 7. In fact, 6, yes. And they did let us play at their ground when we were ground shifting for a while about 7 or 8 years ago, so thank you, Northampton.
Okay. How many other teams would you like to thank for hosting you recently?
Birmingham City. There's a West Brom put us up for a game once. Let's not forget that Man United played at Main Road, Man City, after they got bombed out in the Blitz in the war for a while. Although
that was 70 years ago, not last month.
More than 70, yeah, it was 70.
Milan's back on strike, enough of this foolishness, and he steps across a little bit, plays that into the leg side, and they get through for a single. I'm not sure if Hendricks is back on the field. I haven't seen him. Obviously a concern for South Africa if that finger is damaged enough to affect his batting.
And it's a real shame for him because he's our squad player, if you like. Doesn't get a long enough run that he should.
Well, he's competing with some good players in that engine room. Van der Dussen more than any other.
Mark Cork has alerted something Bear should be aware of. Are you guys aware the score is missing from the bottom of your YouTube feed?
Thank you for that.
Right.
We'll get our technical team onto that, which is the Bear. Parnell taps that one and that one is tapped to backward point by Butler. There's no run. Wipes off a bit of sweat, Joss Butler. I think it's reasonably hot out in Kimberley without being a furnace. Oh, okay, we've got Chris Wokes carded at 7. I would be surprised if he comes in ahead of Sam Curran. Ali Wokes, Curran, Rashid, Archer and Topley making up the England batting lineup. That one's a bit of... I thought de Kock was going up for that one, but a bit of extra zip from Parnell, and he beats Milan outside, Butler outside off stump. Some slight encouragement for the bowler, although looking at it again, I think it's just a straight ball that he's missed.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything into it, as you say, just a...
Perhaps a sign...
nothing shot, really.
A sign that Butler's trying to accelerate as he's playing a shot at a length ball and off stump. Parnell, perhaps encouraged by that, comes in again. Butler is down the track that time and clips it into the leg side. He'll be looking for 2. He just takes the 1. 123 for 3. 1 ball to go in the 29th. If you are on YouTube, don't forget to give us a like and a subscribe. Help us with the algorithm. And England chugging along here, it's fair to say. They've certainly increased the ante a bit in the last 10 overs, but they're going to have 20 left from 123, which is not that many. Oh, and that's an inside edge from Milan. Bonus runs for him. It beats the diving de Kock, and it flashed past off stump, but still managed to go for 4.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
So 2 loose shots in that over, Tim. Anything for the bowler, or just 2 loose shots?
I think 2 loose shots. It was a good over from Parnell, but I just think it was 2 loose shots, particularly Milan's. No foot movement.
And no justice, as he still picked up 4 for it. What's on Twitter?
Mark Cork adds that Josie is far superior to Cape Town, Tim. There's no evidence to back that up, just an assertion, so obviously fitting in very well with the guerrilla cricket vibe. Jay Grover adds, you'll never beat the cobblers is the last thing you'll hear before a leprechaun kills you. So thank you
quite
for that,
possibly.
Jay. Yeah. I think that's... Let me just quickly check on YouTube. Well, yes. Jeremy Henson says, I can't get an objective view on Curran because I simply can't stand him.
It's difficult sometimes.
Yes, I know. I think we all know the feeling. We all get a blind spot about certain characters. Do you find that with some cricketers, you in the end, you just come round to them?
I think Curran is a classic example. For me, I didn't fancy him at all. I was right about him in Test cricket, but not so much white ball. Butler has played 1 out to mid-wicket for no run. He's going to face up to another from Shamsi, because that's how bowling works. You get the feeling Butler is just waiting for another ball he can thud for 6 over long on. Tips that one into the leg side, though, just for a single.
I remember not being able to stand, say, Ricky Ponting when he was being at his most annoying, but by the end, particularly now he's up in the commentary box, seems like a perfectly decent guy.
You do warm to some of them in commentary, because actually, as you say, they become a bit more self-deprecating. Yeah, whether that's actually their true character or how they want to be seen, who knows. Although truth generally comes out in the end. Milan with a reverse sweep, another sign that he's also looking to up the ante, but it is fielded well by Ngidi, who has taken the 3 wickets so far. And again, not the most svelte in the outfield, but that was a good stop.
It's the characteristic of the team.
Shamsi's in again.
Hey, they're the guys who are 2-0 up in the series.
Absolutely, and Milan defends that one. And is he? Oh, just one run off 4 balls. A little wander away to short leg there. Is he getting a little bit frustrated?
Well, we used to say it's called hit out or get out at this stage.
I think we're quite at that stage, but he will be looking to. He'll be looking to pick something up here off these last 2 balls. Not that one though. Thick outside edge down to backward point, and there's no run. We will have a change at the end of the over. Not sure what it is. Things will happen. People will come in and out. And England 128 for 3 coming up to the end of the 30th over. Good over from Shamsi. Just 1 run so far. He's trying to finish it off here. Tossed up on leg stump, and he's half a chance of a caught and bowled, but it gets past his right hand up to long off. And again, Milan looked a bit out of sorts in that over. It's 129 for 3 off 30. The bear is coming in. I know I'm staying here to do something. Yes, I am actually. And it's going to be classic old school in the studio. It'll be myself, the bear, and Hendo. So we should be in for. Thanks to Ian and Tim, and we'll see you again later on.
You need to get rid of the other one.
Okay.
You go to clear layer at the end. Left. No, don't move stuff. Don't move stuff.
I didn't mean to.
There you go.
Max.
There you go. And then little arrow, send it over to the other side. On air production notes. Up. Next to the yellow.
It's the golden shot all over again.
There you go. Done. Sweet. Lovely. Yeah. So what do you reckon? We've recovered reasonably well. We now need to accelerate to about 10 and over.
I think so, and that's not the easiest thing to do sometimes. You
No.
flick a switch, and if they lose a wicket, new batsman's got to come in. Where's Hendo talking about new people coming
He's
in?
looking something up on the internet. Oh, that's a big heave over the leg side. Has it got enough on it? It certainly has. It's gone into the crowd. And that's 6 runs and 50 for Dawid Malan. He was on 53 or 79.
Now this computer is acting up. Hang on.
There you go.
And he's got one of these.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
I mean, I know it's a long way out, but what do you see the top 6 going into the World Cup being?
Oh, I'll come on to that in a second.
Oh, as jabbed down in a very Milan typical fashion. Jabs past his leg stump, has to be chased by the keeper. Who's the keeper? It's not Quinton de Kock today, is it? It's I can't remember his name, even though I should know it. And they'll get themselves a single. That was a good pick up with Dawid Malan, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. If you want me to predict what it's going to be, not necessarily my choice. Roy, Bairstow, Root, Stokes, Butler. Who's at 6? Maybe Moen, maybe Livingston.
What about Brooke?
Probably on the bench at the moment, unless he does something spectacular. I'm going to just think if Stokes is going to come in if he wants to play.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we all think he's coming back, don't we?
He's going to big time it. Oh yes, the team needs me. I'm going to come back just for the World Cup.
It's not even that the team needs him necessarily. It's just that obviously he's a class player and he just wanted a bit of time out and was a bit fed up with going around the world, it seemed to me. So he thought, I'll give up ODI cricket because I don't have to change my mind until 18 months from now.
I think he's a much better 50 over player than 20 over.
Yes, you could be right. Can you pass him the squirty shit? No one's used that microphone today.
Oh, they're not?
No. Dave might have done earlier, actually.
In that case, give it a squirt.
Yeah. Attempted drive by Dawid Malan off Parnell. Mistimes it back to the bowler, and there is no run. England 137 for 3, considering they were 15 for 3 or 12 for 3 after about 5 overs. It's been a good recovery to get to a decent score. They're closing in on 4.5. They wanted to get it up to close to 6, I'd imagine, by the end of 20 overs. No, it's all right. I'm fine. And from here, with 20 overs to go, we must be looking at high 270s, 280 would be a nice place to get to. Nicely cut by Dawid Malan. Beats the man at backward point. Beats the man at third man, who's a little bit too fine. And it'll be 4 more runs. What are you...
Yeah, I'm on social if you want to not literally throw that tablet over. Thank you.
Has it got any charge in it or someone unplugged it?
I think I said about when they were 15 for 3 that this needed to be the partnership, because you can't rely on those mowing alley downwards to play you a long innings, really.
No, I agree. That's the thing, isn't it? This side, there's not a lot of confidence coming in after this. A lot of finishers and bit part players, as that's defended up to mid-on for last ball of the over. And ain't no run, then I'll have some more drinks.
Right, just as I boot this up, bear with me a second.
That's okay. Yeah, do you think Roy will still be playing in the World Cup, though?
I think he will. I think so. I don't think they've really got anyone convincing enough to come in with Bairstow. I mean, they've got Milan at the moment, they've got Salt is next. I really just don't think they have a
Well, I think they might fit well, I think you've got to go with 3 openers anyway.
He might.
So I think Milan would be in the squad as the other opener potentially, because he unless you have Milan at 3 and Root at 4, but I think in an ODI you really want Root at 3.
But do you think it's odd that they haven't actually played Phil Salt in a game in this series?
I do. I expected him to play in this one, yeah.
Maybe they wanted to. Yeah, I mean, Duckett's done bugger all. I don't see him being in a World Cup squad. He was good at. Well, you've got to think about it. Is where it is exactly that. With lots of spinners and
and he's a fantastic sweeper, isn't he? So you can't rule him out. He's just not had a good series. And I mean, the shot he got out to this morning was appalling. But he just hasn't looked. Well, none of them look confident up top today, do they? The last two ODIs, they've looked really timid. So
yeah, well, the ball's been doing stuff when
they
it's
had a
new.
140 partnership in the first one.
Yeah, they did. That's true.
Yeah, and then fell apart. Well, not really fell apart. They should have walked it from there.
But again, I think you see that's what I was saying when I first came on this morning. I think you can read too much into these games because they fell apart at that point. But then when you've got your full team out, a lot of that team is either much further down the order and there's better batting at 6 and 7.
I think this is the thing. I think Moeen Ali is one position too high at 6.
Yeah, he's efficient. He's a chancer finisher in this form of the game now. So you want him coming in at 7 with maybe 10 overs to go, and he basically bats like a T20. But having him, I mean, he is capable of constructing an innings. He didn't do too bad the other day. He got a 50, didn't he? And he came in quite early in that game as well. So I mean, he's capable of it, but you'd rather have him batting down at 7. And if everything falls apart and he has to form an innings, you could say Moeen can form an innings, and therefore batting at 7 when everything falls apart, you still might be able to get some sort of score.
Well, I think that's the same is true of Curran. I mean, he's got the potential and ability to play a longer innings, but he's been playing so much T20 stuff.
Yes,
that he just wants to play the little cameo almost.
Almost, and he did.
Yeah. And
fantastic on Sunday, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. You want Curran wouldn't be at 7, would he? He'd be at 8 or 9, ideally, in a full strength ODI side. I mean, there have been times when Adil Rashid's been batting at 11.
Yes,
and he's a better bat than that. So when the full strength side is out. Anyway, you've got tweets up now.
I got a couple. Jay says cricketing's blind spots are a weird thing. Middar's yet to explain his rabid hatred of Alex Stewart. I mean, the man's slightly irritating, but I don't wish him dead. I think quite a few people formed a perception of Alex Stewart at the start that he was only in the team because Mickey Stewart was coached. It took people a long time to get over that.
It did take a long time.
Alex Stewart had a lot of advantages, but at the same time, he turned into a fantastic cricketer.
Yeah,
and
Absolutely.
someone who played with and against him, I saw him. He was a class, well, more than a class above first 11 club cricketers. Even at the age of about 18 or 19.
Oh, you played him with him at that age?
I played with him at about the age of about 14, schools, and I played club cricket against him in
Well, Shamsi's, we're back after the drinks break, and Shamsi is in, bowls a frog and a blender leg break from over the wicket. Well, it's an off break really to the right hand.
Which again speaks to him being a bit of a slow starter if he was still playing club cricket at 18.
No, well
in those
yes
days
and
they
no.
did.
I mean, I think it's one of those days perhaps when Surrey didn't have a game, and I'm trying to think because it would have been 83. I'd have to look it up. I'd have to look the game up. I've got the cutting somewhere because I got 100.
Of course. Well, yeah, but in those days, I mean, I remember when I was playing Hertfordshire leagues, as that's cut nicely by Darryl Milan, beats the man at point. There is a sweeper out on the Ngidi, out on the cover boundary, and it'll just be the one man. I mean, I remember Stanmore had. What's the guy who used to work at the Cricketer when we were there, or took over? Simon Hughes? Simon Hughes used to play for Stanmore. There was 2 brothers used to play for Middlesex as well. One of them used to play there. Angus Fraser played at Stanmore. Frog in a Blender is in. It's clipped around the corner by Butler down to Angidi again, who's deep square or deep mid wicket for the right-handers and for the lefties. Staying out there, 1 run, 144 for 3.
I mean, I think they had their own reasons. I mean, there were guys in club cricket who were just coming through the county sides.
Yeah.
And there were also guys that maybe there wasn't a game that weekend or something, so they would play for their club.
Yep, all coming back from injury. That's launched by Dawa Milan. I think it's got it's definitely got the legs.
Good hit.
You can tell when a cameraman goes over his shoulder that it's got the legs, and that one certainly had the legs. It's gone all the way over long on for 6 runs. England making a fist of this. I mean, Milan's done all right in this series, hasn't he? I mean, he had a good.
Got 50 in the first game.
Yeah, and he's batted reasonably well here.
Well, I mean, he's batted very well here in a way, in a sense. You know, he's survived, and now he's hopefully blossoming. 98 metres was that?
Yeah, it's big. Quite a small boundary today, it looks like.
Yeah, but 98 metres is 98 metres.
Yeah, 98 metres. They went a long way back, it's true, but it doesn't look as big a plan.
No, the straight boundaries are very small, it looks like here. The side boundaries look much wider.
They're at 9 off the over so far. And England climbing up towards 5 and over.
Well, they targeted Shamsi in the first match, didn't they?
Yeah.
Took him for 55 or 5 overs.
Yeah, he's definitely someone who looks to get a bit of tap. He's in again. Bowls that on about leg stump. It's just turned into the leg side. They scoot through for a quick single. And there is a single. 70 and 66 for the respective batsmen out of 151 tells you the full story. We're a bugger all for 3. 10 off this over with 1 ball to go though. And it's a good recovery by England. Now, I think, around about now, I mean, you don't want to lose a wicket, but if they lost a wicket now, they're about on course for a half-decent score. Only if, and this is the point, I mean, this side has weaknesses all over it if wickets fall.
I'm not so sure about that with Curran at 7.
Well, that's what I mean, it's just a little bit too deep. But it's possible. That's a fucking great shot by Butler. He smeared that over long on. 6 runs. Shamsi getting tapped once more. That's what, 16 off this over? 41 off 6 overs. 6 runs.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
His natural delivery just comes nicely into the arc for Joss Butler, doesn't it?
Well, he doesn't seem to have a googly eye.
He does have a googly, but I mean, he actually bowled really well, if I remember, in the one-day series in England last summer. I think he was even man of the match in one of those games.
Yes.
But they've obviously decided that he's a man that they're going to target.
Yeah.
Well, it would concern me that if South Africa get going, they're not going to wait 30 overs to play these shots themselves.
No, they're not. But this is the point. I think with a new ball, maybe this wicket does do something. I mean, it's interesting that it was doing stuff at the beginning of the match with a new ball, and it's 2 in the afternoon, so presumably it's been baking all day under the sun.
But we did see South Africa get off to a much quicker start than England did. I mean, as if the pitch had got better to bat on in general in the second ODI.
Well, I didn't see. I said I didn't see the first 10 overs in that. But apparently
first 10 overs, it was really hard work.
Oh, exactly, but in their first 10 overs, it really wasn't.
No, exactly. So the pitch is going to get better, and
yeah.
I think this is what they're seeing. I think this is why Bavuma's putting us in.
But do you think the pitch was harder because it was earlier in the morning and there's still maybe a bit of overnight moisture?
Yeah, it does seem strange that this one should be the same at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
And therefore, will it be the same for the? If it's the same for the team batting second, then you might have a competitive score. Then we might get some early wickets too, as that's played by Milan out to extra cover, and they'll get no run.
But Josie Oak does ask why Hendo is blasting my speakers, and you do sound a bit.
Yeah, you are quite loud. At the end of this over, the thing is, I need him to talk so I can bring him down.
Well,
I can barely hear you guys. That's why I'm having to.
Oh, you need to fiddle around with that then, probably. Oh, strange. But you can hardly hear us.
I can hardly hear you, yeah.
Oh, that's weird. I don't know about that. I can try and turn everything down so that maybe it's...
turn it on and off and on again.
No, it's not.
Or I can talk a little bit away.
The thing is, I have to trace the wires back.
So another bowler England should be looking to target.
Yeah, Aidan Markram. Now that one did bounce a little bit off a length. It seemed a bit short, and Butler had the right idea, trying to heave it over the leg side. But it jumped a bit off the pitch. He completely missed it, and it hit him in the side. And he's bowling around the wicket mark, and I mean that turned quite sharply. Got a bit of bite off the pitch. Continuing around the wicket. Goes deep in his crease this time, Butler. Just works into the leg side. Milan wants a single. Butler's not interested.
Should have been a single, I think.
Probably should have been a single. I mean, England climbing up to 5 and over, which is kind of where you want to be at this point in the game, and then move it up to 6 and over.
Right, on a good track, you want to be 6 now and pushing it up from here.
Yeah, but I think this isn't. I mean, I think there was something in it for the bowlers early on, and obviously we did lose the early wickets. You can't, it's not T20. I think we made that mistake last summer, as that pulled out to deep mid wicket, and there's no one. I mean, there were those games last summer where we treated all ODIs like T20s and got to, smashing it around but losing wickets at a merry pace, and we're all out in sort of 37th over and shit like that. I think you've got to be a bit smarter than that in an ODI. There is time. There is time to pull it back in an ODI.
Well, there is,
and you've got to have wickets in hand.
If you get 250 and lose anyway, then it's still a loss.
Yeah, but I mean, this is my point. You can play a T20 from here now. You're essentially in the third over with 3 wickets down and 17 overs to go. That's clubbed through the offside by Dawa Milan, out to the extra cover boundary, and he'll get 4 runs. Beautiful shot.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think it's the modern vogue with ODIs, isn't it? You've got to keep wickets in hand till at the end, because nowadays teams know they can score 200 in the last 20 overs if they've got wickets in hand and someone gets in.
It's not a given, though.
It's not a given, no. But I think a lot of teams prefer to do that. I mean, you do go hard at the top, but if you lose wickets, you've got to reevaluate and know that at the end you can. Certainly in the last 10, you can get 100.
Right, but England couldn't do that if they lose 2 wickets before then, which is certainly something.
No, that's my point. So now they can speed up.
No, I mean if they lose 2 wickets between now and 40, they will not get 100 off the last 10.
No, that's probably true, but then in your T20 strategy, now you've got to start making it count. And then, I mean, the point is you can go at it like a T20 essentially. If it all goes wrong, it all goes wrong. But you've recovered to a position where there's a potential. That's clipped on the leg side out towards deep square leg, and it's a single.
Yeah, you can go like it as if it's a T20, but you have to remember that you're not at this stage. You're not getting those 6 overs of power play that you would get.
No,
in a T20.
I know that, and there's a slight adjustment for that. But the point is, you've got wickets in hand, and the potential is there because you know what's capable in 20 overs these days.
I think, but I mean, like in the second international, I mean, Butler, you need him there for the last 10 overs to get 100.
Ideally, you want him there at the end, don't you? That's pulled flat. That could be a smaximum.
It is.
No, I call that a smaximum.
Yeah, definitely.
Pretty flat, pulled over.
Maximum.
Yeah, we'll call that a smaximum. It's pretty flat.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs move it side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
And now Darwin Milan has pretty
Maximum.
much caught up with Jos Butler. He's 79 off 90 or 78 off 89, and Butler is 79 off 90, something around about
We
that.
didn't mention that it's Janssen come back into bowl, and maybe not so much for him now compared to early on.
Well, this is it, isn't it? You got
Should be
to
another
get
four.
early wickets. Yeah, that's short and that's pulled, and behind square, it'll be 4 more.
I got a feeling that Janssen only went for 6 runs in his first 4 overs or 5 overs, wasn't it? And he's gone for that in 1 shot. Well, he's gone for more than that in 2 shots.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You've got to use a new ball, get the wickets, and England have done the job of surviving up until that first difficult spell. I mean, Butler didn't score off how many balls, and that's been heaved. 6-4-6. Milan hammers that over long on. 6 more. This over, well, it's doubled his runs probably in 1 over. He's gone for, 6-4-6, 16. In fact, it has.
He's gone for 17 off 6 overs for 15. Less than 1 over for 17. He's such a good clean hitter, isn't he, when he's on song, Milan?
He is. He is one of those batsmen that in a T20, because he's got. I mean, he's all right in an ODI. In a T20, he's okay. I mean, there's complaints about he starts off too slow, but in an ODI, It's kind of made for him, isn't it? He can be a bit slow, but it's certainly when he gets going, he can be very destructive. David Milan guides that one down to third man, gets himself a single.
Milan's well ahead now. What, 88 of 93, Butler 78 of 89.
Yeah.
From where he was, he's done extremely well.
Well, this is it. You get your eye in now. These two both get tons. I mean, that was a 170 odd partnership.
That's a run a ball now.
Yeah, pretty much. That's very
Well
short.
bowled.
It was very well bowled. Slower ball bouncer. Butler had about 3 ideas for a shot. I think originally he was thinking pull, then he thought, bunt it over the keeper, and then he decided it was too slow and I missed out on all of them and let it through to the keeper. And there's no run.
Well, I haven't had a tweet for 14 minutes, so I'm getting a bit suspicious.
Give it to me here.
I am refreshing it.
What do we want? We want notifications.
Yeah, I'm on that.
Mentions. Yeah, we have no one. Maybe Twitter's gone down. Elon's fucked it up. I keep
Last one out, turn out the lights.
Well, exactly. I mean, I keep getting emails with people suggesting tweets, and I think 2 or 3 times in the last week I tweeted on it and said, we can't follow through on that command. Come back later. As that one is guided by Darrell Milan out to deep cover, and there is a single to Rassie van der Dussen. You see, you didn't have the volume up, but I was watching the game the other day on Sunday, and Rassie edged one into his pads and it went up. And Butler couldn't get through. A lot of fucking verbals between.
Oh yes,
that was fucking great. As that's an attempted pull by Butler, he misses out, comes off his.
What did he say? What did he say?
Well, he was like, "Well, you're in my way," and she was like, well, giving him a whole load of verbals, like, "I'm an outstanding." As that's just worked around the corner by Joss Butler to, I think, Ngidi down at short fine leg. It'll be a single.
I did see there was there not sort of some verbals between Butler and Philander as well? Was he commentating? I don't quite know what happened there. I thought I saw some sort of story about that.
Yeah, I heard the guys on the cricket podcast were talking about this. That it was more at the non-strikers end, and again Philander was in Butler's way.
Right.
Philander.
Yeah, Philander. Not recently.
Oh, right, okay.
That's played out to cover, and
told him to move his gut out of the way, or something like that.
Single, sorry, not out to.
See, Butler just seems like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, doesn't he?
Well,
it's extraordinary.
You've probably got to have it.
And with that voice, exactly, you can't. It just doesn't seem right. But clearly, that one slides on to Butler. He tries to clear his front leg and give it a heave into the leg side. It comes onto him a little bit quicker. Can only work it out to mid-wicket, who's on the edge of the 30-yard circle, so there'll be no run. 184 for 3. Run rate is now over 5.28. So, I mean, there's a potential here for still 300, really. As that one is heaved, and that's gone a long way out of the ground, I think. I don't think it landed on the grass bank. It's gone out of the pitch. 6 runs to Butler. He was 85 of 94. England in the ascendancy. And I guess, well, have we got any tweets? Anyone?
Well, yes, we've got 3 people, Jay, Annie and Clive, all telling us that they're here. Great, give us some tweets.
Yeah, we'll give us some tweets, yeah.
Other than I'm here.
Yeah, exactly. This goes back to your point about ODIs, actually, Hendo, that there was a chance to recover.
Yes.
And therefore, there's still a game on at 15 for 3, whereas in a T20 you kind of think, well, there's still an opportunity in a T20, but...
It can happen. Is this exposing South Africa's lack of a 5th bowler?
A little bit, but they've had this problem the whole series, really. I mean, in the first test, they had to get... first game, England fucked it up by getting all out, but they had to go back to Shamsi and Markram for 3 overs, but they decided to bowl out all the better bowlers until they run out of overs, and then went back to them, and by that point, Ollie Stone was in at number 11 and just chipped a catch back to Shamsi. Which,
I think that was the right thing to do, though.
Yeah, but it was the right thing to do. I mean, the number 11 facing a left-handed...
No, I mean front-loading their bowlers.
Yes, especially with the way the situation went. I mean, Nortje got, 3 wickets in 2 or 3 overs at the back end there, which really tore England apart, essentially. Janssen is back in. I think maybe a slower ball cutter. It's driven with no timing, really, by Darrell Milan out to the man at cover. Get himself a single.
Jay does say that we've missed some comedy gold. Oh well, we'll never know, I guess.
Well, we won't. A lot of patches of sand out on the leg side.
Take it easy, Jay. I'm just paraphrasing you a little bit.
There's only one man out at long off, presumably for the hoik over the top, which suggests that the Anson's going to bowl leg side-ish. He's bowling at Butler. Oh, no, I thought he'd edged that.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Maybe it went a little bit off, maybe another scrambled seam and went away.
Leah says she couldn't keep a straight face if Butler tried to chew me out. Probably true, but paging the pawn bot.
Yeah. There's another cross seam delivery. Jumped away. 10 and over gets England to 338. Would be very competitive.
I think it would, yeah. I think 300's more realistic. But if these
probably
guys stay in...
Ooh, driven out again by Butler. And again he misses it and beats his outside.
Clever bowling that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Through to the keeper and there's no run again.
But it's interesting, isn't it, when you think about the ball, getting the ball to go off the seam, but when you're bowling cutters and you're not landing it on the seam and you're getting the ball to still move. I mean, that's a cutter.
Well,
that's moving, isn't it?
That is a cutter. Well, it depends, doesn't it, whether it lands on a seam or whether it doesn't. I mean, that's the beauty.
That's a massive quick off break. That was. See it more easily from the front on.
There's a time. Oh, that's a horrible ball though. It's a full bunger outside off stump. It's been hammered out to deep extra cover. They'll get back for 2. And will that be a free hit? No ball. They've been quite tight on those.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Is De Kock playing today? Because I've just noticed that Klaassen's keeping wicket.
Yeah, Klaassen is keeping wicket. He got hit on the fingers, didn't he? He got an awful ball. And
Reza Hendricks has come in for De Kock.
And he's got hit in the fingers, and I'm not sure if he's back on.
Oh yeah, of course. He missed that one at was it extra cover mid wicket?
Mid wicket, yeah.
Janssen into the pitch, pulled by Butler out to deep mid wicket. It'll be a single. They haven't got Maharaj on this side, have they? They've got Markram and Shamsi.
Careful what you wish for. Annie wants to discuss what the RLODC's effect on international cricket. Everything's not about county cricket, in my opinion, but you can discuss if you like.
Royal London, we're due for 40 overs, wasn't it? But there's a 50 over competition next year, isn't there?
Is there a 50 over competition?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
Yeah. No, they were going to reduce it, weren't they, to 40 overs, which was pointless. So that's driven out to deep cover, and there is 1 run to end the over. 5 off of it. England 195 for 3 after 36.
There's absolutely no harm in having the 40 over competition when it was the John Player League, because you had if anything, you had a World Cup. When the World Cup came along, it was a 60 over competition to start with.
We had the Gillette Cup was a 60 over competition.
Gillette was 60 overs, yeah. And the Benson and Hedges Cup.
To be fair, to actually talk about what Annie's talking about, I don't think it's the number of overs that she's probably referencing, more the way it's been pushed into the sidelines.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's all because of the fucking.
But then you're finding a lot of pundits talking about one day international cricket, it's dying, it's not. Let's just have 2 formats. A lot of people have come out and said that, haven't they? And it's become a sort of narrative, or the beginning of a narrative, really.
It is.
Well, and you say that, and exactly that. I found these games actually. I mean, I didn't really take much. I wasn't really that interested in the ODI cricket last year because there was. I mean, the thing is, there's a World Cup coming up, so you kind of take a little bit of an eye off T20 and go more to the ODIs. And these games have been quite interesting, actually. This game particularly in a T20, you could see it all falling apart for England very quickly, being at the score they were. But
I keep saying this, so that I think for those people who want to see a day of cricket and they want to see both teams bat, then this is the perfect format, isn't it?
Yeah, and you do get a chance to recover. As that's dropped into the leg side as a shot of stumps, it misses. I think it'd have been in anyway, and they get through for a quick single. 196 for 3.
Something's got to give. They just try and keep squeezing more and more and more cricket out of everything.
Yeah, although I think some of these T20 competitions are going to die. I don't think there's going to be a lot of legs in the UAE one, based on the fact that they're relying on English players to make most of the teams up.
Well, it all depends on how much money gets put into it.
Well, it does.
And if you've got a bunch of,
exactly. There's no way that's self-financing.
No. And if they want a prestige tournament there, and they're prepared to spend 5-10 million a year on wages, and some oil billionaire puts up the money, it's a drop in the ocean in interest for him for a year, then it can probably still keep going. So that's clipped up to long on for a single.
But surely there has to come a time when, there's my argument at Cricinfo, treating every form of cricket and every competition as if it's of the same value. There has to come a point when people say what they value over something else. So if it's the South African and the UAE T20s running together,
well,
I mean, the way things are looking at the moment, the South Africa tournament looks way ahead of the UAE one.
Yes, but equally to that is the fact that it's who's supporting it and who's paying the money for it.
Yeah.
Magala is back in, by the way. He's bowling over the wickets, and Milan clips him up too long on for a single. And you might even say that the UAE one has more of a chance precisely because it can be funded out of someone's back pocket, whereas the South African one needs to be funded by broadcast money and whatever else money comes in.
Well, IPL franchises.
You look at this the IL T20 it's called, and a lot of the players are has-beens and never was-is.
Yeah.
I mean, if someone's prepared to pay for these basically B-list players, then that kind of thing will go on because the players are happy.
Yeah, exactly. They're getting a bit of payday precisely
when they're really not good enough to play in a major league.
Exactly that. Although they've got Joe Root out there, that's carved
have
into. Yes, he's playing for one team.
Yeah, and he scored 2 80s in successive games at the weekend. I mean,
in 40 balls.
Yeah.
As that one's cut out to point, and there is a single. 4 singles off the over, off Magala. Coming back, number 37 in his 6th over. Marginally over 6 and over. And England 1 run away from being 200 for 3. And a current run rate of 5.43, which is pretty damn good.
Don't you feel that the Big Bash has been reduced in prestige by the fact that people have shipped out to go and play in these other ones as well?
And the fact that it goes on for fucking ever.
Well, yeah,
that's pulled down to deep square leg for a single. I mean, the problem with a lot of these tournaments, I think, if you're going to have a merry-go-round of T20 tournaments, they almost all have to be short and sharp. The exception of probably is the IPL.
Exception is the IPL. The biggest problem with the Big Bash is that Australia haven't let their best players play in it. They just said, no, we're going to keep playing Test cricket. And, if you're not going to back your own tournament, then it might be time to turn it in.
Well, either that, or just decrease the window back to 4 weeks so that you can actually create a window.
Well, that
for
would
it.
make sense. The Big Bash is
absolutely.
way too long.
Yeah, it's way too long. Well, they just thought they would carry on with the IPL, wouldn't they, where the IPL went, which is interminably long. It's going to be 3 months this year.
Well, again,
that's down leg side, it'll be a wide.
Going from 10 from 8 teams to 10 teams, it just wasn't needed.
No, and just adds more games.
Well, it's not a question of being needed. It's a question of 2 more companies getting to make money.
Yeah.
Well,
and actually, the only place in the world where it kind of works is India, probably, because cricket in India is like the Premier League in the UK, isn't it? I mean, it is the premier.
Yeah, and if they're going to continue to not allow Indian players to play in other competitions,
exactly that. Horrible full toss gets what it deserves, which is slammed out through extra cover. You can't field it, and it hammers down to the fence. 4 more runs to end the over. Because you bowled wide, that kind of gave it away.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I mean, that's the basic, the power and the cachet that the IPL has is that A, they can do that, and B, they can just say, oh no, Pakistan players, and no one does anything about it.
I know.
Jay's given us a couple of tweets. He says, given Butler's extracurricular activities, chewing you out would be a merciful death. And he says, new episode of The Scary Door, Andy, a PC man in a world of Max. That would be X-rated, yes.
It's quite interesting to talk about Butler's voice, and it doesn't really go with someone being aggressive. I suppose you could go back to someone like Graham Gooch, but at least Graham Gooch looked mildly threatening and sort of rather scary in some respects.
Yeah, just through weight and big tash.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, Butler is so fey. It's ridiculous, really.
But Gucci's very high-pitched voice, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That doesn't help. Yeah, it's a bit David Beckham. Jay agrees with you, Hendo, about 50 over cricket. There you go.
I must say, I mean, I've actually quite enjoyed the series, and I wasn't particularly looking forward to it.
I must admit, I prefer one-day cricket, full one-day cricket, to T20. I do.
Oh, T20 is just interminably boring, I think, as that's just dropped by Milan down towards third man, who got himself a single. Within 4 of 100, Milan. Butler's within 6. Both have faced 101 balls, within 2 runs of each other.
Maybe it's also something to do with commentating. I mean, it's much more fun to commentate, I think, on tests and ODIs because you have something to get stuck into.
And you've got some time to digress. Yeah.
So it's more fun for us, and that's the most important thing.
And that is the most important thing, as long as we get our fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's T20s. You kind of think it to a certain degree. It's as much about.
I mean,
Diana
points about that it's not memorable, but T20 is forgettable. It's live in the moment and let it go.
Exactly. Which is why it doesn't matter if you lose, and why
There aren't enough consequences for losing.
No.
And teams can finish bottom and no one gets sacked and no one really reviews anything.
Exactly. It's a bit like the NFL. In that sense, it's guarded by.
Well, at least teams aren't incentivized to finish bottom like in the NFL.
Yeah, well,
that's
true.
crazy. When
With
teams
draft
start
picks.
throwing games to get their draft picks.
Exactly, as that's guarded down to third man for 2 runs by Butler, who catches up with.
Who gets to 100 first?
Yeah, who gets to 100 first? Well,
Neither.
Who smites a 4? Oh, that would
that
ruin the game.
It would. I know.
That would horribly ruin the game. 208 for 3. Although, even with we got 12 overs left after this. Even if these two were to go down, a score could be mustered, one thinks. Slower ball by Ngidi into the pitch. Again, Butler has time to change his mind. I think he's thought about pulling that initially. Then realised it was too slow into the pitch. He's probably going to be through a shot too early. Decided to guide it down at third man.
That still became a difficult shot to play because there was so little pace on the ball. I mean, the uppercut relies on pace to a large degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really the shot for that kind of ball. Or that kind of pace, I mean.
Yeah.
So there's not really a particularly good attacking shot that you can play to that sort of ball, really.
Well, unless you really try to pick it up over backward square leg.
Yeah.
But that's it's a way outside off stump. In many ways, funny ways, it's a good ball.
Yes.
Indeed. Darren Milan facing up to Ngidi, guides that down to third man. Heads off for one pretty quick, but Magala picks it up and it'll just be the single. 210 for 3.
So now they're both on 97. They're creeping to their hundreds
together.
We got 200 jingles, so I can play one each.
No, I think we only have the one.
Well, I'll tell you what. The first one who gets it gets a jingle, and the other one doesn't.
Oh, there you go. There's an incentive for you, boys. If you're listening out in South Africa.
That said, though, you don't often get the chance to play the 100 jingles so quickly twice in succession, do you? I mean, that is a rare opportunity.
And true. Ngidi is in, pulled by Butler. That one came through, wasn't a cutter. Maybe he mistimed it, got an under edge, goes to short fine leg, the man on the 45, and it'll be one run. He moves on to 98.
Yeah, I think this is if you think back to the second match in Bloemfontein, especially I noticed about Sam Curran. He was trying so hard to hit the ball really hard, and they were taking pace off it the whole time, and eventually he twigged that he should just wait and then smash it.
Yeah.
And this is, I think, what England need to do here at the moment. They're just getting the singles rather than really picking up the big shots.
They've got a couple of overs. They went 2 or 3 or 4 overs where they were getting 10, 12s, but they had that big over off Shamsi not that long ago, as that one is pulled up to long on. There's no run. I mean, they've got, 7 off that over.
Yeah.
As long as you're getting 6, 7s off the average over, and if you can get 10s, 12s, 13s off the other overs, then you're going to average around about 10. And you're going to get yourself to 300 plus again.
Rich Turner agrees with Hendo on the questionable sustainability of so many T20s. Well, I think they're still going to happen. They're just not going to garner a lot of attention. Jay says they're not going to run out of players in India. Well, they're not, but with 10 franchises and 7 Indian players per franchise, you are getting towards the lower
even
end
for
of
India.
Even for India.
Yeah,
I mean, this is going to annoy people in the green room and on Twitter. That's a problem with a blast. 18 counties and 9 English players per team. You're looking at getting down to 160 players. Obviously, the quality.
Is it only 2 overseas players in the blast?
I believe so. Obviously, the quality falls off. Whatever George DeBell says.
Yeah, driven hard by Milan, and nicely, but can't beat cover. He's on the edge of the circle, and there's no run. Magala coming in for his 7th over. Gone for 43 so far.
Yeah, when that point was put to George DeBell, he said, there's an unlimited talent pool.
What, in England?
Well, yes, but the talent gets
Of course it gets worse, and that's how stuff works.
Everyone's a talent. If you say everyone who can play is a talent, it's just how good is that talent?
In today's everyone gets a prize society.
No, I kind of agree with that. That's driven nicely straight back past the bowler by Darren Milan. I think he's not going to get his ton. He's going to
probably could have run that a bit quicker, couldn't he?
Probably could.
Didn't want to risk it.
99, 98.
Both get their tons and then hopefully speed up. I mean, we've still got 11 overs after this, so from where we were, this is a really fucking good recovery by England.
It's a game, isn't it? I mean, irrespective of whether South Africa can chase whatever it is England end up setting them, it's a game at 15 for 3 or 20 for 3 off 10 overs. It looked we weren't going to get anything.
You even said, this game's over when the third wicket went down.
Yeah, well, it took a 200 partnership and a run of ball to change that around.
As inside out goes Butler.
That'll be a single.
It will only be a single. He goes over the top of where extra cover is.
How often do you get two players on 99 off 105 balls each?
Well, not very often.
That's one for Andy Zoltzman.
Yeah. Really good comeback by England, though, you have to say. I mean, the run rate's got up to 5.56.
They've been fantastic to both get to this score. I mean, they've both caught up after the slow start.
Yeah.
So you've got to give them it this time.
Yeah, I think that's probably partly the influence of T20s, though, which you have to say has come into the longer form of the game. They're not scared to be able to, get their eyes in and catch up when the bad ball's offered. Magala comes in to bowl to Darren Milan, who will be the first to 100 as he cuts that down past the man on the 45 on the third man boundary. Gets it to the boundary for 4 runs. He moves on to 103 off 106. Well done, Darren Milan.
So he gets this.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations.
It's amazing. He's only played 15 ODIs.
Yeah, well, we haven't had many lately. They've been on the back seat.
But he's been around for so many years now. He's 34 now as well.
Well, he was a late entry into the England setup.
Yeah, he was more a T20 player, wasn't he? But I mean, I think these two formats are kind of interchangeable. I'd rather have him than Livingston, to be fair, as that's just dropped on the leg side.
Completely different player.
Yeah, well, a completely different player, but what I've seen, I mean, I was quite excited to have Livingston in the side last summer, but he just threw it away so many times playing.
Well, he kept going in the 20th over, which is not where he wants to be.
Well, no, exactly, but you're playing one-day cricket. You do know you have 30 overs left,
Yes,
and you do know you can expand later. You've basically got to get yourself in, and you know how to baff it at the end. You need to get through to the end.
The man with the bingo wings has just appeared again.
Oh, he's back, is he?
Yeah.
He was very upset.
Still wearing the vest, same vest.
Very upset in that first game.
He was very upset.
Is he going to be the bloke who looks like Steve McLaren of this, that World Cup guy?
Butler facing up on 99, and he clips it into the leg side. He gets his 100, and I think he's going to do it with a 4 as well. No, he's not. He's going to do it with a 2. He moves on to 101 off 106. Well done, sir.
I'll give him this one, which I'm not familiar with.
Oh, it's just a standing ovation.
Yeah. And that lasts for 2.5 minutes.
Wasn't that the jingle that we did for Alistair Cook when he kept getting standing ovations?
I think we played it 9 times in that test because he kept getting 100 and he kept coming out. And
got some tweets. Ravi, go Ravi. I'm Team Ravi. He says there's no way it's self-financing. You hate T20, but will fall on your swords for the least self-financing sport in the world. County cricket. Okay, the third least after polo and real tennis. Excuse me.
I'm on the fence about that. I mean, we obviously have big.
I mean, that is fair. You can't really. T20's not self-financing. County cricket, that's good though.
Yeah, there is a degree of that, but you do have to get players from somewhere. You do have to have some sort of league structure, presumably in a professional format. That's another Smaximum. That's fucking genius not genius, but Darren Milan just gets a half tracker. Flat bats it over the top of long on. 6 runs, 110 off 108. Got up over and won a ball.
And were you talking about players having radios?
On
the pitch?
Yeah, some of them are mic'd up.
I hate that.
Well, Leah says that's not allowed, thanks to Bob and Hansi.
I don't like interviews in the middle of a game.
I must admit, even I'm not dead keen on that. I mean, they can hardly say anything, can they?
Yeah, exactly. And Geedy in, and another attempted hoik into the leg side by Darren Milan. It probably was a single there if they'd set off straight away, but Milan's kind of earned it, 110 off 109. Gets a dot ball, 227 for 3, coming into the 40th over. So, and it's a no ball and a free hit. Lovely. And Ngidi's only gone for 28 in his 3 overs, so someone's got some serious tap.
Okay, Richard's coming in after 40. Do I click on him on here?
No, you don't need to.
Oh, he's already there.
He's there, so he can get himself in.
That's
when he's
a big
coming
no
in.
ball.
That's a bit careless.
We will be joined after this. We're all leaving, aren't we? Yeah.
Who's
Tony Messers and Richard are.
Good news. Nigel Walker appointed new acting CEO of Welsh Rugby.
Excellent. How much am I getting? Because I don't know. That's flat batted down to long on. It's only going to be the single, not particularly well timed by Darren Milan. But now they can really free their arms, can't they? 10 overs to go, a platform to go off of.
Oh, they can now, absolutely. And look, Butler and Milan have been absolutely fantastic. It's a tremendous partnership. taking them from 10 to 3, 10 for 3 or whatever they were, back into a position where they're almost back to 50-50 in this game, I would think.
Oh my God, we've got
Tony
Dad dancing Tony at the door.
Tony's dancing his way in. He's going to limbo under the
He's going to get top of. We see his bingo wings.
Yeah. I don't think we want to do that.
Prefer not. You've got some of this if you want.
No,
Tony.
I don't want you spraying
drink.
shit on these microphones. You're going
It's all right,
to break
it's
Yeah,
them.
that's what I thought. You can't spray liquid in there.
No, I mean, how much alcohol has it got in it? As that's cut out to point, and there's no one. If it's less than 50% or anything like that, don't spray it on the microphones because it'll be mostly water and it will fuck them up.
Maybe that's why I can't hear you through the. Oh, there's the headphones.
I did wonder if that was why you were sounding sort of scratchy and loud, because you just jizzed lots of gunk into the microphone. Well, goodness knows what's been happening. State of the green room.
Yeah. Dave's been here for 3 days, and the flat
Yeah,
looks
I can
like
tell. Yeah.
flat looks like a bunch of 20-year-old stoners have been here for fucking weeks.
Just one much older stoner.
Yeah, exactly. 2:30 for 3. Darren Milan is facing up. This over has already gone for 9. It's short.
Yeah,
And is it going to be given as a? I think it's going to be given as a wide, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, not quite.
It was wide.
Not quite.
It was wide. It was short in the pitch, and goes past. Richard's
I
already
think so.
there.
Yeah.
He's sitting in a waiting room.
Leah is correct. The best T20 league was the fake IPL set up to scam Russian punters. Did you see that?
Well, I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, a lot of these T20 leagues are basically set up for gambling, aren't they? I mean, essentially.
You're also forgetting about the T10 league that was on before Christmas.
Well, I mean, I watched a bit of that. I mean, that was mercenary cricket at its worst.
It was quite good if you were on your exercise bike.
Yeah, well, that's gone a long way. Picked up by Dawood Malan. He is on fire.
Ah, seeing as you mentioned it.
Smashed over long on for 6 runs. So this over has gone 6, no ball 1 wide 6. So how many is that? That's 16 off the first 4 balls of this over. England certainly know how to finish.
Look, I mean, I can't praise these two batsmen enough.
No, they've been fantastic. You knew it was going to take something like this. You didn't think it might happen.
Well, it just doesn't very often. And yeah, they've got. That's.
And they're already up with 10 overs to go.
16 with 2 balls left.
I mean, considering about 20 overs, they were about 2.5 and over. They've got themselves up to 5.97 in the next 20. This is pretty good going. And now, at 6 and over after 40, they're roughly where they should be, and they've only lost 3 wickets, so it's all changed around. And Geedy in, slower ball, just dropped into the leg side by Darren Milan. They scoot through for a single. And that came off his thighs, that's a leg by. He's now on 117 off 112. What's Jason Roy's record? 196, 180.
Going some. You'd have to get 80 off your last 30 balls.
Yeah, that's possible. That should have been given to the batsman. It came off his glove. I don't know why it's gone down as a dot. I think it has now. 118. Butler facing up for the last ball of the over. Predicted score is 299. I think they're going to get more than that if these two stay there. And even if they don't, cut nicely by Butler out to the man on the boundary. And there will be a single to end the over. We're all going to have a little switcheroo. Tony is going to take you in for the finish for the last 10 overs. I shall sit here and wait until he gets in his seat. We're joined by Richard. All right, Richard. Hello, mate.
All very good. Greetings from Austria.
Austria. Nice.
Yeah.
I think I went to Austria once to film this chalet for a property programme. Skiing chalet, and it snowed in November. It was great. I was there for 2 days. I think it's the only time I've ever been to Austria. Right, I'm going to leave now that you're all sitting there, and I will see you the other side of the break. Till then, goodbye.
See you, Bear. Hello, Tony. Hello, Richard.
Well,
hello, guys.
Has been hello. This has been some recovery, isn't it? Goodness me. 14 for 3, England were.
Yeah, well, I mean, the bloody commentators, since I left 10 overs, have just given England everything. I don't know what's going on. Can't take a wicket to save their lives.
239 for 3. And I reckon, what's this partnership worth now, Messrs? What do we want? It'd be the fourth wicket.
226, is it?
I think that's a record for England ODIs. I'll let you know in a moment.
Yeah, I just saw that stat come up on
Pretty
TV.
sure.
Yeah, I think it was
Mangala's in, and he's been lumped back over his head, straight down the ground by Dawid Malan, who has looked like Butler. Yes, it was just Butler. I thought it was. I haven't changed the thing over. And well, poor old Mangala got the treatment and plenty more besides there. Welcome to, well, a warm official welcome then to Richard.
The official welcome. Thank you for having me. Nice to be here. Straight after two people have registered hundreds. I hope it won't always fall.
Well, I was about to say, you can already come again. If you can bring England this type of fortune. In rumbles Mangala again, and he spears this one into the leg stump, and it's just squeezed away really down to long off by Jos Buttler.
Well, I intend to preside over 10 good overs for South Africa to bring it into the 50, but it's not looking good, is it?
You will have to as we meander our way through, well, hopefully it'll be an exciting last 10 overs, but we're all keen to know how a South African ends up in, is it Vienna?
Got sick of Vienna after 5 years and have now moved out into the middle of nowhere, to the Kimberly of Austria, one might say, but maybe even a tad smaller.
So no more waltzing. You've gone somewhere else to do your waltz. To waltz.
Do you have a big hole all of your own?
Well, that is a slightly personal question to ask anybody when they've only just joined us. This one is left alone outside of the off stump of the bowling of the sizable Mangala. None for 59 for him. But
get those questions out of the way early. I do live near quite a large hole, actually. If you could define a very vast lake as a whole, which I suppose you could, called the Neusiedler See in the east of Austria. Yeah,
that looked quite high.
Borders.
Taken by Klassen on the way down, but given as a dot ball. So 7 off this over so far from Mangala. He rumbles in again. This one, it's a bit top edged now. There should be someone underneath. Klassen saying, this is mine, I've got the big gloves. He takes it on the fall in front of Ngidi, and the partnership has been broken. I've only been here 4 balls. England was strolling along beautifully, and well, look what happened. 264 for 4. And well, that, depending on which way you're looking at this game, is a bit of a shame. Well bowled Mangala though, wicket for him. So what did that partnership end up at?
Tony?
What did that end up at, Messrs? That partnership?
I think it ended up at 223. 233.
233. Previous record 226, which was Andrew Strauss and Andrew Flintoff. So yeah, that is undoubtedly a decent effort. He signalled it, didn't he, Richard? Did Klassen, and said it was mine, but I think he had to reach further than he wanted, don't you?
Yeah, well, at no point in his running towards the ball did he look the picture of confidence, did he? But yeah, he is a stand-in wicket-keeper, and having done the job myself, I'm always very reluctant to criticise them, because it's so easy to forget that wicket-keeping is not easy.
Oh, come on. We don't let experience stop us being critical on cricket.
No, absolutely
but I've got to go out and wicket-keep in a couple of months. I don't like it when people criticise me.
So you play your cricket in Austria?
I do. Occasionally moonlight in Devon when I'm back in the UK, but primarily for the Vienna Cricket Club Old Boys team, and perhaps also for Budapest this coming year, since I live halfway between the two.
Budapest? Which side of the Danube do they play? The Pest or the Buda side?
They play on the Pest side, some way out of town, actually. They're technically not in either of them.
The other thing that always amazes me, I love Budapest, by the way, as we wait for Mangala, who's in, and this one is played down into the ground, and it's going to beat the man at third. Yes, it is, and it's going to be 4 runs. Shamsi it was, and he seems to rather dive over it, but it's one of these. And the new man that scored it, well, it's this chap.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditional. Moeen Ali.
One hairy dish, and one hairy dish who's got himself straight off the mark as he waits again. That one he's kept a bit lower and beats his outside edge. Bit of a waft from Moeen Ali through to Klassen it goes. So 4 for Moeen Ali, 110 off, exactly 110 balls for captain Jos Buttler. Dead rubber or not, Richard? Jos Buttler does not want to have 6 consecutive defeats against his name, I wouldn't think. Would you?
No, he definitely doesn't. And of course the World Cup qualification subplot is important, but I think the whole context of the general revival of South African cricket with the T20 going on either side of this just adds a bit of something to this tournament. And I really like that they've done the break, and I think more countries should do that, not just as a stopgap, because it says, hang on, T20 is great, but it signals international cricket is something we should stop everything else for, because it's the pinnacle. If you want to preserve international cricket, big if whether administrators want to do that, but I think it's a good way to do
we
it.
all hope they do.
That's the Guerrilla Cricket Charter almost.
He's creating a favourable first impression, apart from costing England a wicket on his debut immediately. Nonetheless,
one thing I should mention, Richard, is you may notice that you don't hear jingles, but they are going out on air. It's just on Zoom we don't hear them.
Shamsi back into the attack.
Left arm. Alice Clark on the jingles. Can I? Since I've
steered away on the 45 for a single. So England move on to 251, and they've got 9 and a bit overs to try and haul that somewhere, if they can, up to around 330, 340. Do we think, Richard?
It's got to be well in excess of 300, I would say, from here. Absolutely. Otherwise, they'll be sorely disappointed, having got back to such a good position. Yeah, I think 320, 325 got to be the minimum target from here.
Indeed. The other thing I remember very much about Budapest, fabulous jazz clubs. If you're into jazz. The other striking thing, apart from a castle and all those kind of things, is that Blue Danube is anything but blue. That's the other thing I always remember thinking about Danube as we wait for Shamsi. And that's swing and a miss by Moeen Ali, but his back foot was rooted. Klassen did the classic wicket-keeping thing of showing how lively he is by whipping the bails off anyway, but there were almost roots in the toes of Moeen Ali there. So deep was it, his back foot dug. Shamsi in again. That's lofted and dropped at short extra. Not quite sure who the man there was. Not the tallest. It was Risa Hendricks. Up went his arm, got a good hand to it, but it went through, and Moeen Ali perhaps a little fortunate to survive, Richard.
And not the first time. Well, first of all, Risa Hendricks is apparently back on the field. The first time one has slipped out. I think it was the left hand last time around when it was hit much harder earlier in the day, and it got his finger and sent him off for a while.
Shamsi in again, gets plenty of turn. Buttler edges this off his thigh. Again down on the 45, and will get a single. He should move on to 112. We're going to watch a few replays. Yeah, he's leaping like a salmon. Both feet are off the ground. He has a grab as he tries to fall. It would have been some catch, but one, as they say, he might be disappointed. That was a leg by, in fact.
Well, he just didn't time. He just didn't time it right, did he?
Guides this
much
away.
like the batsman in the first 10 overs.
He didn't. Guided out to extra cover. 2 men converge. Will be another single. 254 for 4 England. Eventful over, really. A drop catch, leg by, and 3 other singles. So there's been 4 from it. But could easily have been an extra wicket in the total if Risa Hendricks had clung on. He didn't, as this one is guided by Buttler out to the cover boundary where it's fielded, probably about 10 yards in. The Diamond Oval at Kimberly looks like a fabulously attractive ground.
So Tony, I'll get in a few tweets
please
if I
do.
can a bit back. Annie Chase says that's why it should have been a Premier League blast that gets televised with the top players instead of the 100. Umbrella says, so in our now everyone gets a prize society, as was just mentioned. Are there any international cricketers that still wouldn't qualify for a prize just because? I've retweeted that Tom Brady has announced he's officially retiring again, which will be interesting to see how long that lasts. Spicy Golden Duck says, good afternoon, Gorillas. Thanks for the commentary. County cricket funds itself by producing the England team, which generates tickets, sponsorship and TV revenues. Speaking of funded, I've dropped £40 in a collection bucket.
And
Good on you,
the
Spicy.
blast and the handouts from the 100, amongst
Yes.
other things. I did see Annie tweeting quite rightly about if you decimate the Royal London Cup, don't be surprised when your international form in the 50 over format suffers. Yes. Parnell, that's rather top edgy by Butler. He swings it away down to deep backward square. It is going to be fielded down there. They will take 2. So England move on to 257 for 4. Run rate still over 6.
It's another one of those balls from Parnell today that have been just a little bit too straight, coming over the wicket with the left arm to the right-handers. I mean, that was exactly where the gap was in the field around square leg, and Butler helped himself even with a mishit.
Well, he's had to pull out of this run. The umpire, who was a new name to me, I have to say. The umpire is Aladian Paleka, I think, 45-year-old from Cape Town.
New name to me as well, even as a Cape Townian.
Well, there you go. The other umpire today needs, literally no introduction at all. It is, of course, Marius Erasmus. In comes Parnell, left armour, it's full and it swings a little bit, swings back into Jos Buttler, and he wafts a little bit at it, and it goes through to Klassen, standing in today for Quinton de Kock, and there is no run. I mean, Parnell's been around, forever, hasn't he? I know he had a spell at Kent, I think Worcestershire. So he's no stranger to English cricket watchers, is Wayne Parnell. He's had a couple of spells in over here in English county cricket. Left arm over, this one is swung high. Has he got enough of it? Oh, you bet you have. It's gone all the way. David, who's sporting a jaunty titfer, was trying to tell me something, but I've got headphones on, I had no idea what it was. Worcestershire. Yes, I said that. Did I say I thought I'd said that. But this was beautifully in, as helpfully described on the screen, the slot. But Butler climbed into it. It was absolutely hauled away straight for 6. This one hits him on the hip as he tries to swing to leg. It hurt him as well because he's limping his way for that single. I'm sure the pain will be marginally dulled by the fact he's on 120 after 16. I'm going to retrospectively give him the benefit of this. And it was an absolute monster in front of a bunch of England flags. I saw one for Hull City there. Who else did we see today? Ossett. There's a few. There's always one for Stoke, who I'm sure there must be a bunch of Stoke fans who seem to go everywhere England go. 264 for 4. Jos Buttler, 120.
And regarding Wayne Parnell, you're right, forever. 2009 played his first ODI.
This is it. This is swung by Moeen Ali this time. Did that travel the distance? I'm not sure. I think that made just about short. He pulled it away, really, or flicked it away to backward square. I'm just waiting for confirmation that it was a 4. It was. It bounced just short, but it's one of these. Yeah, he strikes me as I might be being unkind to him, sort of something of a meat and potatoes cricketer, Wayne Parnell.
Not a bad description, I'd say.
I mean, not that he eats that, but that he's just standard plus, as this one's guided.
Nothing wrong with meat and potatoes.
No one. Oh well, like I said, I wasn't being disparaging, as this one is guided away. It's another single to finish the over. England 269 for 4 after 43, and we can go back to Messers.
Jay Grover says, oh my word, I really want to see what's on Richard's walls now. It's like you live in a Richard Dad painting. The only thing I can make out is a Formula 1 car behind you, I think.
Yeah, there is a Formula One car or three. There are a few cricketers in that corner from the older Benson and Hedges Night Series in South Africa that I grew up with in the 1980s.
And 1980s.
Essentially, my walls are exactly the same as they were when I was 10 years old.
Fair enough.
These posters are that old.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I make no apology.
Dave
Growing up is for grown-ups.
Yeah. Dave Wood says, did Vienna mean nothing to Richard?
I always say to the Austrians who are shocked by my move.
Shamsi in. This one is horribly wide. Moeen had a swing and a miss. Klassen shrugs, but I'm sure Marius Erasmus must have signalled wide for that.
And feels the need to have a word with Shamsi, like as if he was saying, seriously, that wide?
Well, let's have a look. It pitches. It pitches well and truly within the tram lines, but it definitely turned away. What's he got this time? In he comes, left armour to left-hander, and Moeen Ali steers this really out to deep cover. The unmistakably gangly, I forgot his name, Marco Janssen in his floppy hat. There's something scarecrowy about Janssen when he's wearing that hat. I mean, you could just imagine him in a field with his arms out, with crows basically perched on each arm.
I don't think he would only scare the crows. He does a very angry expression. But
especially now with his new tash. This one is horrible from Shamsi. Joss Butler can't believe it, and he goes, well, if you're going to bowl me that, there's only one place it can go, and he launches it over square leg for one of these, but the fact is he had heaps of time to do it.
Oh, I say, champ, give me any lip.
Richard, that was a pie, you've got to be honest.
Oh, no, he's falling to pieces. And spin is not always your friend as a spin bowler.
That's a better ball, though.
That is a better ball.
Pushed it through onto the off stump this time. Less of a Shamsi shambles. And guided it was quite nicely out to long off for a single 278 for 4. Yeah, this seems to be the problem with Shamsi. He'll have his moments and bowl some terrific balls, but every so often you'll get, a couple of pies in succession as well. So it's consistency, really. And there's another horrible one down leg. Well, actually on the offside, but it's what's Marius going to give this time? He's looking thoughtful.
Take your pick.
I think he's decided not to. Moeen Ali's got a bit of a smile on his face. I think he thought, he tried to hit it one-handed. He took his hand off the bat and he tried to swing it away, but it was given as a dot ball. He steps back and he's hauled this high over long on. That's gone a mile and probably a mile more. And it's another one of these.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
This one steered a little more cautiously by Moeen Ali out to mid-wicket. He will get a single. Don't tell Mangala too loudly, but the Shamsi buffet is well and truly open. And
I think it's
was
closed
16
now.
off that over because it's the end of the over and we go to Messers.
The 6 overs remaining and the fast bowlers have got 6 overs left.
Well, there you are. They have shut the buffet shutters now.
The Pornbot's worried I'm stealing its material. We're talking about big holes. He says, are you a member of the Pornbot Union, Mercy? Farong is with us, says, hope everyone's well. 3 for 20, now 3 for 200 plus. Interesting, I knew this has happened. He's singing karaoke. He's done his first song out of 94 Thai songs, and his average is 12, so he's got a way to go yet. And Jay says, as long as Richard doesn't work in advertising and isn't the serial killing partner, he's fine by me.
Parnell, our meat and potatoes chum, is in. That's full and dug out by Ali. Out to mid off and or down to mid off, and he will get a single. Bring Joss Butler, very much the man of the moment. Now he's lost Dawid Malan as his partner.
quick word on Butler, just to pick up on something that was said earlier. There was mention of the incident between him and Fernand Philander quite a few years ago in a test match. I remember it very vividly for some reason at Newlands. I can confirm that Butler called Vernon a knobhead when he was batting.
I'm sure he's been called worse as we wait for Parnell, and Butler had stepped out towards leg, and he's going to have to hobble and limp his way up the track for a single. It squirted away really into the offside, and it's been given as a leg bye. He didn't lay any bat on it, and it's 287 for 4. Somewhere in the weather cave, something is making Messers chuckle.
Dave Wood says, I have news for Tony about both the Black and the Red Seas.
What did I miss?
After your comment about the Blue Danube.
Oh, I see. The Black Sea's not black and the Red Sea's not red. Well, I've dived a lot in the Red Sea, and yes, you're right. The only red is when I scratch myself on some coral or something. As this one is beautifully just guided effortlessly by Moeen Ali.
And to be fair, when the sun comes out and is at a certain angle at certain times of the year, it has a bluish tinge.
The Danube?
Yes.
I must have been at various times at the wrong time of the year then.
Yeah. I spent 5 years watching it quite closely. I had an apartment overlooking it. So it gets quite close to an acceptable blue at times.
Beautiful.
At times.
You didn't say whether you're in advertising
full time.
or not, Richard.
Full time. What am I saying? Full time. Full ball. Wide of off stump.
Not really. No, not really.
Not really. I don't know if that's a satisfactory response.
Well, that's the answer of a freelancer who is open to all kinds of work.
Fair enough.
Doesn't want to exclude anything at the moment in these tough times. But by calling, by ideal, no.
4.4 overs in, and Richard's already got in a fine piece of self-promotion. So well done there. 288 for 4. Oh no, that's full. It's clipped, but I think it was on the bounce, short of Janssen, who is a very long man at longish on or off. I beg your pardon. And there is no run, and England move on to 289 for 4 off this over. Parnell, I think, has been trying to bowl fuller from what I see as a way of keeping the score down. Richard.
Yeah, that is his way. He's always a little on the full side. Very, very rarely drops in a really short one. And that sometimes has its benefits when there's swing about.
Well, that's a full toss.
Hasn't been any of that
today. Though, is overcooking or over-egging the pudding, because it was far too full. It was clipped effortlessly, high and handsome over deep backward square, and Moeen Ali will get 6 more. So after that opening partnership that crumbled to 14 for 3, when England struggled desperately to get the ball off the square, from then on, it's been a real... well, actually, to be fair, Butler and Milan both started cautiously, didn't they? And they took their time to get into their swing, but when they launched, boy, have they launched. And Moeen Ali has just pressed accelerate from the off, which he has to do, really.
Well, there's been some pretty rubbish bowling, too, to be honest.
Well, Shamsi's bowled like a dream.
Annie wants to know where you play your cricket in Devon, Richard, she being an Exeter girl.
I sort of split my time between Stoke Gabriel Cricket Club and Babacoom Cricket Club.
Ooh,
there you go.
I think I've got a feeling Annie's radar will be twitching at the thought of Babacoom for some reason. Don't ask me why. I just have a sort of a vague memory of her talking about Babacoom, but I might be
Babacoom will mean a lot to it's got its quirks, let's say, as an outfield.
95 4-4. We're going into the last 5 overs. Joss Butler, I wasn't quite sure what he was attempting there. He was attempting to flick it through as it went down the leg side. Offside rather. He didn't get a bat on it. He sees the funny side of it, and it will ultimately result in a dot ball. So we're still 295 for 4. Butler 128 of 123. He's facing the left armour, and he's put this high. I'm not sure he's got all of this. There should be 2 men coming up. In one is Janssen, the other was, I think, Markram, and I think it was a little bit of after you, Claude, no after you, Cecil, because they left it to each other, and it dropped harmlessly but somewhat fortuitously for Joss Butler in the space between them. It wasn't Markram.
I don't think
who was the other one there?
To be honest. I don't think it was catchable, was it? I think they were both.
Well, we'll
clearing
see. I think one of them, if they'd really gone for it, could have done. It was Risa Hendricks again.
Was Hendricks, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, nightmare in the field. On his home ground, actually. The only Kimberly
indeed.
native in this match.
As this one is pulled by Moeen Ali. It was shorter, slightly loopy bounce. And Moeen Ali had plenty of time to pull it round to deep square. Got himself a single, brings Joss Butler back onto strike. England 3 shy of their 300. I wonder if he's been down big hole then, if he's a native of Kimberly.
Ooh.
Oh,
Sounds like something teenagers would do.
What? I wasn't even supposed to be rude as we wait for this.
No, it wasn't actually, but I mean, where would you go and do your drinking if you were a teenager in Kimberley?
Well, okay, as this one is guided. This partnership 52 off 30, fine effort. Moeen Ali, as we said, really hit the ground running. 298 for Janssen, has gone for 3 of the 4 he's bowled. Marco Janssen, none for 41 so far for him. I don't think I jingled him up, so I will do if I get the chance. This one is full and floaty. There's a slower Yorker really. Ali thought about run, didn't, was turned back. The throw came in. He does look rather terrifying, gaunt and terrifying, doesn't he, with that moustache?
Yeah, and it's hard to get a smile out of him.
Well, yeah, maybe he's just got one of those faces that doesn't smile easily. He's definitely looking a bit grumpy at the moment.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that for a fast bowler.
I'm not sure he's actually here, Marco Janssen. Oh, here he is. I'll give him a jingle soon as he's near it.
You think Marco would play polo?
He's in, slapped back, but all the way along the ground. There is a man at long off, deep long off, and they will just get a single. It means after 46, 299 England, 130 Joss Butler, 29 Moeen Ali, and messes with your messages.
Leah says, I get the feeling that the ECB solely exists to annoy English cricket fans. She also says, isn't the match referee, his name's Jeff Crow, a cousin of Russell Crowe? He may well be.
He is.
From New Zealand. He's Martin Crowe's brother.
Both related to Martin, absolutely right. No, you're 100% right on that one.
And Jay Grover says, I would voice my views about the financial viability of county cricket, but Annie knows where I live.
Well, except down to the city. I'm not sure she knows street, house number and street name, but as this one's
Jay says, I dream of meat and potatoes, you posh twat.
That was again shorter and a rather loopy bounce, left alone outside of off stump, and there was no run from Geedy back into the attack. The destroyer for England really early doors. All 3 wickets falling to him, although 2 of them at least were arguably all 3 to very, very loose shots indeed from Roy Duckett and perhaps to a lesser extent Harry Brook. This one is short and lofted, greedily, hungrily and magnificently out to the square boundary by Moeen Ali, and it's another maximum for him.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
And there's a lot of English folk in the crowd, and they are all, to a man and woman and child, applauding the fact that England have got moved on to 305. Some effort, really, you've got to say, Richard, haven't you?
Amazing. It's like, was that really today? 14 for 3.
Oh, do you know what? That's also awfully close to a no ball, and indeed it is a free hit. And Moeen Ali's done it again. He has launched this. I think he's got that halfway down Kimberley High Street. It's probably fallen into the big hole. It hasn't. It's in amongst the crowd. But it's another one.
I think Lungi and Geedy will also be asking himself if it was today.
Yeah.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
Well, Moeen Ali, this is super stuff from him, although he's being aided by some iffy bowling. Was that catch taken in the crowd? No, I think the chap who was trying to catch it And this one's big shout for LBW. No, says umpire Paleka. And Guidi, I think that was going down leg, Richard, wasn't it? It didn't seem the most well. I think.
Well, it's a no ball anyway, by the look of it. No.
Another,
Yes.
yeah, it is given as a no ball.
God.
So never mind about
Lungi and
that.
Guidi, it's another free hit. Well, now you've just been slapped for a couple of sixes. One was off a free hit. What do you think you'd be bowling to Moeen Ali here if you're Lungi and Guidi?
I mean, it's been quite. They've done quite well at the slower bounces today. If he bowls a slightly shorter one, but
it's a big
that
no
will
ball,
catch
isn't
him
it?
out on pace. That's worked
They've
at
really
times
missed
today.
Nortje, haven't they?
Well, you wouldn't have said that when England were 14 for 3. And Guidi
But that was
in. It's
all-
a full
yeah.
toss, and
That got his stump.
I don't.
Was
Yes, it
next.
has.
It's got his stump.
I think. Well, it doesn't matter, of course, because it was a free hit. But Moeen Ali had a whifty waft, trying to work it away down leg, and has actually been bowled as the ball went through. He'd exposed his leg stump, which was duly rattled by Ngidi. But it was a free hit, so it didn't matter. The big disappointment for England was that he didn't really put runs on the board because of it.
And the
And it's
new
a dot
law
ball.
now is that once it's hit the stumps like that, you can't score runs, isn't it?
It is indeed. It is indeed. 313 for 4 are England. Lungi Ngidi is, which he's bowling for, I think, from the country club end. We thought it was just the north and south end, but we've learnt that is not just the case now. That's a beautiful full delivery that has bowled Moeen Ali. He's figured out that he got a free try with a free hit, so he bowls exactly the same ball, which works again. Ali trying to clear space, work it to leg. In fact, it's knocked back his leg stump, and he has to go. But he's gone for a very useful contribution. Equally importantly for England, at a very decent lick. Actually went between his sort of bat and he spread his legs, didn't he? And it nutmegged him and took the stump, and he's gone.
Yeah. Dislodged exactly the same bail that just went.
It was. He's gone for 41 off just 23, and from an England perspective, that was very much what the doctor will have ordered, because they'd struggled early on. Then they had a long spell where Milan was really sort of scratchily trying to get himself into some kind of nick. Joss Butler likewise, but then they took off the stabilisers and off they sailed. So Moeen Ali's job really was to keep that going once they'd lost Dawid Malan, and he's definitely done that, Richard.
Yeah, and yeah, it was a perfect situation for him, really. He likes to come in and play with a bit of license, and he had that platform. And also, Lungi Ngidi will have his eye on a 5, however badly it's going for him now. Those wickets are adding up. One to
Here's
go.
the man who donated £700 of his match fee for, frankly, having a go at poor little Temba in a very unnecessary fashion. We'll jingle him up after this delivery. He's left-handed, of course. It's Sam Curran who guides this out towards deep square and gets himself a single. Here is little Sammy.
Is he a batter or bowler? Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. He starts from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
And he's going to be facing what should be the last ball of this Ngidi over. Joss Butler, though, is going to take it. It's worked off his legs. There will be a man on that deep square boundary. There is indeed. It's Wayne Parnell. It's just a single. Butler probably in good for England is that Joss Butler will keep the strike on 131. They're 315 for 5, Messers.
I can just give you an update. In the deciding T20 between New Zealand and India are 156 for 3 after 15 overs. So they're going big there. Clive Brooks says, I'm not sure I can remember a team under 50 after 17 overs and have a very good chance of 300 plus. This is an amazing comeback. You can see that was a little while ago. Jay says, Richard, that's very disappointing. Fair dues. I had Dad Prince on my wall at 10 years old. Still do, but I used to as well. Credit to Mitch Hedberg.
Marco
And
Janssen
Jay says,
is,
not really in advertising. Oh.
Well, Marco Janssen looks like he's claimed Jos Buttler because Buttler has hauled this straight down the throat of the man at long off, and Janssen, 6'7" and a scary moustache, has done the trick belatedly from a South African perspective, but Jos Buttler has holed out, and England have lost another wicket. It's not run out. What are we doing? Here we do. We go with this one.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
315 for 6. Buttler takes off his helmet and his gloves. He has done a terrific job from an England perspective. 131 off 127 in the end. Who was it who took the catch? Took it very tidily. No doubt about that.
Didn't spot that. I was just trying to figure out what average Buttler will have for the series with a 94 not outed there and now 130 odd.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
he never quite got, a little bit toe-endy, that one.
Oh, was it Miller?
I think it might have been David Miller.
It had a little wobble, you know, it was the tips of his fingers, he called it.
I'll let you know in a minute who the catch was by. Even I'm not sure. Chris Wokes, though, is the new man, not to be confused, of course, with Chris Woke, the seam-up battler for Woke rights. This is the real Chris Wokes as he guides his first ball into the offside, and they scamper a hasty single.
Real Chris Wokes.
It's the real Chris Wokes, and brings Sam Curran on to strike. 131 off 127 was Jos Buttler. A fine, would dare one say, a captain's knock, I would say. And the catch was Markram. It was Aidan Markram took the catch, and he took it very comfortably too. 316 for 6, just shy of 3 overs left for England. 2 overs and 4 balls to be precise. This one is slapped high. Has he got enough of it? Oh, has he ever? That's gone the distance, straight back over the bowler's head, and it's going to be yet another one of these.
Super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, rocka, super shatter.
Now, Richard Temba-Bavuma did say it's not easy to defend on this ground because you do have 2 short boundaries either end. Wouldn't say it's going to be easy for England to defend, would you?
No, but it's a big score.
Janssen in. This is
going to
slapped back again, fielded very, very quickly indeed as 2 men converge, literally at in a line with the stumps. Really,
they will have to work hard to defend it, but they've got some good runs on the board to chase that. I wish I could tell you more about Kimberly as a ground and as a city, but despite being South African, it's one of those places you don't go unless you have a very specific reason.
Well, I'm glad you told me that. I can tell you. Well, I think I'm not sure you were on air. As we were, I don't know what Messrs is chuckling about. As this one is nudged away into the onside, they should take 2. Yes, they will.
I was sort of thinking it's the Middlesbrough of South Africa then.
No, I think that's no, not at all. Not at all. It's very famous.
I was more scared in Middlesbrough than I've been anywhere in South Africa.
1866 was when Erasmus Jacobs found a little pebble on the Orange River that became the Eureka Diamond. When it was sold, he sold it to his father, who then gave it to his father, and his father sold it for a considerable sum of money. 1877 is when they began the big hole. That sort of kept getting bigger between 1877 and 14, and it's a wicket. And Curran has been bowled. He stepped back, interrupting my history lesson because he stepped back.
So much to unpack there.
Look at it. Look at it. To try and work it away to off. He didn't. It was full. It was straight. And Sammy Curran just was trying to get on with things, gave himself room, and just really forgot to hit the ball. Or played just on top of it, in fact, and it rocked back his off stump, and he will have to go. He's been bowled by Janssen.
He's about 10 minutes too late on that.
He was.
I do hope that Dad shared the money when he was given the diamond and sold it for a large amount of cash.
That I don't know. I can tell you one other interesting thing about Kimberly, very quickly. It was the first city in the Southern Hemisphere and the second in the world after Philadelphia to integrate electric streetlights into its city system, as it were.
Gosh.
Well, there was obviously all that diamond money.
If I'd not listened to Guerrilla Cricket, I wouldn't know that.
Well, you'd have
That's
had no
amazing.
reason to be interested, really.
Jay Grover says, not really in advertising, not really. I know what this means. Fuck you, Richard, they're dead to me now.
We'll have to get you on with fourthy, grubby me, Richard.
I am a journalist and a protector of the truth. I would never sold myself any PR.
Definitely never been in advertising.
How about
Leah says, that reminds me of if the Irish can colour the Hudson green for a day, can't they colour it blue for the rest of the year? Joke from Fugitive. Annie says, I know both those grounds well. You must let me know when you're here, Richard.
I knew it.
And Richard, do you have a Twitter handle?
Yes, it's this will open up another set of stories, but it's at my green jacket.
Oh, hello. Have you won the Masters without telling us? 327 for 7. As this one is full, and it was the slower ball Yorker, but wide of the off stump. And
I did try to win the
single.
Masters once. Well, I tried to qualify once, and that was the origin of the Twitter handle, my green jacket.
Oh well, we
and the jacket exists. I'll show it. I'll show it to you.
So did you get a green jacket just for playing, or did you buy yourself one?
I had one made up. It's got a South African map in the middle instead of a American map. And I ran around with that for a couple of years. Long story.
328 for 7, and Chris Wokes crunches this, but crunches it out to deep extra cover, and just gets a single. England dealing with singles only in this over. Better over from Ngidi, but overs tend to get better when you've got a couple of wickets and you've got 2 new batsmen at the crease, and you haven't got the likes of Joss Butler and Dawid Malan just coming hard at you, and indeed Moeen Ali.
He'll be happy with the singles, I think, after Ali took to him and the no balls and the free hits in the previous over.
Yeah, I think I'd go along with that. He probably would. It's 329 for 7. Ngidi, again, it's full, not at full pace, I don't think, and again, it's just guided really by Rashid this time out to that man on the deep cover boundary. One more single. Richard quite right. It's another single. England possibly happy. I mean, they certainly won't want to lose all their wickets. That would be a bit of a stretch from here, but we've seen stranger things happen, of course.
Sam Curran, the last man, will be very pleased to have got rid of Ali and
well, there could have been
when they did
some terminal damage applied if they had stayed there. Swung
Exactly.
by Chris Wokes.
And having these two at the crease now with Ngidi, who has generally been quite good today,
Absolutely.
apart from that when the wheels came off and over a go, it could be the difference between 340 and 360.
Well, you were talking about your green jacket. That shot, if that had been a golf shot, any golf coach would have told you immediately that he needed to keep his head still and down looking at the ball. Chris Wokes, on the other hand, was looking somewhere up towards the Kimberly sun. And
you couldn't fault the follow through though.
Well, no, you couldn't fault the follow through. And Ngidi in, that's full, and it's flicked again out towards deep mid wicket. It's going to be fielded. 2 men are out there, and it's the only 2 rather blotted the copybook of that over. It's a 2 to finish. 332 for 7 England, 5 for Wokes, 2 for Rashid, and we're back to the weather cave. Messers.
Jay says, Tony, this is apropos Annie knowing his address. Alas, my County Cricket Matters magazine doesn't get sent to bloke in Sheffield.
She, of course,
I really should have a registered PO box.
She genuinely does know your address. Of course, she would know it. Yeah.
and he says, please stop calling people at least 2 inches taller than me little.
Who is that? Bavuma.
Possibly. Brian Barry says, G'day and Gamora cricket nerds. I've got my days mixed up and forgot there was a match on today.
Well, it's Magala. Oh, what a horrible ball that is. What was that? I mean, that was a pie with an extra pie on top. I mean, it was just shocking, and it was hauled high over, well, I guess you'd call it sort of long on, really, by Rashid, who's helped himself to a maximum with the filthiest ball you'll see in international cricket anywhere, probably, Richard.
I can hit
and
that
I was
for
just a
six.
bit surprised that Magala's got this last over because Parnell should have one left. And I think he's the better of the two options on today's
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you sexy thing, you.
Well, I mean, we'd said, hadn't we, that they are looking to bowl full, but you have to get it right. And I think Magala, and to a certain extent Parnell and Ngidi, they've all occasionally overdone it. And the risk when you're looking to bowl as full as they have been is that you will overdo it sometimes, and that is precisely what happened to poor old Magala there.
Yeah, he hasn't really got it right today. I think if he'd bowled more overs at the death there, he would have taken a lot more punishment. But he got quite a few out the way when England were rebuilding. And his figures are relatively
he's
not great, but
1 for
better than
69
they could be.
6 of those off the absolute pie he's served up there. One he chose to throw at Rashid rather than eat. In he comes, full, and that one swung away again. Again it was a full toss. Doesn't really get hold of it in quite the same way though. It's fielded mid-wicket, be just a single this time. 7 off the over. Yeah, he's an interesting character. Look, a fabulous name. Sisanda Somali Bruce Magala. He's from Eastern Province. Just the 5 ODIs before. I think just in total just the 5 ODIs. He did take 3 for 46 in the last one. He's got 1 for 70 in this, or in his last one. He didn't play in the second one, did he? He played in the first. Who did he get rid of there? Milan, Brook and Ali. He's now trying to get rid of Chris Wokes, who steers him out to long on. Again, South Africa lively about their work. Hendricks Fields. Again, it will be 2 this time, so 9 off this over so far. It is the last. 341 for 7. England will be wanting, if they can, to get that score past 350. They've only got 3 balls to do it, bar no balls. And Magala, Magala really just line and length might be good enough for these two. Let's see what he's looking at doing. The run rate just south of 7, which is a minor miracle. In he comes again. It's a full. That's a much better Yorker, dug out by Wokes, but he may get 2. They are going to have to come back. They're going to have to hurry. I think Rashid was just about home. Yes, he was. 343 for 7. 2 balls left. They're going to have to get 7 in 2 if they want to get past 350.
Dave Woods tickled me again. He says, I assume the jacket isn't actually green like the Danube isn't blue.
Did he not see when I showed it? This is exactly the right shade of green.
We can see that.
Pretty close.
It genuinely looks like a master's jacket as well.
This is actually an old piece of school uniform I picked up in a second-hand shop in Cape Town. Cape Town High School, if there's any graduates listening.
It's Magala. That's always a swing and a miss.
I tried sneaking into Augusta with it, but they weren't having it.
Well, they have actually managed to run a bye there. It means that with 1 ball left now, 344 for 7. Was that a dot? No, 2 balls left still because it was given as a bye. Yeah, so
I can tell you that Shubman Gill has just made another T20 century. He's now on 107 off 55 balls.
So England need to get a 6 if they, off the final ball of this final over being bowled by Magala. It's going to be bowled to Adil Rashid, and they need to get a 6 if they want to get past 350. That is, Magala short, and Rashid swings, but it goes all the way along the ground. And it will just net him 2. It means England will finish on 347, I think. Why is that saying 346? Because they were on 344. 346 for 7 in the end. The 50 overs are complete. Smiles all round from South Africa.
What happened at the end there? It looked like Rashid had given up running back to the keeper. Was he actually run out?
Well,
or did
I think he
they
must
give
have been
up trying
run
to run him out.
Yeah, well, no, because it's still only
Everyone's having
7
a
wickets
laugh.
down.
Something odd happened there. We need a replay.
Well, I'd like to see a replay of that because I thought they would have then moved on to 347. So something very weird happened. The Bear is in to tell me. No, what did I miss, Bear?
So basically, Klassen, instead of walking to the stumps to take the bails off, just backhanded it to the stumps to take the bails off and missed the stumps. So they got back for 2. And what he should have done was just walk to the stumps, take the bails off, and it would have been 1.
But then I thought that would have got them to 347. That was the only thing where it confused me. It does mean.
Well, I think they should be on 347 because they were on 345 and they got 2.
Well, thank you. Yes.
So I think
they were on 344. They needed a 6 to get.
No, they got a single. Then they got a single, so it was 345.
And
they
got the bye.
The guy on the score thing is wrong because I think they think it was probably run out, but he didn't hit the stumps with a ball. So it wasn't.
I
out
genuinely
and they got an
think.
extra
Well,
run.
everything. Quick info. Everyone's showing 346 for 7. And if that's what it says, that's what it says. But bizarrely, I'm pretty sure it should have been 347. But we'll say it again as the groundsmen go about their work, dusting down that brown strip, which seems to have got better for batting as time has gone on. Richard, don't you think?
Absolutely, it looked tough for it's the old first 10 overs story, isn't it? In the beginning today, it looked tough to get the timing right, and then looked like a perfectly fine wicket after that.
Well, we'll quickly run through the scorecard. We'll have a little summing up from Richard of his thoughts, and then we'll do some final messages before we head off to that innings break with England on, so far as we know, then officially 346 for 7. They lost Jason Roy early to Ngidi. They lost Duckett for a duck to Ngidi. They lost Harry Brook to Ngidi, all playing pretty shabby shots. Then there was a remarkable stand between Milan and Butler, indeed a record-breaking ODI stand as far as England are concerned. Milan, the first of the two to depart, he went for 118. He was caught off the bowling of Magala behind by Klassen, although it was a top edge that Klassen didn't especially judge particularly well. Josh Butler didn't last that much longer. He went for 131. He was caught by Ed Markram off the bowling of Marco Janssen. Moeen Ali did more than the cameo at rapid order. 41 of 23. He was bowled by Ngidi. Sam Curran 11 of 5. Bowled Janssen. Wokes and Rashid, the not-out batsman, 346 for 7. Pick of the bowlers, Ngidi, 4 for 62. Although he wavered a little bit after a fantastic start, but still just a shade over 6 is not bad. The other wicket shared between Janssen and Magala of those 7. So 346 for 7. Richard, your thoughts before we just get some final messages?
Yeah, Temba Bavuma says it's a tough ground on which to defend. We will see how true that is. We don't really have a lot of history to go on here, especially since in more recent times when white ball cricket has changed so much and what is a good score has changed so much. But 346 is obviously a decent total. I've got a funny feeling it's not going to be at all easy for South Africa, but I think they will stay in the hunt, particularly with having got rid of Butler and Ali before those last couple of overs, because that could have been some big damage done there. So they managed to prevent further damage there. But all in all, it's a day won't forget. Amazing recovery from England from that terrible start.
Well, we got a few GPL entries I can tell you about. The 280, 281, that's remarkably uncautious, but that obviously hopeless. 487, 597 and 647 are the other GPL bets. If it was the 647 Messers, the top end of that, would that mean South Africa
299 all out?
It would still be an England win, but it's so the 597 and the 647 are possible. I think the 487 would be a surprise. Some final messages though from you.
Yes, you excited one Philadelphian with your news about the reticulation of the street lights being in Philadelphia first. Brian Barry says, "Hey, we're number 1 at something." But knowing Philadelphia, it probably went out after 6 seconds, and they had to revive the hamster on the wheel in order to keep Kimberly from.
There you go. You and Kimberly. Who knew, Brian?
Yeah. South Africans and jackets knew he weren't to be trusted, says Jay Grover. I've posted out your Twitter handle so people can harass you, Richard. Brown Barry says, is Richard's R.A. Dorkey name on Twitter a reference to a baseball player and knuckleball king R.A. Dickey?
No, that is a reference to a small town south of Dublin, whose name I find amusing, and I use that as my author pseudonym when I write books.
So you're an author as well. So these hidden talents that you've been hiding from us.
In a manner of speaking. 10 overs just isn't enough.
He's already. That's a second piece of blatant self-promotion. So for a first 10 overs, that's not bad going on the self-commercialisation front. But a very assured
for my
debut
country on the first over. Happy with that.
Very assured debut and a wicket indeed. Any more messages,
Indeed.
Messrs?
Yes. Jay says you're right about Middlesbrough mine, Richard. It's as rough as guts. You ever been to the beacon of peace and serenity that is Sheffield?
I was up there this weekend and I had a very good time, apart from Watford losing. But apart from that, I had a great time.
All I know about Sheffield is from the movies.
Yeah.
Well,
them too. Leah says,
Full
would
Monty,
you
that's
go
about it.
so far as to call it pieception?
Very good.
Ravi Nair says, did I just hear that Annie Chavis is 5'1"? Not sure where that came from. Jay says, actually, she sends the magazine to my parents' address. Ha! In your face, Annie. I get to live another day. She might kill me ma and da, but in every war there are casualties. And Annie says she's 5'3" and shrinking. And we're up to date.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to put something on. I'll wait for the bear to appear, and it may be a surprise. It may be some dice cricket. It may be some old highlights. Bear, what have we got? What have we got for lunchtime? Do let us know. It's going to be a what? Which one?
Oh, it's going to be a
Bear,
weirdo.
we're going to be a bit of weirdo. Which weirdo? Bumble? Emma John and Cato. All right. Well, a bit of who's that
Live
weirdo? So
cricketer,
enjoy
dead
that.
cricketer.
And we'll see you
Who's
afterwards.
that weirdo?
Hi.
Dawn Newman. Oh, has it struck a chord deep?
It feels like it definitely feels. This is the thing. It's going. I know this one's going to turn out not to be a cricketer, but I feel like it sounds like one, and I would never want to. I would never want to say that somebody wasn't a cricketer if they were. I'd rather get it wrong that way round.
Right. So you're going for cricketer, but alive or dead?
I'm going to go for cricketer. I'm going to go Dawn Newman. I'm going to go live. I would have to go live because I don't think Dawn's a name that makes me think very old. So I'm going to hope that she's a cricketer. I'm going to believe that she's a cricketer, and I'm going to hope that she's still alive.
You're absolutely right. There's just no stopping you guys at the moment. 6 points to Emma. She is indeed a live cricketer. And for that bonus point that could make all the difference at the end of this scintillating game, can you guess how old she currently is?
Well, this is one where I'm like, Dawn is a name that to me, that's a name. I don't think of Dawn as being a name that's been around longer than the 70s, really. I mean, I might be wrong. I do know it is quite a popular name in Australia, actually, Dawn. But I think, let's say that she was born in the 80s. What would she be now? 80s, 90s.
There's maths going on here.
She'd be in her early. She might be in her early 40s, late. I'm gonna say 43.
All that work that you did, and you're absolutely nowhere near. She's a lot older than that. She's 80, would you believe? So Dawn has been around for a little bit longer in Australia. It sounds like. Maybe it was just a very occasional name at that time. And Tony's got more news about Dawn Newman.
Well, quite a cricketing family, actually. She's born in Mount Hawthorn, Western Australia. She played 3 Test matches for Australia against England in 68-69. She's right-hand bat. As I say, comes from a family of cricketers. She's one of 3 sisters who have represented Western Australia at state level. Her older sister, Betty, was a left-arm medium pace bowler, selected to play for Australia in 1958, but was only 12th person, or 12th. What do you go? 12th.
Yes, good point, actually.
Dawn played in the same state team as Betty in season 63-64 as a wicketkeeper and right-hand bat. Dawn's twin sister Elaine also played for Western Australia, but Barbara is the mother of former Test and ODI cricketer Bruce Reid.
Bruce Reid,
yeah, so
the lanky left arm.
She toured England in 68-69. Dawn was selected to make her Test debut at the Thurberton Oval in Adelaide. Muriel Picton was the skipper that day, and some other notables in the team were Mim Key, Anne Gordon, Patsy May, Elaine Bray and Ollie Smith. Dawn top scored for the Aussies that day with 76.
Well, there you go. That's Dawn Newman. One more name to go. See if Kit can once again level up the scores. It's going to be a tight one, this. I can feel it in my bones. The sixth name, before we go to the break, is Thomas McCarty, England.
Thomas McCarty.
Yeah, do you want me to spell that for you again?
No, it's okay. McCarty.
Okay.
Thomas McCarty, England.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So what I need to ask is, when you say England, are you referring simply to the England adult men's team, or does it include teams like England Deaf or England Limited Mobility? Because I don't think there's been an England player in the traditional sense by that name. But there might.
So I possibly know all the
if
names.
If they're a cricketer, though, if they're a cricketer, then they're a cricketer.
Yeah,
that's a
right.
simple
Okay, so
let's put it this way: anyone whose name comes up when you put them into Cricinfo.
Oh God! I mean, that includes me. That's ridiculous.
Well, who knows what the next name coming up after the break is? It could be Kit Harris, but
okay. So
you got that wrong.
I'm not convinced that it's someone who has played for the England men's senior team.
Right. You don't actually have to play. I mean, you could be an English cricketer who's played county cricket. You don't have to be a.
Oh wait! Oh, I see.
Yes, it's not just international cricketers. It's cricketers for county cricket, for T20s, ODIs,
everything.
Yes,
okay,
absolutely.
So, right. Well, I'll go for cricketer then. What did you say his first name was?
Thomas
McCarty. Oh, well, he's alive then.
It's not a live cricketer, but moving over for a bonus point to Emma, is he a dead cricketer or a weirdo?
I'm going to say he's a dead cricketer.
No! For the first time, you've both gone wrong. He's not a dead cricketer, so there's no extra points for anyone as we go into the break. He is a weirdo, and well, I say weirdo. I mean, he's had quite an extraordinary life, Thomas McCarty.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was an English circus performer. He was a one-armed lion tamer. He was born in Cork around 1838, but I guess we should probably start by addressing the elephant, or perhaps the lion in the room. Why did he only have one arm? And he was indeed mauled by a lion. And in fact, he was killed in 1872 by his own lions, so that gives you a clue as to that. He had his left arm torn off in the circuses of Messrs. Bell and Myers in Liverpool in 1862. Although his cries summoned help from a performer, it was too late to save the severely damaged arm. Sadly, when he died, he had two more lucky escapes. One in Bolton, and then I think he had one lucky escape in Blackpool, somewhere up north, and then he died in Bolton. He died, as many entertainers have, in Bolton. He'd been on the bottle, turned his back on the lions, who proceeded to kill him. He was rescued from the lions as quickly as possible, but ere this could be done, the newspaper report said, he was frightfully torn by their teeth and claws, his legs, heads and hands being lacerated to such a degree that the flesh was completely torn away from the bones. So if you're a football fan, you will have heard of Bolton's most famous son, Nat Lofthouse, known as the Lion of Vienna, but he had nothing to do with it.
There you go, and he didn't play for England Lions either. Boom, boom. That is the end of the first part of Who's That Weirdo, episode 5. We're going to go shortly to the musings and the thinkings of Chris Woke, our social justice.
What's the scores on the door?
The scores on the door as we go into the break is Emma 6, Kit 4.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Adil 2, Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Dwayne Leverock, Shane Freedy. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Alright then, me ducks, and Happy New Year. And of course, Happy Lunar New Year. It's Chris Woke here, nipping the ball around and bigotry in the bud. I've had enough of totalitarian states being allowed to host major sporting events. These so-called nations are a menace to society. Their shameful human rights records and disgraceful laws designed to oppress minority groups are an absolute scourge on our global community. And that's why I'm backing a blanket ban on cricket in Wales. Did you know it's a criminal offence to walk into a butcher's in Swansea and ask for English lamb? Or to demand a rarebit from any other part of the world? Were you aware, people, that laughing at Ian Rush's moustache from 1982 to 1989 carried the death penalty in Newport? These are the acts of a savage regime. Our great game must take a stand. So, from 2023, there will be no mid-ons in Mid-Glamorgan, no Gower on the Gower, and no silly points in Kid Welly will be given the boot. Barry Wood given half a chance, but won't be allowed to. Fishguard will not be protected. Didn't we have a lovely time the day we went to Bangor? No, we didn't, because the fascist police force arrested us for daring to suggest that Bromsgrove Telephone Box Museum is superior to Penryn Castle. Whales would live in Wales, apparently, because there are no whaling ships in Aberystwyth, whereas there are in Japan and Norway. But I'll tell you this, the woke roadshow of cricket, forced inclusion and all, will not be making an appearance in this evil principality. From this moment, we will be putting in place a total Jeffrey. Tom Jones, Shirley Bassey, Robert Croft, JPR Williams, Charlotte Church, Max Boyce. Can you hear me, Max Boyce? Your boys, girls, other identifiers are about to take one hell of a beating. Remember, you can't make a shakshuka without cracking eggs, unless of course you're constructing the vegan version, which is equally but differently delicious. Until next woke, ta-ra me ducks!
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Nigel Tidder, Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Dwayne Leverock, Shahid Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Welcome to the second part of Who's That Weirdo, episode 5. Our guests today are Emma John, Guardian writer and author, and Kit Harris, who is the assistant editor of Wizardon Almanac.
Wizardon. I actually want to see that publication. Wizardon.
Wizardon.
Version.
That's what I'm sure. Well, I mean, yeah, maybe
Wizardon.
Yeah, that's more like us, isn't it? Yeah, that's definitely us, actually. Wizardon cricketers. That's us. So back to Emma for the first name of the second half. She leads by 6 points to 4. Now, I always have trouble with Sri Lankan names because they have a lot of syllables in, but hopefully I'm going to get this right. Dimithu Kumarasinghe, Sri Lanka. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
I'm gonna go. I mean, do you know what? Live cricketer has done me well so far in this game, so I'm just gonna go live cricketer.
No, I'm afraid it's the first time you've taken a wrong step. So we move over to Kit and ask him: is it a dead cricketer or a who's that weirdo?
Well, given that every time anything's come in front of me so far, it's been a weirdo. I'm going to go with. Well, you see, I'm a bit. You see, it's risky because by the Tom McCarthy criterion, if there's anyone who plays cricket in Sri Lanka who has that name, he could be it. Well, it could be an English player called Tom McCarthy.
No, I checked that out. There isn't.
Oh, okay. So
I am aware of this, especially with sort of overseas names, and I do check to see whether they could be considered. There were similar names for different jobs, but no.
Right.
So,
Dimitru
Kumarasinghe.
So I'll go for who's that with?
Yes, you're absolutely right. You've levelled at 6-all. He is indeed a weirdo. And would you like to offer a guess on why he's a weirdo? What could he be? What could Dimitru Kumarasinghe be if he's not a cricketer?
I'll do this in honour of the Icelandic Sri Lankans who dominate the national cricket team over there, with whom I am friends, and all of them, without exception, are amazing chefs. So I'm going to go with a chef.
Well, that has completely thrown me. I never thought you would get it. But you
Wait,
have got
he's
it. He's
actually
a chef. He is a chef. Tell us more about this chef. Well, he moved through Kumarasinghe.
Just any old chef.
Just any old chef.
Just any old chef. Dimitri Kumarasinghe is the third best chef in Sri Lanka, as voted by Top Chef's website. He has been president of the Chefs Guild of Sri Lanka for 52 years, since 1971. Since moving to Sri Lanka in 2000, he's worked for the Aitken Spence Hotel management team. He was the only chef in the world to have won 9 gold medals in individual events at the Culinary Olympics, held in 2004 and 2006.
Is that the first time anyone's ever guessed a weirdo, what they do?
Pretty much, as far as we know, yes.
Yeah, Messi just got really close with regards to a Barbadian politician, but I think someone to actually get it right on the nose like that I think that's the first, Kit. Well done.
Anyway, those events at that Olympics included such august events as the artistic showpiece, artistic pastry showpiece, and the pulled sugar event. For the record, above him on the best Sri Lankan chefs list are Peter Kuravita and Chef Duminda, if you've ever heard of either of those two, with your in-depth knowledge, Kit, of Sri Lankan chefery.
Well, that's amazing, isn't it? Basically, if you're in Sri Lanka, you're either a cricketer or a chef, it seems to me, basically from what we have found. So, Kit has taken the lead. He's gone to 7 points. Emma needs to get back in the game, trading 6 points to 7, or 6 points to 7 if you want to call it that. Let's move on to name number 8, and the name number 8 is Ian Payne, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
Just remind me, how many names in total are there?
12.
80.
I know.
Yeah, we're going to be here till tomorrow, basically.
Wait, and now I've totally forgotten. Was it Ian Payne, did you
Ian
say?
Payne, yes. Ian Payne, England.
And is the Payne with a Y? Or
It is with a Y.
It is with a Y.
Yes.
It is with a Y because...
You're not supposed to be helping out here, Kit. You're supposed to be trying to win.
I reckon he was on the Somerset staff.
This is unheralded, basically.
I reckon he was on the staff, but I'm
Kitty's trying to help out his opponent.
And tell me, Kit, how old do you say he is? And do you think he's still around?
Wait, hang on a minute. This is me. This is my one. It's the 8th one.
It's my one. It's definitely been given to me.
Hang on, I may have made a complete cock up.
I've made a complete
cock wrong. I've made a complete cock up. It is, sorry, I must admit, it is for Cato. Sorry about that. We're going to have to record the whole programme again because I made a complete muck up. No, but Ian Payne, sorry about that. Emma, it is indeed Cato's question. Ian Payne, England, live cricketer, dead cricketer, who's that weirdo?
Oh, I think he was on the Somerset staff. I think he was on the Somerset staff. If he was, yes, Payne.
Payne even. He's a very good friend of yours by the sounds of it.
I reckon, and I'll tell you the story now, so that if it's wrong, I look even more stupid than if I save it in case I am wrong. I used to play club cricket in South London at Our Lane Cricket Club. I'm a huge Somerset fan, which is why you can have a big cackle if this is wrong. In the 1990s, I was playing in a game with a club mate called Justin Naish, and he came out to bat in a Somerset shirt. And I said, "Wow, how have you got a Somerset shirt? That's so cool." I didn't have one. He said, "I got it from one of the players." And I said, "Who?" And he said, "Payne." And I reckon that was Ian Payne. Or I reckon that's Ian Payne. I'm going to go cricketer alive.
And you're absolutely right. We can't get past Kit. His knowledge is so deep that...
Well, his knowledge is very deep. I'm not denying that, but you have literally picked somebody from his team.
Well, actually, I didn't.
Have we though?
Have we now? Because we're gonna ask Cato for his extra point. How old he thinks Ian Payne might be at this stage?
Well, I would go 52.
Absolutely nowhere near. So I don't know what you're talking about. No, he's not. He's 64. Now we're going to find out whether Ian Payne did indeed play for Somerset. Because Tony's going to tell us.
Well, not as far as I could see. Very much alive, you're absolutely right. He was born in 1958 in Kennington, played for Gloucestershire and Surrey between 87 and 1987 and 1996, I think. Mostly Surrey, and then the last 2 years with Gloucestershire. After a bit of a break, he then played for Shropshire, I beg your pardon, between 1994 and 97, so he had quite a long time off. He played 47 first-class games, right arm, medium and right arm bat, mainly a bowler, decent economy rates. His best first-class bowling figures were 5 for 13 in Surrey's innings victory over Gloucestershire in 83. His best list A figures were 5 for 21 against Derbyshire. He played for Oswestry Cricket Club as a director, and he and his wife Jules run a PR company in Oswestry called the Jules Payne Partnership.
There you go. Well,
No link, as far as I know, with Somerset.
So do you think, Kid, it was just the sort of the West Country link, the fact that he played a few games for Gloucestershire just up the road, really, from Somerset, isn't that? Wouldn't you say that?
Well, that wouldn't explain why Justin Naish had
Payne written on his jumper.
Well, no, it was a white one. It was a county championship one.
There's more than one Payne.
There must be more than one Payne that's played cricket over the years.
So they simply guessed it right on the basis that I thought of someone completely different called Payne.
Yeah, so you're just incredibly lucky, and especially as you pointed out that it was your call anyway, as opposed to Emma's. So moving back to Emma, we have scores of 9 to Kit and 6 to Emma. So Emma has some catching up to do. The next name we have is Jason Flores, Australia, live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Jason Flores.
Is it Floris?
No, it's Floros.
OS. Oh.
Jason
If it was Floris, then I wanted him to be a perfumier.
Well, no, I can't say anything.
Jason Floros.
Floros.
Yeah.
Sounds slightly dental, doesn't it, Floris? I don't know, but a bit like Floris.
Do you know what? I'm just gonna stick with my strategy of just going live cricketer.
And you'd be wise to do so, because Jason Flores is indeed a live cricketer. You cut the lead of Kit Harris down to 1 point. Jason Flores is indeed a live cricketer, and to draw level, how old is Jason Flores? Is he a man who's around at the moment, or has he been around in the past?
I'm gonna say he's 37.
Oh, you were so close. I was thinking we were going to get the first boundary of the afternoon, but not quite. He is, in fact, 32 years old, Jason Flores. Tell us a little bit more about him, Tony.
Well, if you look for pictures of him, you'll see he's a redhead, unlike Susan Redhead, who we found out early on wasn't. He's from Woden, Canberra. He's an all-round left-hand bat and right-arm off-break bowler. Played for Queensland and a bit for Brisbane Heat and Sydney Thunder in the Big Bash. Last played first-class cricket in 2017 and T20s in 2018. He averaged 22 with the bat in 15 first-class games for Queensland and took 26 wickets at 44. He did own, maybe still does, 2 pet snakes.
Okay.
And he's now the finance officer for Queensland Cricket.
Brilliant. There you go. There's always find jobs for ex-cricketers who haven't done very well, haven't they? The journeyman.
He can count snakes, obviously. Indeed. Whether he can count money, I don't know.
Well, that means that we are now Kit on 9, Emma on 8. We move on to Kit's penultimate name, and this is Mahmood Hussain, Pakistan. Dead cricketer, live cricketer.
Hang on a minute. Mahmood Hussain.
Mahmood Hussain. I know you're going to say there must be about 20 Mahmood Hussains, but I can guarantee you
20? There must be about 100,000.
Well, but how many of them are cricketers? And is indeed this man a cricketer? I'm not saying that he is or he isn't. I mean, how many Mahmood Hussains who aren't cricketers might there be? A tough one, isn't it?
Is there? Well, then I am 100% certain that there is a Mahmood Hussain who has played first-class cricket in Pakistan.
Right.
100%. There must have been. I'm not thinking of anyone in particular.
No, I could. It's a bit like the sort of 3 Imran Khans, isn't it? There are at least 3 Imran Khans who played.
If we delve down into a certain hardback yellow cricket book.
Well, hopefully you're not wandering around trying.
Speak now or forever hold my peace. Yes, we're going to restart. It's going to be Chris Wokes opening the bowling, and Quinton de Kock not playing today, so there must be a change at the top of the South African batting. In any case, we are very sure that this man's going to bowl.
Yep, I think I'm doing ball by ball.
I think it's Hendover.
I think it's Tony. And
First ball's played down for no run, and in the meantime, at least one of the batsmen is this man.
Nice little mover. Front foot, back foot groover. Now it will behoove ya to keep an eye on.
Oh well, right. Wokes comes in, second ball. It's wide outside off stump, and Temba just carries on from where he was the other day. It drives that beautifully through the covers. It's not going to be a 4, I don't think. I think that's been changed down by Archer. Don't want to see him diving around too much and damaging himself, but comes back for 3. I'm sure they'll check that.
Looked fine. Oh, he's got some funky sunglasses on, Jofra.
Oh yeah.
There was a guy who used to play poker who was the world champion one year, and he was called Lizard Man because he used to wear these glasses with lizard eyes on them to put people off.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The Joffre's glasses look a bit like that.
Hit his, no. It hit his shoe when he pulled it up, but his shoes wasn't over the boundary, and the rest of it hadn't touched the ground. So I think it hit his knee, but he hadn't touched
fine.
anything.
It's going to be 3. It's going to bring this man on strike.
You wear a shirt, yellow and green.
God, that's an old one.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Gets beaten on the outside edge. Maybe probably pulled his bat inside. I ought to go under for the full of the first. You know what? I've lost every single bet I've put on this series so far.
Not one of your bets.
I haven't put lots on, to be fair. I've missed a lot and not bothered. But every under for that full of the first wicket for once in a lifetime hasn't happened.
He probably did pull his bat inside that, I think.
Yeah, I think he did. Wokes is going to bowl his third ball. I got a bit of tap the other day, I seem to think. That one's got a decent little bit of shape. We don't seem to get as much movement as they do at the beginning of their innings. I don't know if it's time of day or just they're better bowlers. Maybe it's just better bowlers.
I think they're slightly better bowlers,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Wokes isn't a bad bowler. He's not very good away from home, it has to be said. That one did go nibbled a little bit. I'd like to see Archer ramp it up a little bit from what he did in the first game.
Certainly, that was just really... I was surprised they made him bowl the last 2 overs. He was getting tap as well, but they wanted him to bowl 10, I guess.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's any point in the team. Well, I mean, there is, I suppose. That's left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. If you can't bowl 10, I guess they wanted to test him out.
I would have eased him in a bit more, but...
Well, they probably thought, to be fair, and they would have rightly thought, until Roy and Malan got out, that they were going to chase that total down. I mean, 143 for none, or whatever it was, before they lost the first wicket.
And in plenty of time as well.
Yeah, exactly. Oodles of time. I mean, we were bowled out in 45 overs, essentially. Wokes in. That's better line, more in towards leg stump. It's defended by Hendricks, back down the track. And there ain't no run. 3 for none off the first. Over to you, Tone.
Well, I'm going to start on YouTube, actually. Hello to Brian in Brisbane, who we know is Brian in Northampton. He'd said earlier he's going to be late on the scene due to roadworks holding up his bus.
Oh, dear.
Hello to Pokey, who says there's loads of untapped revenue in county cricket. Dara Aziz is saying hi from Arizona. Josh Cooper is saying afternoon all. We're delighted to see him. Samantha G, county cricket is hard to get into if you don't live in England. How do you pick who to support? Samantha, if you're listening, it's easy. Middlesex. There's your answer.
Piss off.
There is your answer. Follow the mighty middle and you will not be disappointed.
I must say, I'm drinking a beer that's been donated to us, or sent us, another one, by the wonderful Brian 100? Brian in Brisbane. Whatever you are on different platforms. Our bus driving man from
I'll give you an
Northampton.
update on Samantha in a minute.
Reece Topley is going to bowl the second over. Interesting. Joffre's not opening the bowling today.
Yeah.
That one did seem to jag back a little bit, though. Topley was another one who had quite a poor game the other day. That's a decent delivery first up. And Temba chops it out. That cut back a little bit.
Give him a jingle.
KB once tried to kill him, and AB smashed him off the park. Then Boyd Rankin shot.
Defended up the track. Temba thinks about a single, but it's not going to happen. He still says, I'm drinking freshly low carb, super dry beer. It's kind of weird. I'll give it that. But it's probably good for me because it's low carb. It says 99% sugar free.
Does it taste decent though?
No. It's got booze in it. It's
I am
fine,
inclined
you
to say, why are you drinking it then? But okay.
It's beer, Tone. It's beer and it's free. As that
fair
one
enough.
is played out square to the covers and there's no run. I don't need any more of a reason than that. I think that's fair enough.
I go along with that.
That was actually a single, so just ease,
Oh,
off,
sorry,
ease off
single.
on it a little
Yes,
bit.
okay. I do that all the time. 4 for none. In the second over. Bavoom the only one that score runs. Reza yet to get off the mark. Surprised I hadn't tried Riley Rousseau in an ODI, in the ODI side.
Well, particularly as he's done well in county cricket and done well in T20s over here.
That one seemed to have a little bit of shape as well into Hendricks, who plays it nicely enough though, off the middle of the bat, up to mid-on, there's no run.
That's maybe one for our South African correspondents.
Yes. I don't think he's not around and about to squad either. Maybe he's injured. Maybe he's not had a very good SA20.
Who's this?
Riley Rousseau.
Ah, I could look that up for you if you wish.
He had quite a good, not a bad World T20, did he?
Oh.
That's going to be a wide down the leg side. Started wide of leg stump and went a little bit further from Topley.
Wide. Our friend, by the way, Samantha G, did say my last relative from England was from Somerset.
Well, there you go.
Well, let me see. You could support them. I can tell you, I'll just do a quick count of how many county championships they've won. None. That's it.
Oh, that's a good ball from Topley. Very full. Dug out well by Reza Hendricks, though. It did shape in a little bit.
Honestly, the only county championship I've vaguely followed almost ever was that very funny one where Middlesex won on the last day above Somerset, and they had a huge whinge about it.
Well, Middlesex certainly didn't.
No, Somerset
Playing
did.
the rules. Play to the
Somerset
rules.
did.
Yorkshire
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
either, I'll have you know.
What was that? You chased down some ridiculous score on the last day, didn't you? Or something?
No, it's some declaration or something.
It was, yes, it was.
Defended out to the covers and there's no run. Give me the story.
Well, I'll cut it very short because we're. But essentially, it got to a point in the game where Somerset had played. Only a draw would have been useless to both Middlesex and Yorkshire completely. So a discussion was had in the gents of the pavilion between the two captains, James Franklin and was it Hildreth? I'm sure Annie will tell me. No, one obviously wasn't. It wasn't. It was the Yorkshire captain, Andrew Gale, at the time. And we ended up. Yorkshire bowled, I can't remember. Adam Lythe, I think, had a few overs, and the ball just kept going all points. Gillespie came out at one point to field beyond the boundary because obviously he was the coach, and it set up an agreed score that they would Yorkshire would then need to chase.
Okay, that's defended square by Bavooma into the offside and there's no run. Is this against Middlesex?
Yes, it was at Lords, and,
okay.
but the situation was a draw would have given Somerset the championship. Both Yorkshire and Middlesex needed to win.
And if that, well, if
Somerset want to moan about it, they should have got one extra point somewhere down the road, and then they didn't.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, it's funny how that works in cricket. If you did that in football, it would be a fixed match and everyone would complain, and that's why the rules changed after Germany did it with whoever it was, but way back in the 80s. Austria, when they just played tippy-tappy in their own halves and didn't bother attacking. That one's defended
if
square.
If they had any balls,
no
they would
run.
have kicked them both out.
Yeah, they would have done. Defended square, just behind square on the offside for no run. By Temba. Average of 26.75 for Reza in 27 matches. We've got 100 though, best of 102, 450s. Wokes comes in. Started off better than he did the other day. We got a lot of tap in the first 2 overs. That's defended square out to man just behind. And
2 slips as well. I mean, South Africa started with 2 slips, didn't they, for England's batting?
Well, the ball does seem to be doing something at least this today.
Even
Which
so,
it didn't
you're
on
chasing
Sunday.
340. You can't. Hendricks is 0 off 7. He can't be there for too long.
Well, listen, look what England did.
Yeah, well, England required a 200 partnership at a run of
yes,
ball.
that's true.
Look what they did. They did it a 1 in 20 thing.
Yeah. Well, Temba's got hold of that one though. He's pulled that. It's dropped short by Wokes. Poor ball, really. Got what it deserved, which is deposited into the grass bank on the leg side over mid wicket.
6 was it? Yeah.
6 runs, yeah.
I believe in miracles since you came to bat. You're 6 I think.
Yep, can't bowl there to a man in form like
No.
Bavuma is in.
Exactly. I wonder how many overs these two get, 4 or 5, and then you give a bit of Joffre in there.
Depends how it goes, really.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is it. Wokes, Topley, and Archer are opening bowlers. Is that is too wide to Bavuma, but he doesn't attempt a shot. It isn't wide; it's inside the lines.
Are they looking
There's
at
no
Archer as more of a middle overs enforcer?
Possibly. I think they will give him a couple of overs in the top first 10.
Well, they may be figuring that these are the two bowlers who get the most swing. If there's any swing at all,
Yes.
you get it in the first 5 overs.
Absolutely. That's full though, and on the pads.
That's
Can't
no
bowl
good.
there either. And it gets what it deserves once more, and that's clipped sweetly past mid-on, all the way down to the long boundary. 4 runs. I mean, with his South Africa side, I mean, they're slightly worse than England in terms of what comes in the middle order and beyond, aren't they? You'd say.
Once you get down to, I think there's a big drop off at 7.
Yeah.
Although Jansen's okay.
And that's the thing, England do have to get those wickets.
Yeah, if they can chip away 3 by 25 overs,
Yeah.
they'll be in decent shape.
I think so. Well, they were pretty much there, weren't they? No, I suppose they only had 1 or 2 down, didn't they? They got the second. I can't remember when they got a second, but it was a decent second wicket partnership after Quinton de Kock went on Sunday. Topley in again into the pads of Reza Hendricks, who clips that sweetly square. There is a man down there. It's Harry Brook didn't do much with the bat today. Hit a nice 4 and then gone out.
Him and Jason Roy, 1 fantastic innings and 2 nothing. Yeah.
Well, it's not quite T20, and you expect a little bit more than
Yes,
that.
you do, to be fair.
You got a chance to play yourself in. I mean, I suppose Jason Roy's still his raison d'etre, if you like, in the side is to get off to a forceful, quick start. As that is driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. But I think if you lose 2 quick wickets in an ODI, even though, you know, I think you can afford to lose 1 in the first 10, much the same you can afford to lose 1, maybe 2 in a T20.
Interesting that mid-off was good 10 yards inside the circle there, preventing a single.
Yeah. 36 in the first one for Timber, off 28 balls, and then he's 109 off 102 in the last game. This one is across him. He plays that nicely square. There's no one out there. And is it going to be chased? I don't think it is. It's going to be 4 runs. It is 4 runs. Jason Roy can't catch up with it. This is kind of what happened the other day as well. England struggled, then got to a decent score, and South Africa managed to keep up with the rate the whole way through.
Had a more consistent innings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no, he didn't.
No,
stop
he
it.
just couldn't stop it.
Didn't get it.
Yeah, if you managed to pull that back, you probably would have got away with it. Yes, there is something for the bowlers. There's not a lot.
I'm not seeing a lot.
No. Now, the lights have got to go down as well. Maybe that could change things again. There was certainly a bit of turn in the pitch. I think England's spinners, well, Adil Rashid's, I'd say, better than Shamsi. And I'd say Moen's better than Markram.
You'd think so.
That was defended out to the covers and there's no run.
England okay with this, 20 off 3.4.
Yeah.
They haven't got off to a
No,
flyer
no.
just yet, and
No.
Hendricks is only on 1. He's got to be feeling the need to get a boundary, I would think.
This Timber went off like a train the other day as well. I think he's a wicket to get currently in this series, isn't he? You get him out, and things can stutter. Rassie van der Dussen had a pretty decent series too. That one's better lined by Topley, and it's just
More than
defended
decent,
square.
70 and 100, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. So they're the 2 gun batsmen, you'd say.
They are the 2, with de Kock being out today. Klassen's a bit of a... Oh, Klassen was in anyway. Hendricks is a bit of a downgrade on de Kock.
Definitely so.
New Zealand, by the way, are 7 for 4 in the ODI against India.
For fuck's sake.
That's a T20.
They've given up.
Yeah,
It's a T20, yeah.
Yeah.
They've given up, haven't they?
That's Ahmedabad.
And they want to go home. That's a horrible
That's
ball by
just poor.
Topley. It's just poor. It's a full full bunger, which is basically the same height as a half volley outside off stump, and Timber does what Timber does and smashes it through the covers for 4 runs.
This is the thing, you could be bowling at good batsmen on a good wicket, but you don't want to be giving them full tosses outside off stump and
No.
balls on the leg, and you've got to make them work for it a little bit.
Exactly, you've got to find
if you bowl a good length ball and off stump and he, carves you through point, fair enough.
Yeah, but you should be aiming to do that more often than not, because it's harder to hit and more likely to get you wickets with a new ball, rather than trying to work them around the crease. I mean, Timber's not played anything.
Just bowl at top of off.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Timber's done nothing out of the ordinary. It's not like he's manufacturing these shots here. It's with bad balls that he's scored off. Reading run scorers, what's that? For
That's this series.
Is
I
that
think.
series?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Butler's at the top there. Reese Hendricks tries to drive that through the covers. Can't quite beat the man. I think, is that Harry Brook there maybe? Or Dower Milan at shortish cover. Can't beat him. Shakes his hand. Stung a little bit. But stopped the run. Woke started better than the other day. He's only gone for 13 in his first 2 overs rather than about 25, 30 or whatever it was the other day. Bowled licorice all sorts and got pummeled. In again, that's a decent length and line. Angling in around middle and leg. Reasonably full. Can't play that away anywhere, can you really?
Not as easily, no.
Not as easily. That's where you want to concentrate, bowling 6 balls there and maybe a shade more off. Looking for that one to skid through, maybe catch an LBW. Have we had any LBWs in this series? I don't think we have we?
Haven't had
There
many.
must have been 1 or 2.
I'm sure there has, yeah.
But typically in South Africa, a lot of things going over the top. It's a decent ball by Wokes. Line round about off stump. It's maybe just short of a length. Hendricks trying to turn it into leg side. Can't get enough of it. Just ambles its way to mid wicket for no run. 24 for none after 4.3. Target's 347. No one will win the GPL, by the way, if someone wins today. I thought 647 was way too high.
Well, he can still win. He bowled them
Yeah,
out.
he can do if we bowled him out. I know, but in terms of if South Africa to win, I thought that score, early on, that scored at way too high for anything. But now it'd be too low if.
I think
South
the
Africa
highest
to win.
GPL entry would require South Africa to be all out for 299.
Yeah, that's about right.
Or to get to their 50 with just 299 on the board, which I think is the lesser likely scenario.
Yeah, that's through to the keeper and there's no run. Yeah, to get to 299, someone's going to have to gone some.
I think England would be happy to keep these bowlers on a bit longer. 24 in the 5th is fine. Like I say, Hendricks hasn't hit one off the square yet.
No, I think so too. Defended by Hendricks down towards mid-on. There's no run. He's definitely the stodgier of the two, I would say.
22 off 16 compared to
1
1 off 13. I'd say so.
That's it. You get Bavuma now. Woo.
I mean, I'm sure South Africans may well tell me different, but Bavuma seems to have not reinvented himself, but he certainly seems to have a much more aggressive streak than we've seen in the past, I think.
I think he's just got on it. He's always been quite aggressive. He just gets himself out. Yeah. We've seen a lot of that, which happens, in white ball cricket. You can get on a run at that. There's that one that is defended out to cover, and there's a maiden in an ODI.
Well bowled.
Well bowled.
Well, Jay Grover has a question for Andy, actually. Serious question. When you get to that elite level of poker, do tells play a part?
Not as much as people think. It's not like the films where your ear twitches, which means you've got aces or something. And particularly if you get to playing with players who are very, very good. First of all, don't. And the second thing is, if they're very expert, they can fake tells. They can fake a tell to fool you, and once you get to that point, you better just stop ignoring it.
That's played down to the third man at a single. See, if I was playing at that level, I'd just play honest. I mean, you play the cards you got in your hand, you play the odds, don't you? Really?
Well, yeah, but like I say, option 1 is don't. But the most important thing is not to give away any yourself, and there are various things you can do to do that. Once you've made a bet and someone wants you to give you a big stare, you just have a routine. I used to just go and look up, pick a spot on the wall and just look at it.
Yeah. That's defending back down the track and there's no run. Yeah, just stare down. I just stare down at the table.
Yeah, anything but actually try to stare down the player generally.
Yes.
And just be quite careful with your hands, because actually your hands, people think it's all in the face, but actually your hand movements can, if you're not careful, particularly when you think you're not being observed, people can see you go for your chips and then change your mind and do things like that.
Yeah. I played recently. I played with these crazy guys. Topley is in. It's clipped a little bit aerial through mid wicket, but wide enough for the man that they'll miss hit enough that actually it goes perfectly halfway to the boundary and they get back for 2. And they all get really, really drunk. And there's no limits, and people get down, and then they.
Where's this game?
This is just an odd game that I play every once in a while with some old group of players that I played with. And I kept losing because I wanted to be in a game. But what they do is they get more and more pissed, and they chase and chase and chase. And towards the end of the day, they start putting in stupid money just to see the flop, even though they've got fuck all in their hands. As that's defended down to cover, and there's no run. But the last couple of times I've come away with 150 and 250 quid.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
How much did you start with?
100, and that's profit.
That's my joke, I know.
But and mainly because I've given up. You know, if they want to be silly, I just A, don't really take part in it, and B, I really only bet, and I do quite sometimes now kind of learn to bet strong when I've got a hand that I think is, you know, worth betting on. And there was one day I played it was driven beautifully out through the covers by Timber to the boundary, and it'll be 4 runs.
He's going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
I think the day I won 140 quid, and we played from about 10 o'clock to about 3 in the morning. I think I only played 4 hands. It does become quite dull, but it's the exercises that win money.
Patience, isn't it?
It's patience, yeah, exactly.
Seem to be a little bit inside out on that one, Temba Bavuma, but it's, you know, if Hendricks was contributing, South Africa would be in great shape.
Yeah, they would be. Defended again, or tried to force it out through the covers, Timber, but he couldn't make it happen. And there is no run to end the over. 6 gone, 32 done.
Dean Allen, who I believe is a doctor possibly, and Mobeen Mohammed sent us a picture from Kimberly actually, saying keeping cool. There's a picture of a rather splendid looking paddling pool
on the grass bank. We'll see if we can see you.
Well, it is, so we'll look out for that, very much so. It's 301 apparently that is would need Hombre Nuevo to win, not 299.
Did we decide if England got 346 or 347?
I think it's 346 because they're saying they need 347 to win. Yeah, so 301 would, yeah, exactly. 301 would Hombre Nuevo will win.
Leah says, I always like people on poker TV shows when they lose their absolute shit.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Hendricks finally gets hold of one. It was too full by Wokes.
Yeah, it's the thing. A guy's on 4 off 17. Don't give him a
nice juicy half volley.
Like
yeah,
that. Yeah.
He drills through the offside. Those bowlers haven't looked really threatening, have they?
I'm not sure about Wokes anymore.
No. Like everyone else, he probably hasn't played enough cricket either. And a random off, you know, he's not playing franchise competitions. He's basically warming up in nets. And
well, again, that's an indication of him not being an elite white ball player.
Well, yeah, that's T20 though.
Even so,
he's a World Cup winner.
Sure.
Driven out to the covers and there's no run. He didn't bowl bad in that competition. Yeah, quite possibly. I think everyone who participated in the last one will be given the longest rope possible, probably, to play in this one, won't they?
Probably. I think there's going to be a rebuilding job needed after it. Definitely.
Yeah. Oh well, this is it. It'll be a last hurrah if they carry on.
They're
through.
Probably barely going to play an ODI for the next 2 years as well.
Yeah, after that, totally. Decent ball. Hendricks thought about smashing it somewhere, but got a bit out of shape and defended it back to the bowler in the end. No run.
I had a look at some odds for this World Cup, and I know it's slightly because South Africa haven't actually qualified yet, But England were second favourites around 4-1, whereas South Africa were more like 12 or 14, and I know which I would choose at those odds.
Yeah. Well, India. Well, I presume
India were only like 7-2.
that's played up
5
to
to
mid
2
on.
perhaps,
There's no.
yeah.
Are we favourites?
No, India favourites. We were second.
Okay. I'd have us, yeah. And they're playing at home. Everyone expects, doesn't it? Last time they had it at home, they won, didn't they? That was Modi hitting the last ball for 6 or something.
Yep.
Not Modi.
Dhoni.
Modi.
Modi's there. I don't think Modi's hitting any sixes.
Have you watched the documentary on the BBC?
I haven't.
Yeah, it's quite good. Some shenanigans going on there.
Well, that would be no surprise, certainly.
It's causing tons of trouble, though, isn't it? It's very full by Wokes outside the off stump. And
Surely there won't be any consequences, though.
there shouldn't be. Guided by
No, there should be, but there won't.
2. Oh, no, not what? For Modi?
For all the shenanigans in Indian cricket.
Oh, no, of course there won't. No. Well fielded by Roy in one of those kind of sand pits in the outer. I think they're actually covered in. I don't know if there's been
Sawdust?
It's sawdust. Yeah, it definitely looks like sawdust. Wonder if it's raining out there. Oh, now.
Ooh.
Well, yeah. You heard Andy say catch it. There was a slower ball tossed up outside off stump. It's been drilled for 4 in the end by Bavuma. Sorry, Hendricks through the covers, but it seemed to be aerial for a while. He got it into the gap. It raced away to the boundary. 4 runs.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
No, it wasn't aerial for. I thought it was aerial for longer than that.
Oh, it would have been long enough.
Would have been
those
long
two
enough,
guys
but-
are quite close. But that does mean. I mean, they're almost trying to tempt him with that gap. I
Yeah.
think.
Well, yeah. Name of the game, isn't it? High successful run chases 304 by Sri Lanka against South Africa.
But you
in
notice how
2012.
none of those are before 2012 when they just one in 2017 when it was just completely a different sport.
Yeah.
I mean, anything that happens before 2015 in ODI cricket almost isn't relevant at all.
There's only 14 ODIs ever played here, don't forget, so it's not,
Well,
as Andy will argue, not a large statistical sample.
It's not. No.
By the way, we've got
Here
some
comes
lovely
Jofra.
messages on YouTube, but as we got Jofra into the attack, I'll slide them in as we can.
Okay, well, here comes his first ball. And it's defended by Hendricks. Square on your side. And there ain't no run.
Give him a quick burst.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Would have quite liked to see him bowl in those glasses.
Yeah. Not many fast bowlers bowl with sunnies on, do they? A lot of spinners do. I used to. Archer in. It's defended square against the same player, Roy, out there, just behind at point, and there is no run. I can't see what his speeds are, but didn't look particularly quick, must be said.
Still, at least they were both on 4th stump.
Yep. I'm sure he'll put some effort in. Warm himself up. Just score of a lovely 100. What did he get in the end? Was it 130?
130, yeah.
Pulled by Reza Hendricks out to deep square leg. They'll get 2. They're going to come back for 3. No, they stick with 2. No, we could have pushed for 3 there. Took a while to get out to the boundary. And the fielder had a while to go.
Dropped it a wee bit shorter that time, didn't he?
Yeah, not yet with the pace to actually be threatening.
Yeah. And that boundary's not particularly long, is it? Has to be said.
Oh.
That's short. Oh, now.
Got away with that,
got
yeah.
away with that. Could have quite easily hit that down long leg's throat as well. It bounced about 10 yards in front of him. He was never going to get there to get it because it went quick. But it was right down to long legs. He didn't have to move, really. He got himself a single.
Not getting away, South Africa, but the overs are ticking on and England haven't taken a wicket.
Yeah, and you always think you're going to get something out of the ball with a new white ball. got to get it early, really, or you got to make the player make a mistake. That's full, and Temba drives it back to Archer, and there's no run.
And this is very much what South Africa were doing, isn't it? Where the best bowling was when they were bowling full successfully.
Yeah.
As soon as they dropped it short, I'm not sure there is the pace in the wicket to really justify that. So they were really, but too often South Africa would probably just overpitch the shorter ball, and of course that turns it into a full toss and was easier meat.
That one's we're bowling a little bit too straight as well, I'd say. Mind you, singles don't really hurt you when they're chasing these 7 and over. If you can get a couple of dots, and they have, there's only 4 off the overs. That's worked square on the
just
onside.
4, but I think he got away with 1 or 2.
Yeah, well, you need that as well. That's what your fielders are out in the deep for.
Anyway, Dara Azizi, not a poker fan. Hi to Claudio Gonzalez, who's from Buenos Aires. Says, cheers, lads. Such a good commentary. It's really hard to find these days. Well, we're delighted to have you with us.
Thank you very much.
Hi to Corbus Olefose. How do you become a commentator with Gorilla, watching from South Africa? Just message us on Twitter, or you can mail us at gorillacricket@gmail.com. And who knows? If you're, sometimes it helps if you can send us a little sample of your work. But if you've never done it before and just keen to have a go, then we'll see what we can do.
We can start you off in the lobby.
We start you off.
Move you up to shuffling some papers around, and then maybe edged. Oh, there is a sort of short,
more of a fly slip, really. Isn't it?
Fly slip. He's not even deep enough for a fly slip, really. He's a kind of very short third man on a very narrow angle on the edge of the circle. Stopped valuable runs actually with no slipping. That could have quite easily gone for 4.
And it was a false shot.
It definitely was a false shot. Yeah. He's aiming it squarer. England's bowler's 6 and over. Wokes is 5th. It's gone for 22 so far. It's just inside Adil Rashid. No, Jofra is on man on 45.
Easy mistake to make.
And they'll get back for 2.
Oh, shades are cool.
They are looking. You have to look fairly cool to rock a pair of shades like that, which I think Jofra does get away with, without a doubt.
Again, it's just a bit too straight. Needs to be a stump over, doesn't it, really?
Yep.
I like Temba at the moment. He's
looking good, isn't he?
Looking a very different proposition to a year ago.
He's had a lot of shit to put through as well. He always does. Partly because South Africa have been doing so poorly in tests. That's defended square on the offside, and there's no run. And he got picked in the T20 side, and in the World Cup, and a lot of people didn't think he should have been in it. He was coming back from injury and hadn't played anything, and didn't have a very good World Cup, let's be honest. And he got dumped out.
He was one of about 4 captains in the World Cup who wouldn't have been in the team if they weren't captains.
Yes, pretty much. So it's nice to see him gain a little bit of form, get some runs. There's a little bit of a change, don't know what's going on. As Wokes comes into the 4th bowl. If it's 5th over, I think Wokes is a bowling through man now. Oh, now that stopped him maybe a little bit. Hendricks trying to turn it into the onside. It popped up off the bat, back towards the bowler, but not near enough to cause any trouble.
Well, in 50 over cricket, most of your bowlers are going to have to bowl some middle innings overs.
Yeah, Wokes didn't. I don't think he came back in that first game because we had Adil. We had 6 bowlers, so I think it ended up.
That is an advantage, England having 6. A much better 6th bowling option than South Africa, put it that way, and England will be even stronger in that regard if Stokes comes back into the team.
Well, yeah, totally. That one's quite straight again, and Hendricks plays it up to mid-on. They'll get themselves a single. Not a bad over from Wokes, though. 4 off it so far, 1 ball to go. Only 1 over left of
I mean, that's the thing right now. Even though the batsmen are set, just don't bowl any bad balls. Avoid being hit for a boundary, and you probably take that at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, push the run rate up.
Yeah, you've got to try and push the run rate up to 8s and 9s, even in this form of the game. Wokes in again. Full. Oh, it's going to be out.
It's out, yep. That's a big bonus.
Temba Bavuma has got him out. It was a slower ball. Tossed it up there. He'd driven one of those through the covers. A little bit aerial earlier, but he didn't really get hold of that one and was tempted into the shot. Couldn't quite get it over. It was Reece Topley down. mid-off on the edge of the 30-yard circle. He's a tall man to clear, and he couldn't quite get it. He had to reach up and caught it full length, but in the end, quite an easy catch. And England get the first wicket. South Africa 49 for 1.
Go OUT the window, go OUT the window, go OUT the window, 'cause OUT spells out.
Well, I didn't get my first. I've lost my first bet again.
Yeah.
Not,
Not-
29.5.
Not entirely dissimilar to the Jason Roy dismissal, was it? Just
No, slightly
reaching
this
for one
time.
outside
He
of
seemed
off.
to put backspin on it. He ran his finger down the back of the ball, didn't he? You can see it spinning this way rather than the cutter, and it just took the pace off it enough to entice the drive without the pace being there, and just played it too early, I suppose, to play it
Early,
upwards.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, another 30 and out for Tambo Bavuma, but you're two of them at 100 you would take in a 3-match series. Yeah.
Absolutely, you certainly would.
And he's not certainly not slowed the gaff down at all. He's been above or on a ball in every innings.
Yeah, that's very true.
It's quite a discussion over on YouTube about whether substitutes are allowed in cricket. It's a shifting sands, that one. There is one tournament now, isn't it? Is it the Big Bash where you
IPL is going to allow an impact substitute as well.
Yeah,
it's very
not just a concussion
it's
sub.
very unclear how it works, at least to me, and it can't be an overseas player.
There's also the other one where you don't have to name your side until after the toss, so you can actually shift around based on whether you're batting or bowling, what your plan is.
One of them, yes. Is that the ILT20?
That's this one. That is the SA.
That's the SA20, I think.
Yeah, which is interesting.
I don't mind that really.
Right, here's a man who's scoring 1 million runs in ODI cricket. Can he add to that total? Can I find his jingle?
Brazil and the Deucen can play all the show.
Well, he's not facing because that must have been the end of the over, then it was last ball of the over. Because you can't cross now, being caught, which I like, and that's one of the rules I like. The first ball of Jeffers next over is to Reza Hendricks, who drives it up to mid-on and gets a single. Now, if they could get Rassi out, it might cause a little bit of turbulence in the dressing room.
Well, it would make a change for sure.
Yeah, it certainly would.
Seems to have batted this entire series.
Yes, and extraordinarily well. Archer in, defended, out to covers.
But again, if England could get another couple of quiet overs in after a wicket, particularly as they've just got the batsman who was scoring more freely, or just tick the pressure up a little bit.
Indeed. And you got to say, South Africa chased down 350 twice in a row. Good luck to them.
Have they?
Well, they chased 3-4-4 the other day, didn't they,
Yeah.
on Sunday? And if they get it today...
If they do, fair enough, yeah.
Archer in, defended by Van der Dussen, up to mid-off, but they'll scoot through for a quick single. But we'll have a change at the end of this over. Hendo's going to come in, do some ball by ball. Messers and Richard are going to join him on the old Zoom.
Brian Barish, by the way, said, poker, the sport that makes darts looks like Ultimate Fight Club. There you go.
Well, that's not really a sport, it's a game.
Of course it's not. I mean, I've had this discussion many times, but you're really arguing about what the word sport means, which is a bit pointless.
I was going to say, defended by Reza Hendricks up to cover.
I had someone once say, poker is a sport because it's on Sky Sports. End of.
Oh, fucking hell.
That's a line of argument.
Not a very good one.
No.
Reza, 14 off 29. Oof, less than a run every 2 balls. Mind you, it's trying to catch up, and he can hit a long ball. Worked into the leg side to mid wicket, and there is no run. Another couple
I
of
think
balls.
England will be happier with that 10 over spell.
Yeah, I think so, especially getting that wicket and getting 10 bags. Quite a big one considering you got a ton the other day. That's just it. I think if they get Van der Dussen, they'll fill cock a hoop.
Yeah. And then my prediction made after 15 minutes of this game that it was already over
Might well be
true.
Might have come true, yeah. Just the other way that you were thinking at the time, huh?
He says you don't know that.
Oh, yes, of course not. You were thinking England were going to walk it at
Yes,
10 for
exactly.
3.
Ooh.
Smash!
Ooh.
That's a poor ball by Jofra. It was, he kind of dragged it down a bit and wide of the off stump. And Reza Hendricks climbed into that, smashed it through the covers. 4 runs. We're going to have a switcheroo.
We are. Messers, with a curious sense of deja vu, I'm going to tell you that Jay Grover is the next tweet.
3, 4, 4.
Thank you, Tony. Hey. Welcome back, Richard.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
And I've learned all about you in the break. Well,
That's-
I've learned what you want the world to know about you in the break. Your authorship, your travels, your outback trucking. Goodness me.
I appreciate that. Yeah, that's couldn't have put it better myself. Yeah.
Well, hi guys. First time I think I've been on with Richard. I've been
is
on with
indeed.
Messi once or twice before. Power play comparison, yeah. Well, South Africa well ahead, but of course things changed for England with that double 100 partnership. 55 for 1, good wicket to getting rid of Temba Bavuma, but Van der Dussen was coming off a century from the first one-day international. He drives at this one. It's a thick inside edge up to mid-on, and they go through for a single. 56 for 1 into the 11th over. A big loss, Richard. Temba was looking really good. He's looked so positive in this series, hasn't he?
He was. I like watching him play. I really do. It's a shame he's taken so much criticism in his time.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mostly undeserved
Yeah.
in the context of what everyone else is doing. Love a Temba Bavuma cover drive.
Oh yes, his pull shots in this series have been tremendous as well. Hendricks runs this down to third man, where Adil Rashid is fielding. They'll take another single. Wokes has started his 6th over. He got that wicket, 1 for 28. We're looking at that line. The England line was very, very flat until about, I don't know, I guess 20th over or so, began to head upwards. But Van der Dussen facing again. Wokes is in. Good ball, probing around the off stump. Comes forward, defends it back to the bowler. And there is no run. What do we have any sort of initial? What's the lowest score we got for the GPL? Messi, do you know? Have you got it in front of you? At the moment?
The low scores were less than the England scores.
Oh, really?
So they don't come into the equation at all. But I can tell you that. So D Wells had 280, 281, 487 is Ombre Nueva's lowest. I mean, if South Africa were to be out for about 141, that'd be it. But 597, 647 are his other two.
Okay. Another single, as this is driven a little bit upshly into the offside, out to the cover boundary. And we move on 1 by 1. Just looking at Wokes' action. It was a strange ball that got rid of Bavuma, I have to say. He did seem to be trying him out with that rather floaty one, and he was drawn into it. He's in again. This is quicker through the air, but still dropped down to third man by Hendricks. He'll go to 20.
There was one a little bit before, which was an ultra slow one from Wokes, 104 k's an hour, I think, which Bavuma just whacked through the covers for 4. Maybe Wokes just got the balance right the next time around. But it reminded me a bit of Roy's dismissal from earlier in the day as well. Just holding out.
Roy. I thought Roy was more on the walk, actually. I mean, Roy just didn't. I don't know, his bottom hand was coming through far too much, I thought. Wokes in again, short, slower ball. Has to wait for it, Van der Dussen, and then almost drags it round behind square on the onside down to Jofra Arter. They take a single to complete the over. South Africa chasing 347 to win, are 60 for 1 from 11. Messi.
Well, Tony gave me some options. He said Jay Grover was the next tweet, but that could be one of many.
Oh, right.
I'm picking this one. I volunteer to be a guerrilla cricket artistic producer because you boys need some more vim and zest Yes, drink cleaning products. Get Tony off tweets and the product will be stronger. Well, we already take great note of everything you tweet to us, Jay. So I think you are de facto already our artistic producer, particularly in relation to clothing, which you seem to be very critical of anything that's not colourful. Dave Wood says it's very unclear to me how the IPL works, to be honest. Well, you're not supposed to understand these things, you just sort of watch and do what you're told.
Archer in, bowls to Van der Dussen, who tucks this away off Midland leg down to long leg, where the fielder is in darkness there, the shadow from the stand extending out. So I don't know what the temperature's been in Kimberley today. Have we any idea? Has it been particularly
29
hot?
was the forecast.
29, so pretty warm. So whoever it is fielding down there, I think it was Sammy Curran, might be quite glad of the shade.
Yeah, that'll be
for one.
typical for this time of year in Kimberley. And then the big question mark now as darkness sets in is, will the lights come on, this being modern South Africa?
Oh, really? Of course, this is a short ball from Archer, which Hendricks is quite happy to sway out the way of. 92 miles an hour, that's more like it from Jofra.
Yeah.
Just getting the wheels really going. Hendricks 20 off 34, Van der Dussen 5 off 7. And Archer is into a third over. Of course, he played the first ODI and was quite expensive. Was left out of the second. I think it was a bit much to expect him to play 2 matches in 3 days. Bowling 8 to 10 overs or so. Archer in again. Short. Pulled this time by Hendricks. Good shot from him. But Duckett is round to his right at deep backward square, preventing it going for the boundary. Just take the 1. 62 for 1. A big difference from 92 miles an hour, he went down to 78 miles an hour with that delivery. So, I guess if I was facing Jofra Archer, I'd prefer the 78 mile an hour one to the 92 mile an hour one. So, I might be able to got more chance of hitting it. He's Van der Dussen down. He's got a slip and he drives aerially. I think he's been caught. He has been caught at backward point by Jason Roy, and Jofra Archer has a wicket. South Africa are 68 for 2, and another wicket has gone down. Yeah, just one of those slightly loose shots outside the off stump. And
again, the speed, it was 146 k's that run.
Yeah, Rassie Van der Dussen. So the century makers from the first one-dayer and the second one-dayer have both gone. And
I would say this sets up very nicely. I think the journalists will be sharpening their pencils to write a story about how the hometown boy leads South Africa home after a shaky start. Reza Hendricks, I think I'm feeling a bit of nerves from him. Maybe that's just me projecting.
Reza Hendricks,
I know he had a rough time in the field, and he's getting into it, and it sets up for him on his home ground to take this home now.
I didn't know he was a Kimberley boy.
That's the only one of the South African team. Very few people in general come from Kimberley, even fewer good sportsmen.
Do people go to Kimberley rather than come from Kimberley? Is that the to do certain things in Kimberley?
People don't really go there much either. With apologies to anyone listening from Kimberley, it's a little bit out of the way in the South African context, but nothing wrong with it, I'm sure.
Okay, new batsman to the crease. Has been in pretty decent form as well. Hits the ball really well. It's this man.
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and this Safa, yes, he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs.
I think he might average a little bit more than 28 in one day cricket. He's been hit by Jofra, who's now got the wind in his sails, and that's just dropped out into the onside, and there is no run. He's just rolling his arm over as if he was perhaps taken on the shoulder by that one. And Archer's just got his tail up a little bit. Yes, took him right on the shoulder, turned away from it, took his eye off the ball and rode it. Better to ride it on the shoulder than on the chin. But just surprised him for pace there. All good signs for English cricket, this. Jofra motoring in, getting it up over 90 miles an hour. He's in again, bowls, driven, nice shot by Markram. Actually, well, that's a good response, isn't it? He's played that perfectly to the left of mid-on, and it's run away for one of these. That's a glorious shot, really is. Proper cricket shot, as they say.
Okay. Jay Grover says it's been a long time since I had to read people, but I reckon Richard either has a lot of money or owes people a lot of money. Possibly both.
Be nice if he owed us a lot. Be nice if he owed us a lot of money.
That is a good one.
It's got that time,
and a journalist.
It's got that time. It's got to that time in the afternoon where Jay's tweeting is getting a bit productive, shall I say?
Yeah. Leah says, I'm fine with naming the team after the toss, but I loathe that impact player bovine feces. Yeah, the substitute thing it sucks. They tried it on BBL last year.
Yeah, I'm not keen on that thing of naming the team after the toss because, you know, from a Gorilla perspective, we want other teams in front of us when we sit down to open the show. Adil Rashid's going to come into the attack. I'll jingle him up in a minute. He's bowling to Hendricks, and that turned a long way. It turned almost far enough to be a wide. It wasn't given, but it turned a long way, and he'll be very happy if it does that when he pitches it a little bit straighter. Here he comes again. This could be an interesting spell. He's in, bowls, and that's gone past the outside edge. Beautifully tossed up by Adil Rashid, and Reza Hendricks realises that he's got a real challenge on his hands here. Lovely little bit of drift, then landing it right in front of middle and off, and turning it away. He was drawn into the shot, had to be. Slip is there. He's in again, bowls. Again, it's a leg break, but pushed comfortably into the offside this time by Hendricks. He'll take the single. And the score moves on to 67 for 2. This is the man with the ball in his hands.
Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45.
And he comes again, bowling now to... he finds the edge of Markram's bat, but it goes to ground before it gets to Moeen Ali, who's in at slip.
Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it on the 45.
It took the shoulder of the bat as well as he pushed forward there. This is going to be fun with two right-handers in. He's bowled him another one. A little bit too short. There was a lot of turn. Managed to jab it out into the offside towards Ben Duckett on the cover boundary and take a single. 68 for 2. 2 runs from the first 5 balls of Rashid's over. They might prefer to have someone like David Miller, left-hander, facing at the moment, but as it is, there's 2 right-handers. Hendricks back to face now. Final ball of the over. In he comes, bowls. That one seems to just go straight on. Defended to extra cover. It's the end of the over. South Africa 68 for 2. Messi.
Yeah, well, Jay's at his most productive. He says, I can't believe Andy's left before I got to ask him about the double bluff. He says, well, Jeremy, I should sleep happy knowing my fashion advice, like all opinions, being taken with the respect they deserve. And he also says, serious question, what the fuck has Richard got against Kimberly? Well, they've certainly taken you off the short list for the tourist promotion.
Yeah, absolutely.
No gig for me there.
Yeah.
I'm sure they haven't got a budget anyway.
Dave Wood reckons Kimberly's a little like Taunton. It's not somewhere you go on purpose.
No, you won't want to say that to Annie, would you? This is driven by Markram up to mid-on, where Adil Rashid is fielding. It's a new over from Jofra Archer.
That last over from Rashid, I think, did sort of confirm the hypothesis that England's spin department has a lot more to offer than South Africa's did, beating the bat edges, that sort of thing.
What's gone wrong with Shamsi? I mean, he was quite a good performer in England last summer, I thought.
Oh, he's had his moments, but form is not there at the moment.
No.
Certainly not today.
No, and he went for a few in the first ODI, didn't he? Wonderful partnership of 232 between Butler and Milan. We're just seeing some highlights from that, but you could pick a lot of shots from that partnership and still not have covered much of the ground of how good it was.
Yeah.
From 15 for 3 England. Archer in again, bowls, and Markram comes forward. He's going to take this quick single as he pushes this one slowly up to Adil Rashid, who seems a little bit disappointed with himself in not thinking there might have been a single there and maybe being a little bit more alert. Score moves to 69 for 2. England finished on 346 for 7.
That partnership earlier really was a study in how to take your medicine after an early knock, rebuild slowly, and then unleash it.
Yeah, you've got to have that ability to be able to unleash later. This is a slower ball bowled by Archer, but it's a genuine half volley, and it's been smacked by Hendricks. You won't let a ball like that get away. It's gone straight to the boundary for one of these. That was a very gentle offering by Archer's standards, and Hendricks took full advantage. And the lights are on, I can tell you. It was the knuckle ball, that's what went wrong. It was the knuckle ball, but he got the length horribly wrong, and it was put away. In comes Archer again, bowls him a quicker one, onto the back foot goes Hendricks, defends into the extra cover area. Milan does the fielding, and there is no run. 73 for 2, Markram 6, Hendricks 26. The men out, Temba Bavuma and Rassi van der Dussen, both of them 100 makers in this series. We're into the 14th over now. Jofra Archer didn't open the bowling today. We're looking at those speeds in this over: 145, 143, 122 and 146. He's definitely running in with more purpose than in the first match, but with equal purpose is Reza Hendricks, and he gets into position to pull that, and he pulls it in front of square. Very good shot indeed, through mid-wicket for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Just a little bit of lack of consistency in Archer's bowling perhaps at the moment. Certainly going for more runs than you would expect.
Yeah, he's been consistently quite straight on line, but there have been a few of those short ones, and Hendricks has mostly picked out fielders but had no trouble handling them.
He's in again, and he forces this one to the right of Sami Curran. He's racing back for a second. Sami Curran had to adjust to use his left arm to throw, and they get back for the second. 79 for 2. Hendricks moves on to 32 from 43. That's the end of the over. 11 runs from it. Archer 4 overs, 1 for 27, and South Africa 79 for 2. Messi.
Well, the wonderful Richard Peel, also known, of course, as the Jersey Jingler, says, Kimberly, place where only salesmen and relatives go. With
Really?
apologies to Philip Larkin, who, when he wrote that, was writing about Hull, I think. And Jay says, bless you, Hendo, for thinking my productive tweets depend upon the time of day.
Well, maybe not, maybe not. It's sometimes when no one else is tweeting, you make up for it. Driven up to mid-off, long off rather, should I say, as Rashid starts his second over. Hendricks moves to 30, it's Markram moving to 7, Hendricks has 32. And the score's moved on to 80 for 2. Slip is still in comes Rashid, bowls. Onto the back foot goes Hendricks, defends quietly out on the offside. Ball rolls slowly to Milan. And you just get the sense that the sun is disappearing and the lights are beginning to take over a little bit. As Rashid is in again. Oh, he's thrown that one right up, and it's been driven. It's been driven hard and aerial and effectively by Hendricks, and it's brought him another of these.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
It's beginning to blossom. He's found the edge though, and Moeen Ali dives away to his right. Can't grasp it. Is that going to go all the way to the boundary? No, I think it's going to be pulled up a few yards inside. That third man, they get back for 2. Rashid will be excited by the amount of turn he's able to get out there.
He is looking good. He really is.
Just wonder whether Moeen could go a little bit wider. That one's just out of his stretch. And he is quite wide already, but might need to go a little bit further if he's going to get that amount of turn. He's in, he bowls. What? It was quite short, and he had time. He went back and thought about pulling it, and then it turned and sort of stood up a little bit, so couldn't really do anything with it in the end, and just dropped it down in front of him. Again, no run. Hendricks on to 38 now from 47. Final ball of Rashid's second over. He's in, bowls a flatter one, he goes back, forces. Past the square leg umpire is actually at square cover. Ben Duckett does the fielding out on the boundary. They take 1. 8 from the over. South Africa after 15 are 87 for 2. Any more productive Jay Grover tweets?
Well, just the one. He says, "I exist only to fill a void."
It's true. And there is an enormous void out there, I think you'll find.
Oh dear. Yes, we welcome anybody getting in touch with us at Guerrilla Cricket on Twitter. That, I tell you, if Rashid can keep pitching in the right place, he's almost unplayable at the moment.
Yeah, hasn't bowled a googly yet, as far as I can see. He's been so excited by the spin he's got away from the right-hander that he hasn't been tempted to try the alternative so far. But,
he's got him driving as well. That one was slightly overpitched in the last over, but he might not mind that if they're having a go and he's got to slip in.
Absolutely.
That was the only really bad ball we've seen so far from him. Likewise, the batters, if he's bowling like that, might be happy with one boundary and over and a couple of singles when he's bowling.
Well, John Fraser is being pulled out of the attack for now, so he's just bowled the 4 overs in his first spell, and he's going to be replaced by the man who got fined for his response to getting Bavuma out in the second ODI. It's Sam Curran. I'll jingle him up after this ball. He's in, he bowls to Hendricks. Hendricks goes back to one. That's a little bit short, turns it into the onside. Will take an easy single to the right of mid-wicket. Here is the new bowler.
Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. His dad's from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
Markram down to face. He's got 7 from 7. And Curran is in, left arm over the wicket, bowls onto the back foot goes Markram, wants a single, but he wasn't entirely sure that Hendricks was going to answer that one, and we've completely lost the picture, so I can't tell you what's going on. We got it back. 89 for 2. Markram moves on to 8. Yeah, just a little bit of hesitation there, as that was played to the left hand of Jason Roy. Jason Roy, very dangerous fielder in that position at backward point, generally speaking, but I think there was probably a comfortable one there.
In the end,
Tell you what, Hendo, Richard hasn't undergone the cricketing achievements inquisition we normally put new players through.
Onto the back. Onto the back. We'll go to that. Onto the back foot goes Hendricks. That one was dug in short by Sam Curran. He just defended it quite high on the bat. What sort of achievements are you looking for, Messi Jez? Not so much achievements. We want to hear about massive failures, don't we?
Well, yes, memorable moments.
We don't want to hear about your achievements. We want to know just how bad cricket has been to you. After this ball, Curran is in, bowls onto the back foot again. Goes Hendricks. He'll take an easy single, easing it to the right of mid-wicket once more. So tell us about your cricketing career.
There was going directly from wicket keeping to the hospital without the ball hitting me.
Oh, how did you do that?
Well, sort of moving sideways in a hurry at an advanced age. My knee didn't like it.
No.
So yeah, a couple of days later, operated upon.
Oh wow!
But I still go back and wicket keep because I'm sucker of punishment.
It's very wearing on the knees is keeping wicket. This is pushed into the offside. They'll take another agreed single.
I managed to do that standing upright, which was one forgettable achievement. I can also offer getting run out on 49 from the non-striker's end in a lost cause. And I'm still waiting for my first 50.
Really? Oh, that's a tragedy. That's a cricketing tragedy. That is.
Yeah. Well, we didn't have a scoreboard. I didn't know quite how close I was. But,
In comes Curran again. Are they going to take another single? Yes. This is just eased down to third man. So 5 singles from the over. has taken South Africa onto 92 for 2. Markram has 9. Hendricks has 42. What we should say about being run out on 49, that it's one of these.
There must be a run out here. Oh, how tragic. How tragic, how tragic, how tragic.
Indeed so. Derek Randall has been there, and you've been there.
I actually have a remarkable number of run-outs from the non-striker's end.
Oh, really?
Running to the danger end when it's gone behind the batsman, and I'm thinking, what are you doing? I'm going to the danger end. Why are you standing there making a mix-up? Just go. I'm the one.
Well, if it's gone behind, it's your call as well, isn't it?
I know. It's not every run-out that's been that, but I do wonder why people stand when I'm the one who's going to face the music.
That's tough. Being run out is no fun. No fun at all. 92 for 2. Now what seems to be the problem? Butler seems to be being given some sort of painkiller, so maybe he's taking a rap on one of his fingers. Anyway, Rashid is in, bowls, and forward comes Hendricks. In defence, pushing to extra cover, there is no run. He's 42 from 53. Markram is on 9. We're into the 17th over now. Adil Rashid's third. There is a slip. He has gone wider, I think. He's in, bowls, waits for this one, and then just shovels it away through mid-on. Fielded in the deep by Rhys Topley. 93 for 2. England at this stage, would you believe, were 43 for 3 after 16.2 overs. So they're 50 runs ahead. Rashid in again, bowls again. He almost induces the full shot, driven at by Markram, went away off a thick outside edge, wasn't totally in control of the shot, fielded at backward point, there is no run. Target 347. And Markram waits again, in comes Rashid, and he's lofted this over the top of the infield, although not towards any particular fielder, but it certainly went in the air. Played with a bit of freedom out towards deep cover. They take a 1.
I think it's a case of anything to get down the other end for these two right-handers.
Yeah, they're certainly being drawn into the drive. In comes Rashid, bowls him the one out the front of the hand, very flat indeed, and it's again he can't get it through the field. Archer is at backward square leg, and it went straight to him. So frustration for Hendricks there.
It was a bad ball in the end.
Yeah, it was out of the front of the hand, but it wasn't very well controlled. He'll be annoyed about missing out there. In comes Rashid again, bowls onto the back foot, forced forward a square, thinking about a second maybe as Duckett comes round, and they're going to race back for it. Has to hurry in the end, does Hendricks, but he gets there. It means that 4 runs have come off Adil Rashid's third over. South Africa, after 17, have moved to 96 for 2. What's Jay saying now, Messi?
He says, I used to make jokes about Hendo asking people for baksheesh all the time, but seriously, 127 patrons, it's actually 152, but same.
Well, I've been telling him it's 100. I said it was 157. I'm not quite sure how many it is, but it's something around that number.
Yeah, it's 152 as of today.
There we go.
It's fucking shocking.
It is shocking. I mean, when you consider how many people out there listen to us, wouldn't it be nice if some more of you could reach into your pockets and give us some money? Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. You've got a number of levels to choose from, which means you get a variety of extra content. There is the views letter that comes out on a Friday called the Maximum. There's normally about 3,500 words, normally about 4 articles in that. And there is the Bishop and Bear podcast. You don't actually have to pay for Who's That Weirdo, but it's just an example of the extra content that we give you, apart from the more than 100 days a year of live cricket commentary. That's tantamount to something like 800 hours of
There's
cricket
also
commentary.
about 14 half-hour interviews with gorillas.
There are.
That you can
Carried out by
access.
Messi Jez. They're going to take a single at the start of a new over from Curran, is forced out towards deep cover, as so many balls are in the boring middle overs. If they're not going to deep cover, they're tending to go to long off or long on. You get a lot of singles at this in this period of the game. Hendricks is just 5 short of a half century. He's facing up. No close catches now. There's a man on the 45, a backward point. So 2 men potentially catching behind square. This is driven behind square. It's found the gap, and it's going all the way out to the deep backward point boundary for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That's pretty well placed by Hendricks. Takes him to within one of a half century. Crunched that quite high up on the bat, but he got the angle right.
Luckily, it was in the gap, wasn't it? Did he mean to hit it as uppishly as that?
I'm not sure. No. Curran in again, short, turned into the onside, easy single. As Moeen Ali runs round from mid wicket, and that is 50 for Reza Hendricks. A fifth 50 in his 27th one-day international. What we like to call around here one of these.
Half a 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 century.
Curran then into Markram. He's bowling short and he's picked up by Markram beautifully over mid wicket. That's deep into the bank, and amongst a great number of excited South African fans, it's 6 runs all the way. Yeah, what do you think? I think Curran's bowling too short at the moment.
Certainly on that delivery, and we got a good look at the state of the bank and the crowd. There's a lot of detritus lying around. It's got that late afternoon feeling. That
it looks like a good atmosphere though. It looks good up there. It looks good. Curran in again, shortish again onto the back foot, punch this time out to deep cover. Just a single on this occasion. 6, 10, 11, 12, 13 runs off the over so far. Good over for South Africa. We've moved past 100. 109 for 2 now. Curran bowling, I think he's trying to bowl it short into the pitch and a little bit slowly. It does seem to be only at around about 74 miles an hour, and normal pace he's over 80. So he's just trying to keep it, take pace off the ball. Jos Buttler has gone up to have a word with him and now trots back to take up his position behind the stumps. 109 for 2. Markram's on to 18. Hendricks is on 50 from 58. And Curran is in to completely over. Short again, pulled by Hendrick. This time finding the man Duckett on the deep square leg boundary.
I don't feel like that's what Jos Buttler said to him.
No, I don't think it is. I'm not sure what he said. He said maybe bowl it a little bit quicker and maybe bowl it a little bit fuller. We're going to have some drinks, I think, by the looks of things. 110 for 2. So what I will do is I'll tell you how you can help Guerrilla Cricket.
We need
Alternative cricket commentary, bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket.
Go and have a look at Patreon, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, and decide what level of support you'd like to give and the various goodies you get for doing so. I don't think we've had a $10 Patreon for quite some time, and if you become a $10 Patreon, you get your name going around on a regular loop on the YouTube coverage, so your generosity will be known about by people in far-flung communities. So there you go, that's an interesting thing to know. So why not become a $10 a month contributor to Guerrilla Cricket? You'll get all the goodies like the Bishop and the Bear and the Smaximum as well. Messi.
Indeed. Samantha G was the last one in December. Brian Barry says, speaking of awful rules, Messi, how happy are you that the BBL also scrapped that boost point? They had a ridiculous thing last year where you got 3 points for the win and 1 point for whoever was ahead after 10 overs. It totally corrupted the whole basis of it.
I mean, what does it matter who's ahead after 10 overs?
Exactly.
It's pointless, isn't it?
Yeah, Warren says, how many listeners are there? Well, I don't know, to be honest. We're off on a lot of platforms. Bear will be the one with the metrics on that, I'm sure.
It's not always easy to tell, but it's in the millions. I wish it were, but it's good. It's good.
We got 13,500 subscribers on YouTube. I know that, and we got 13,000 followers on Twitter. Dave Wood says the issue with the maximum is of those 3,500 words, 3,000 belong to Gary. That's not true, Dave. You know that. I had 687 words in the last one myself.
There you go.
And some of them were quite good words too.
They were very good words. I hardly changed it at all.
Jay Grover says, I'm feeling jolly cross now. Not quite cross enough to buy another shower curtain, but pretty damn close.
Well, that's another way, isn't it? That's another way, Messi, that anyone can help us. Go to the Redbubble store. Go to our merchandise store on the website, GorillaCricket.com. Find merchandise. And there's all sorts of T-shirts. I mean, Messi Jez has been wearing one.
Including this T-shirt.
We get on air because of the bear. There it is.
Yes, which disappears when I stand up.
And also the one that's behind Messi Jez, if you're watching us on YouTube, which says shit gets wickets, which we know to be true. It's borne out by many a match. So, but there are also some general Gorilla Cricket goodies that you can get, stickers.
There's heaps of stuff there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can't believe it hasn't sold out yet. But there you go.
And Ombre Nuevo designed some of them, including the Shit Gets Wicked.
He did. Rashid starts me over. The drinks are over, and Hendricks forces out between the man at backward point and extra cover. Gets a single again to the boundary edge. Partnership now worth 49 from 39 balls. South Africa onto Nelson, 111 for 2.
Speaking of bear and bear games, India beat New Zealand by 168 runs.
What? Driven through mid-off. Long off has to make a little bit of a move to his left. That's Reece Topley. I'll just take the one. So hang on, India got 212. So what did New Zealand get?
234. And New Zealand got 66.
Oh, 66 for Nazon.
Wow, that's an absolute hammering, isn't it? 100 for Shubman Gill there. Who took wickets? He's bowled him. I'm not quite sure how he's bowled him, but he has done. He threw it down the leg side, looking for the turn. It was quite flat. Batsman went back and tried to force. And I'm not sure whether that's come off his pad and that's deflected it onto the wicket, or whether it's turned all that way. Whatever it is, it's an expert piece of bowling. Yeah, it's hit him on the pad, way outside leg stump, and then gone between his legs to bowl him middle and leg stump. So a little bit unfortunate, but also credit to Adil for the variation, I suppose. And that is the end of Reza Hendricks. He made 52 from 61 balls. He's the local batsman. He's batted pretty well, but he has, I'm afraid, now gone. You might see that a different way, Richard, because I thought that was quite a clever piece of bowling, even though he did get a bit lucky. Or was it a terrible ball and he got lucky? What do you think?
Good question. Getting so much turn before. That one actually didn't turn very much. Was miles outside leg stump. Was it a clever piece of bowling? I think it was worth a shot. I could go with that theory. Not convinced, but you can argue it, definitely. Even if it's miles outside leg, as a batsman, when it's turning that much, you're still thinking, is there any safe shot here? Or maybe that's just me when I'm batting to a leg spinner.
I think you'll feel. I think you'll feel a bit hard done by, actually, Reza. To be honest, look at it. But the variation was quite clever, and it brought the required results. Newman.
That wicket's down to Richard. It was the weight of the expectations that Richard had placed upon him by saying
he's got. I think Reza was probably upset about his comments about Kimberly. Rashid is in, bowls to Klassen, who cuts this away out to deep cover. They take a single. This is indeed the new batsman.
If you think he's going to replace the all forms of the game, then baby you're insane. What's this guy's name?
I think it was a clever bit of bowling, but he was lucky to get the wicket, if that makes sense, because it didn't turn that much. You're right. It throws this one up. It's quite horrible. It's driven. The man scampering across that extra cover can't get to it. Outfield looks a little bit rough out there where Ben Duckett is, so they get back for 2, 115 for 3.
I'm not sure what's been going on with it. They get enough sunshine up there.
Yeah, it does look a
and
little bit
there's plenty
bouncy,
of greenery
doesn't it?
about.
Yeah.
With that rain, maybe people have been practicing their golf in the night.
He's in again, and he bowls another flattish leg spinner that pitches more on the line of leg stump. Markram goes back and then is aware that it's going to turn, sort of pulls out of anything too ambitious. So well done to Adil Rashid. 4 overs, 1 for 19. And more tweets, Messi.
Jersey Jingler says, it's boring middle overs time. Speaking of jingles, I'm home with COVID, so any immediate needs?
Oh, I see. What you might be able to sing while with COVID. Sing and play musical instruments.
Yes. Well, did you say there's only 100 jingle?
Yes, I think there is. Let me have a look again. Let me see if I see milestones. Is there more than 100? There's a Centurion, there's an 150, and there's a 200, but we only have 100 jingles, so we do need another 100 jingle. That would be great, if you're feeling well enough to do that. But no hurry, no hurry. We can get by without it for now.
Jay Grover says, the South African accent was birthed to say the word detritus. Wasn't that a Boer president?
Detritus is a very hard word to say. On to the back foot goes Klassen. This new over started by Sam Curran, the last one of my spell for now. Who's on next? We've got Andy Ward. Oh, I'm still here, but I'm doing socials. And the Bear is also coming to join us on summarising. So I'm going to have to go and get hold of an iPad very shortly. Sam Curran into his third. He's going to come round the wicket now to bowl to Klassen. He's in, bowls, he defends on the front foot towards extra cover. There is no run. Richard, have you been to a game? Have you been to a game at Kimberley?
I have not. Actually, I want to say something good. This is my last over as well. I want to say something good about Kimberley. I do like that it appears to be a proper cricket ground.
It is.
Trees around, you can
Yes.
see the sky. It's not flooded with concrete.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice, doesn't it? In comes Curran, short, pulled, powered to mid-wicket. It's deflected towards Adil Rashid, who then gets the throw in from mid-on. It was Ali who deflected it his way, but Klassen had some ground to make up because he seemed to be stuck in mud a little bit. He was on the back foot, so it took him a while to get into overdrive, but he did do enough in the end, and so he's got his second run.
Jay says, I'd write something for the Smacksman, but the very idea of Hendo sub-editing me induces spasms of rage.
Why on earth? As one of the most experienced sub-editors on this programme, this is forced up to mid-on by Markram. They'll take another single to Adil Rashid. He goes to 22, 117 for 3. It couldn't be in safer hands, Jay. Couldn't be in safer hands.
Absolutely, he's very light touch, I must say.
As long as you leave out the references to tentacle porn, it should be fine. 117 for 3, 2 balls remaining in the over. Curran again digging the ball into the pitch, keeping it fairly short. Onto the back foot goes Klassen, forces to square cover. There is no run. Do you want to do socials best, and then I can stay here and do jingles? Yeah, let's do it. You know how to use that iPad. Final ball of Curran's third over. Figures of none for 21. What do we need? 230 required off the best part of 30 overs. 7 wickets in hand. Klassen facing. And Curran is in. Bowls one right up in the block hole this time. But it's eased out and up to Rashid at long on. They take a single, and that is the end of the over. 118 for 3 from 20. And the next voices you hear will be Andy Ward and the Bear.
Right. Thank you, Richard.
Hi,
Yes,
it's
thanks,
a pleasure.
You got to change the picture though, Hendo.
Oh God. Is it a 3-person Zoom?
No, not 3-person Zoom. It's 3 persons in the studio.
So, Bear, the next tweet is from Jonathan Shawland 4 minutes ago.
Is it one of these down the bottom? No.
Go down another one.
How do I get down any further?
Can you just take the... You got to be on the
Yeah,
screen.
I know.
No, press plus.
Oh no!
No, Hendo's hand broken it.
Cancel.
Gorilla
Right.
Tech. It's so fun.
Swish it up with
Jonathan
2
Shawland,
fingers.
Bear.
It'll be
2
fine
fingers.
if it
There you
works.
go.
Okay. It's not doing it though.
You got to press it reasonably hard, Hendo. And do
If
it.
you're all
right,
finished,
that's enough.
Oh, Rashid's back in, and that one
there
flashes
we go.
through where Golly would have been at catchable height. Wasn't anyone there. They're going to get a single.
Now, click on the 3 people sitting in chairs that you can see in a little frame.
This one?
Yeah, 3 people, yes.
Yep.
Right, on the line above, go to where it says no blank or something, on the far left. On the far left.
Clear layer.
Clear layer?
Not the one we're on, the one above, the one above.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, and then press the arrow next to the yellow box. Boom. Look at that, you're a fucking producer. Jesus Christ.
I still don't understand why. But anyway, there you
He's
go.
bowling well, Rashid. That one is played out into the offside, but the batsman looking like Hendo trying to work a Mac. Playing out on Rashid here.
Cruel.
On the batsman. Swept away hard by Klassen as if to disprove my point. Out into the wide open spaces of Cow Corner for 4.
Now play a jingle.
So these people who are new to guerrilla cricket, we have to kind of break them in. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Jonathan Shortland, yeah?
Yeah, apparently. Yeah.
He just says, good morning, gorillas. From New Zealand. It is early here, and I am about to set off for work, so I will be listening in the car for the next 30 minutes. Your boys took one hell of a beating.
Yes, they did. Klassen again. This one may not go the distance. Then again, it may. Oh, I think Topley there has just made. In fact, it's Curran. Reels it in, and they only get 2 off that one. They might have done more. Klassen obviously just going to take the long handle to Rashid over mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's trying to take the spin out of the equation, isn't he, by just cross-batting it, really, I think.
It was a bit shorter, to be fair.
Yeah. He had to drag it from a fair wave after it had spun, really.
Do him with a googly.
He hasn't bowled a googly, I haven't seen so
He
far.
hasn't needed to, really. That's tossed up. It's another leg break, and it's punched out past the point umpire. Who's standing there because of these shadows, I think.
He did do
That's a
Markham with a fantastic googly in the second ODI. Didn't help England's in a winning cause, of course, but it was a really good delivery.
Klassen with his rather horrible-looking peroxided hair and ginger beard. That was a little bit of googly.
I think that was the googly, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I have it out on the front of the hand straight on her.
Yep.
I think it's looked more the googly the way he tossed it up.
Anyway, Fox, Klassen as well as us. It's a dot ball, end of the over, 9 off it. It's 127 for 3.
Farong says, very interesting match. Pity the pitches this series are batter biased. They are slightly. England should win, but we are talking about England. Sappers will win in 48th over or struggle to get 280 plus. GPL should be a tricky one this evening. Indeed. Farong, you've escaped Bangladesh, I believe. Leah says India won a T20 by 168 runs. Bonkers. I know, that is quite crazy. Jay Grover, all in caps. Don't let Richard leave before he Patreons up. He's left.
He's gone. Well, I'm not sure that necessarily that actual contributors and commentary have to join Patreon. Although it would be handy if they did, because then they know what we're doing. But we do need some more listeners to sign up, really. Considering how many we have, 150 odd is not really enough.
Sammy Curran is in again. That's punched out towards backward point by Klassen. They could be looking for 2. Yes, they are. They'll get there. Drops his bat.
Ravi Nair's proposing to Annie. But
Really?
only when he gets to 51. I don't know if that's Ravi, yeah.
Well, when he gets to the age of 51.
Yeah, he says, let me know when you get to 51. I'll propose to you then. Yes, I know you have a husband, but by then you'll be sick of him, surely.
Well, good effort, Ravi, but don't think it's going to work.
Curran's in again, and that's onto the pads, but he's kind of got away with it. I think Klassen could have put that one away, but he hit it straight to the man on 45, and there's no run.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not terribly keen on the way that Curran's bowling at the moment. There's this constant short.
He
slightly
does
short
tend
ball
to
attack,
go.
isn't it?
He tends to go short if there's not much out of the wicket.
Yeah,
And he tends to go around the wicket as well, which can be a bad option.
trying to cramp start for room, isn't he? But
if you get the line wrong, though, it's all down the leg side, isn't it?
Same again. That's a good line. It's angling into middle stump, and he punches it up to mid off. It's an errant throw, but Butler is able to reel it in.
Am I going to go for another under on a run out? I might do, just for the hell of it. It's been a losing series anyway. Why not give it a punt? Chase those losses.
That's how they get you.
I know. But I got them in the World Cup, so I'm all right.
There you go. It's a constant battle. Curran in again. That's Fuller. And it's driven by Markram up to mid-off. They'll get through for a single. That's Rashid at mid-off. It's a fairly comfortable single.
Yeah, you'd fancy a single to Rashid of the England players. He's not a bad fielder, but he's just not quite as athletic as some.
Well, unless you actually drill it, there always
Yeah.
should be a single to mid-on, mid-off on the edge of the circle.
Unless he comes in to try and
Still 18
cut
to
off that
1.
single.
18th one the run out, but run out can come into play when teams don't look like taking a wicket any other way.
Yes, exactly.
I wouldn't say that for England at the moment. Oh, that's filth from Curran. It's very short. It goes away from the batsman. Must be wide. Yes, it is.
It
Yeah.
has been signalled, although we didn't see it, so it's one of these.
Wide.
And he really dragged that one down.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
It's almost on the actual wide line. See if you can do better this time. Same angle, though it's short again. It's skips off the wicket, bounces in front of Butler, who doesn't really thank him for it, but Klaassen couldn't get hold of it. But it's often the way these days. If it's a flat track, it's often your best bet. Try to bang it into the surface and get some loopy bounce. That was only 75 miles an hour.
And try and do them.
It's difficult to hit, and several England batsmen got out to this kind of ball in the first ODI in that collapse.
Yeah.
Moeen in particular played quite a poor shot. A couple of the tail enders. Klaassen's in again. It's more of a length. He gets half a bat up to long on. It will be mid on is not up. Topley, I think, with the fielding. Time for some enforcement from Jofra, maybe.
Oh, good.
Well, he has bowled a spell of 4 overs, hasn't he? And he's got that wicket.
I want a mix-up and a mid-wicket stranding. Is what I want. But right. Bear is using 2 fingers on Hendo. Click here. Says the Naked Fun porn bot. Jay says, I haven't seen The Apprentice, US or UK.
Oh no!
But couldn't we do a version of the bear judging other gorillas trying to master technology? No.
We've effectively done that over the years.
Well, we have
with
live on air.
suitably caustic.
There'll be a lot of swearing in that one.
Yeah.
Warren says, is Ravi going to pop the question to Annie when she's 51 or 5'1"? Ah.
I thought he meant when Ravi was 51.
Well, that's what I thought, but then I thought, are they both over 51?
Is Ravi 51? Don't want to say.
Rashid is in. It's full. Klaassen playing it with the spin out to deep point. It's going to be just a single. 134 for 3. And perhaps demonstrating that at this stage comparisons aren't always of too much value. England were a good 45 runs behind, but then they did bat extremely well after this point. Scored about 280 off the last 30 overs. That one's popped back past Rashid. He rolls onto the next wicket, but he can't get there. It's going to go up to long off for a single.
It's going to be interesting to see those scores catching up and then England taking over.
They will
how
catch
quickly
up,
it's going to happen.
I did say if England picked up 3 wickets by the halfway point, they'd be in good shape. They've got the biggest wickets, I would say, of Bavuma and Van der
They
Dussen.
have.
They've got Miller next and then Janssen. It's again steps away and plays with the spin, keeping Ben Duckett busy at deep point.
Miller's a big one as well. He batted extraordinarily well the other day.
Well, he's got 250s, hasn't he? In this
but if
series
you leave
already?
him 200 to get, it's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
These two batsmen going at the run of ball. Markram 25, Klaassen 17. Markram is back on strike. Rashid very full, driven past cover. That's the one where you try to beat long off, and he hasn't quite done it. That's Topley actually, 38. He's round to keep it to 2. Now, where do England's seamers fit in from this point? Archer, Topley, and Wokes.
Well, Archer's got to do the fast man's yards, hasn't he? Really genuinely quick.
And Topley's generally an end of the innings bowler, isn't he?
Well, Archer generally is as well, to be fair.
Ooh, a sweep from Markram. He didn't really get to the pitch of the ball. You can see there's foot on leg stump as the ball went past the off, and a bit of bounce from Rashid. Beat the bat.
Yeah, there wasn't conviction in that shot, was there? Struck me as a sort of little bit of an afterthought, really.
Yeah, he also didn't really get his head in line, coming from us non-international technical experts. Rashida's in. That one seemed to come in a little bit. It's out to square legs. A bit of a slow start, but they will get through for single. And there could be some buzzers. A simple miss by the man backing up, but good work from long off, who was off the fence. If you ever watched any first team cricket at my club, they'd be constantly shouting that off at each other. Get off the fence to back up.
Ah, right. Okay.
Topley did it, and end of the over. South Africa need 208 of 27, which is just over 8 and over. If my
Right,
maths
it
are
has
correct.
been cleared up. Oh, for fuck's sake, Bear, says Rabbi.
What?
5 foot 1 inch. And he said she was shrinking from 5'3".
Oh, it was 5'1", was it?
Okay. Richard. R.A. Dorky Asher says, it's a great pleasure to make my debut commentary stints on Gorilla Cricket today.
That's a great pleasure to have
A
you.
warm crew to be part of, and a great game brewing up in gorgeous, beautiful, lush, diverting.
Yes, try and get it back.
He's trying to win it back, isn't he? Yeah. Good effort.
Yes. Leah says the ECB is so bad at getting fans hyped. How else would you explain a first-class structure that doesn't guarantee a Roses match every effing season? Well, they have to be in the same
They have
league.
to be in the same league. If one of them sucks, they can't have it.
Yes, exactly.
Well, they do get the T20 Roses match, don't they? They get 2 of those in the Blast, generally
Right.
speaking.
Curran is going to continue. This time he's full, and that one's played up to cover, and there's no run.
And in fact, those games sell out generally pretty early, even before the start of the season, I think. Those Blast games. I think there was a Roses match. There was a Roses county match last season, wasn't there? I was pretty sure I was watching one. Or was that 2 seasons ago? God knows, I can't remember.
Which one's in Division 2? Lancashire or Yorkshire?
Yorkshire, isn't it now?
Okay.
Yeah.
Curran's round the wicket again. That's filth down the leg side. Butler skips across, picks it up, but it's obviously a wide.
Indeed so.
140 for 3. Still north of 200 more needed by South Africa. If you missed the England innings, they were 15 for 3. Some idiots in the green room said the game was over.
Yes.
England came back to post a very impressive 347 centuries from Butler and Milan. That one's a good piece of fielding at backward point by... Is that Salt? It is. He's on for someone. Someone's always off these days.
Yeah.
They may have got through for a single, but it was a good stop. Might as well throw yourself around in the field if that's all you're going to do.
Well, I'm a bit surprised he hasn't had a game, Salt, in this
Yeah, a
series.
little bit. Yeah. But, he might have got one if Roy hadn't scored runs in the first game.
Yeah, true.
Curran's in again. None for 30 in the 5th over. It's a slower ball. It's thumped away by Klaassen. He hasn't found the gap. It's picked up by Moen on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it'll just be a single. He does bowl those quite slow, those bouncy, slower balls. That was just 70 miles an hour from Curran.
It takes a bit of courage to bowl those, I would have thought, actually.
Well, you practice it.
Yeah.
You practice it, and bit of problems in the evening sun for Mark Nicholas in the commentary box.
Oh, what a shame.
Tough, hard life. compared
What a
to
shame.
compared
What a
to the
pity.
Stygial gloom we have in South London. And that's down into the ground from Markram, but he's successfully hit it nowhere, so they'll pick up a single.
I suppose it's unusual to see Phil Salt running around as well, isn't it? Because he's generally, if he's in a T20 or whatever, he's keeping wicket.
Yep.
So he's freed up to race around the outfield.
Rather keep wicket myself if I could. I did get a stomping in the summer, subbing in,
Oh, my
keeping
word.
wicket. I was 2 yards back and I threw it in, but it counts as a stomping.
So more or less a run out, really.
No, it was a stomping. They weren't going for a run, so it's a stomping. Pulled hard again by Klaassen, and he's found the gap that time. That will be the way to treat this from Curran. Give it a good hard thumping pull, and he's got 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Again, they're keeping up with the rate now, aren't they?
Just about the back of a handball from Curran, but it was too short, and it really just sat up to be hit.
It did.
I know some of our Safa guys rate Klaassen.
He's a good hitter, isn't he? I mean, he
Yeah.
hits the ball well. He's a clean hitter.
Oh, very short again, but it's well bowled because it's inside the wide line. Klaassen lets it go. Is that the end of the over? It is. Went for 8, and as you say, South Africa more or less keeping up on an over-by-over basis. It's 147 for 3 off 24. They need exactly 200.
Right. Jay says I'm not going to bang on about this anymore, but you are. But I just looked at my Patreon
Don't
page.
then, exactly.
There is a podcast I appeared on once. Talk about Corrids, spelt with a K-O-R-R-E.
Corrids? What's Corrids?
Well, exactly. That's the question I want to know. What are Corrids? Which brings in £2,000 a month, 5 of which is his. Fuck's sake, he's no idea why he's cross about it. You're cross about it, Jay, because we don't get £2,000 a month, and we do hundreds and hundreds of hours of fucking broadcasting a year. Not just a podcast. We do 2 podcasts, in fact.
Yeah, everyone's got a podcast.
Well, everyone's got a podcast. We've got 2, and we do lots of live broadcasting, and we give you the Smaximum, and we give you loads and loads of shit, access to an archive with thousands of hours of our archive stuff in, and we've only got 150 precisely. You go out there and eulogise for us, Jay. Arian says, congrats, Richard. Best of luck. I don't know what that's about. Presumably, Richard.
No, Richard's a commentary stint.
Yes, indeed.
And attempts to ingratiate himself back with the population of Kimberly.
Which is, it sounds like it's quite small.
Yes.
To be fair.
And Jay says, I thought Annie and Ravi were both over 51, or at least in the area. Well, yes, I think so too. That's why but we didn't want to say it because we weren't quite sure.
Right, well, I did wonder when some of the seamers were going to come back on, and Topley's got 7 overs left, so here he comes. Left arm over, it's full, as well bowled, it's a Yorker, and that'll be a dot ball.
KB once tried to kill him, and AB smashed him off the park. Then Boyd Rankin shattered his hand. But Reece Topley is finally in the side.
Shorter, and Markram didn't really know where that went. It went nowhere towards square leg, and he'll pick up a single. So, Hendo, first game of the World Cup, England's opening bowling. Is it Archer and Topley?
I think it is. I mean, Topley bowled really well last summer in the various short forms of the game. It was, of course, unlucky that he was injured just before the World T20, wasn't he? In the field, I think it was, that he did damage.
Didn't he trip over a Toblerone on the edge of the field? Didn't he?
Something like that, yeah.
Not an actual Toblerone.
Not an actual Toblerone, the spongy Toblerone.
Yep. Claessen's on strike, flashes it through point. Umpire steps. I can see no reason for the umpire to be at point. 2 right-handed batsmen, isn't it?
Well, I'm just wondering whether the sun is shining directly
into his
eyes.
His
That would
eyes
be
if
the
he's at square
excuse.
leg.
Yeah.
Then he could get a cap.
Shadows
couldn't he?
are, shadows
Well,
are a
he's
bit
got a hat.
long. Yeah.
100's up. Oh no, that was what England were on. 100 for 3 at this stage. 49 behind.
Markram on 31. Hasn't really scored enough runs, you would think, in this position, but he's hit that
Until now.
high and straight with a lovely check drive for 6.
Looking quite dangerous.
Don't like that one.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, rocka, super shatter.
That was a very clean hit.
Yeah, beautiful shot.
It was nice check drive, Topley in the slot, and I did say after when Butler and Milan started opening their shoulders, I thought it wouldn't take South Africa that long to start hitting 6s, but to be fair, that's almost the first one. I've had 1 or 2 early on. That one's clipped out to deep square leg. It'll be a single.
Yeah, needs to hold their nerve here, England. Get another 2 more wickets.
Haven't seen any of Moen yet.
No lefties in. I think he'll come
possibly,
in
yeah.
when
Miller.
I reckon when Miller comes in.
Is
he'll
he
get a bowl.
6th or 7th bowler today?
He was 6th, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, you might not fancy Topley bowling 10 overs at the moment, or Archer. He's going to have to bowl sooner or later. Probably sooner. Topley's in again. It's short. Klaassen is not too bothered by those. He pulls it up to mid-on. It should have been a run there, but there wasn't.
I need them to go for those silly runs and someone to get a shy.
9 off the over, halfway point of the innings, 156 for 3.
Okay, Ravi says, I'm nearly 57 years old, and like Jake Grover, I'm a respectable 5'8". I know it was a joke that you were proposing to Annie.
What?
She
He's
loves her
not
husband.
actually proposing to Annie?
No, of course not. He considers himself a bald short ass with a paunch and skinny arms and legs. Well, okay, that's big yourself up. Jay Grover says, too little, too late, Richard. Patreon up, or I'll tell Kimberly Mob you to turn you into detritus. The naked porn bot says, I'll give Annie Chave a go at 5'2". Jesus. Ravi says, those Roses T20 matches are the reason we have the 100.
Probably right. Yeah.
You can.
What are corrids? Exactly, it's a niche subject. We Britney trolls get more guilt than you. Something's fucking. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Does that do with Britney Spears?
Are corrids Britney trolls? Celtic trolls?
I don't know.
And Richard says, thanks a lot, Aaron.
A double change, really, because coming back into the attack is this man.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Markram punches that pack past Jofra Archer for a single.
You know what? It's easier to Google.
Yes, it's definitely easy to Google than to ask some of our tweeters. Jofra is in again. It's top of off. It's just dropped down into the offside for a comfortable single. Butler doesn't even bother running to the stumps.
Did you feel as if South Africa got a little bit of momentum here?
Impetus. I just tried to avoid the M word.
Oh, well, yeah, there is that. Impetus. What other words can we use for momentum? Can't think. He's a little bit quicker, isn't he? We're looking at the average speed this series Archer quicker today, 140 averaging, 136.
He's looked a bit more like his old self, which is understandable in his second outing.
Yeah.
And just dropped into the offside again, and Bear was almost interested. There was a bit of hesitation, but they didn't go for the run in the end.
Okay, it's a kind of fantasy thing. Corrids were little grey-skinned humanoids with short, hairy bodies and the lower body of a goat.
Okay.
That sounds pretty much like most gorillas.
I was just going to say, I'm sure I saw a few on my way to the studio this morning.
People write this shit and actually make it up.
Oh yeah.
Also known as dancing folk.
Some people have got a lot of time on their hands. Oh, that's gone way up in the air. Way up. It must be a catching opportunity. Comes back down. Taken by Moeen Ali. That's the end of Markram. Jofra takes an important wicket, and England are in business.
Damn, it wasn't a run out, Andy.
It wasn't a run out. Never mind.
Ooh, that's a triple here.
Stereo mix. Well, it was toe of the bat from Markram, so I don't think you can claim that's down to extra pace or anything. But he's forced the mistimed shot. Moeen is indicating that was wobbling a bit in the air.
Well, we didn't have to give him a you fucking jingle that we gave him in the World Cup, especially.
And I would suggest that Miller is maybe South Africa's last best chance. They still need 190, which is a lot.
Yeah, well, I just said they were getting some impetus going, but that's
derailed the impetus train.
Derailed it, yes, indeed it has. And the new batsman coming to the crease is this man.
Next is a real life wine. David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est? Suffer for fire. He will bat left, ball right, and score runs all day. Oh. David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est?
Lovely jingle, that. Lovely jingle.
33 years old and had surprised a lot of people in last year's IPL. Had a very good season, which he hadn't for 5 or 6 previously.
Well, we were trying to guess how many ODIs he'd played the other day, and we underestimated by an enormous number. He's into his 152nd ODI now.
That's a lot, especially considering ODIs have been a bit spotty in the last few seasons.
Well, yeah, he was a big player early on. He's played for ages in ODIs, and he was a really good player, and he lost form for a few
numbers,
years,
though.
but kept getting picked.
Still a good average, isn't it? 42
average 42, strike rate 102. Joffre is around the wickets, and he's turned him round a little bit off the shoulder of the bat down to Jason Roy at backward point, and there's no run.
You can see that the floodlights are taking effect now. I remember that makes the ball just skid on a little bit.
Not really sure where Markram was trying to hit that.
Yeah, it wasn't a fully cross-bat shot, was it? It was one of those pull shots that you're trying to play with a straighter bat.
Trying to shovel, really.
Yeah, yeah. And if I was mowing alley, I'd have been telling people that was doing all sorts in the air as it came down.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That's what he's telling them. Archer in again. As onto the pad, the batsman slips over, but he's still going to get a run to wide mid-on. And South Africa perhaps going to look at this innings and see 3 batsmen out already between 35 and 55.
Yeah.
You want one of them to go on, really.
And that's what they've had, isn't it, in the previous 2 ODIs. They've had 100 from Rassie van der Dursen, they've had 100 from Bavuma.
Yep.
And they've had Miller getting 50s in both of them, so they've had good contributions.
Actually, Archer's second wicket. Who else did he get out?
Someone caught backward point or something.
Oh, Van der Dussen. I wasn't watching that one.
Leah says, can we please start using Detroitus to refer to post-industrial rubble? And Jay says, he's not bald, but otherwise Ravi and I shared a perfect body shape. I think a lot of us share that one.
When I was at college, people used to call detritus detritus. I thought that was funny.
Detritus. Oh, now here we go. Coming into the attack is...
As soon as the left-hander's here, you were right.
The 7th bowler, or whatever he is.
6th, I think,
6th bowler. I can't find his jingle. Where is his jingle? There it is. Oh, look.
Our beards shouldn't touch. Move over Amlo. I like it too much. Move over Amlo. You're one hairy dish I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
He's got a slip for the new batsman, who is just holding him up for a second. Someone's being an idiot behind the bowler's arm.
Who's Hugh Turbeville? Does that name ring a bell?
Yeah, he's the cricketer's editor.
Oh, okay. Well, he was having a pop at Mark Nicholas for using auspicious and cape he didn't understand
I saw that.
Warren told him to switch to us. You go on, Hugh.
Yeah, there's a good chance of that. Cover drive by Miller, straight into the gap for 4 runs. Welcome to the crease, Moeen.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, if he's quite new at the cricketer, perhaps we could explore some kind of partnership.
Oh, no, he's been there a while.
He's been there long enough, do you think?
He's been there in sort of less senior roles, but senior-ish roles, but he's taken over the editorship, I think, when Simon Hughes left.
Jay's getting abusive.
It's that time
Funny
of day.
that,
It is Hendo's gesticulated, rightly so. He missed the ball, tipped into mid-wicket for a single. You'd have been apoplectic when we missed several balls talking about Carlisle v Barrow in League 2.
5-1 last night.
That's right, the big Cumbrian derby. I won't start again.
Both Carlisle and Barrow must love that game, because it's the only
they
one
do.
where they don't have to
yeah.
travel about 500 miles to play a game of football.
Yeah.
It's not much fun being up there in that respect.
No, they seem to like it.
Parts of Cumbria are very nice, aren't they?
That's beautiful. I went to buy a car in Glasgow once.
You'd have to go through Carlisle then. We used to punched out to Deep Point for a single.
Yeah,
because our parents were such tightwads, we used to travel from Northern Ireland to Dorset by car and ferry.
Oh, nice.
So we would come from Stranraer through Carlisle and take about 18 hours with 3 kids in the back.
Yeah, it's annoying, but I'd like to be on holiday with my car. We always drive down to the south of France just because it's easier. If you want to do something, having a car's
Hit
handy.
hard and straight by Miller. It's far enough, you betcha. And he's here. He means business. That's 6.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Straight as a... I wouldn't have called that smaximum.
Well, it's maximum only because it was a kind of a short arm jab, really. I think that.
That's not the true sense
Not
of the word.
a true
You
smaximum.
came up with a fucking
It's
word.
not a true smaximum, but it's been a while, and also because he's coming and he's already ready to bully, isn't he?
Yeah,
he is. So the plan of bringing Moeen onto the left-hander worked so far. He's tossed that one up. It's almost a Yorker, tipped out towards mid-on. I should imagine they've got that man at wide mid-on and a long on. Mid-on picks it up in the circle. Possibly South Africa's best over the innings so far. 13 off it. I think Curran bowled one that went for a few.
Yeah.
Yes, I did, Jay. You absolute bedend bear. You googled Corrids and read the first page from Dungeons and Dragons wiki. Well, yeah, because that's the top result.
So it must be right.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's right, but it's the first thing I went to.
Klaassen has a reverse hit. Down to deep square for 2. End of the over, 15 off it. They might rethink Moeen at this point.
I think so.
And I used to play Dungeons and Dragons.
I never did. You'll be surprised to hear.
My daughter plays Dungeons and Dragons. I used to play Dungeons and Dragons. I don't mind it being a fantasy thing if it was a fantasy thing. And a lot of the things in Dungeons and Dragons come from fantasy anyway. Let's be honest.
I'm really not into fantasy things.
No, I quite like fantasy things. I think you get less tolerant of them as you get older, maybe.
Talking of which, the Never-Ending Story was on at Christmas.
Yeah, I've never seen that
the
either.
enormous dog.
Yes, that's quite entertaining.
Yeah, that's
David Bowie plays the bad guy.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Are you sure that's not Labyrinth?
That's Labyrinth.
Yeah. Right, never mind. Joffre's in again. Is that out? Butler's thrown it up. Joffre's celebrating.
No,
Miller's
he's back 90 miles
Miller
an
was
hour.
here for a good time, not a long time. He smashed Ali. Joffre smashed him. It's 174 for 5.
That's what pace does.
What pace does, and I neglected to tell you that was in fact caught behind.
Is he reviewing it?
Don't think so.
Well, you got to be quick.
Just cut him in half, didn't he?
Yeah. I mean, you got to be quick to get an inside edge like that. He just wasn't down on it smartly enough, was he?
No.
It was pace. And
Joffre is back.
Joffre is
baby.
back.
Yeah, I mean that'll be the story tomorrow. I think, especially if he can pick up one more wicket, I think, and get a fourfer.
Three for a broken the back of it now, haven't you?
Yep,
I mean, you've got one
top
batsman.
6 wickets. You know, sometimes bowlers get 4 or 5, and 3 of them with a tail, and when the game's already over. But that is 3 proper top order wickets for Joffre.
So Jay, I apologise if you're really upset with me, but don't get upset. I wasn't taking a piss. I just didn't know what colour it was, and I googled it.
What's the betting now? Marco Jansen or Wayne Parnell?
Oh, definitely Jansen.
Definitely
Jansen's a much better batsman than Parnell.
Let's play it. Let's see what happens.
You think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
I only realised what he says in the first part of that jingle.
Yeah.
I think Marco would play polo.
I think he'd need a big horse, wouldn't he? Well, he'd be right next to the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
Indeed.
Might be better
He'd
if you
need
got
a
really long
croquet
legs.
mallet, not a polo
He needs
mallet.
a giraffe.
And it
not
is.
a horse.
Yes, he is full head taller than his batting partner Klassen. It's Marco Jansen. Has scored useful runs in test matches recently, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, because no one else in the fucking South African team can.
And he scored runs in the SA20 the other day. 67 off 24 balls, I think it was, something like that.
Well, he's got a lot to do here. South Africa only halfway in terms of runs. They need another 173. Joffre's bowling quick. He's got 3 wickets. And here he comes to Marco Jansen. It's short. Jansen guides it down the slip. And I thought Moen was a little bit slow down to that one.
Yeah, I thought so. Maybe he was a bit deep, but also he did seem a bit slow.
Well, that would have been a coup for the England Brains Trust if Moen had gone into slip and caught that first ball. Short, Jansen fenced at it.
Seemed to
Good
die a
seam
bit on
position.
him.
Maybe it did. Maybe died a bit on Moen, and up it goes, and he could have taken it.
Oh yeah, it's definitely catchable.
He could have got his fingers under that.
I think it just died on him. I think he was expecting it a little bit higher, and then it just sort of
I mean,
dropped.
it wasn't really an edge. He's almost hit that with the face of the bat. In again, plays that one down to point. There's no run. He almost took some pace off it,
Yeah.
Jansen, and that just didn't quite. Moen couldn't quite scoop it up. But that surely would have been the end of it if he'd taken that one.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'd be. I don't think we'd be going past 40 overs or so if that wicket had gone down.
Well, Joffre's fired up. He's bowling short. It's easier to bowl short to number 7, who's just come in, than a set top order batsman. But
It's not easy for Marco Jansen to duck, is it? Really?
No,
so the ball would keep
duck
coming
isn't
at his
really his
head.
option at 7 foot. No. Another short ball. That's nicely played, but it does go to point. There's no run. 2 slips now. England getting funky.
And at this point, England was 61 runs adrift.
It's a lot,
extraordinary,
yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. It's a testament to how well Butler and Milan batted
Yeah.
in the second part of that innings. They were exceptional.
Between 35 and 45 overs, wasn't it, when they were still in and they were smashing sixes everywhere.
Particularly Milan, probably I would think probably not going to make the squad for the World Cup if everybody's available.
Well, I think he goes in probably as a second opener now. Actually,
Maybe that's up and over from Jansen, but it's down to third man, and it'll be an easy single.
Yeah, based on what we've seen, I would say Bairstow and Milan to open.
Would you? I think they'll stick with Roy. I think they'll give him one more tournament.
Yeah, but you've got to realise there's probably another sort of 8 ODIs before the tournament, 8 or 9 that England.
Well,
will
I was
play.
thinking about looking that up the other day. Never got round to it. I know they've got 3 in Bangladesh.
In
Coming out.
Bangladesh, and then they'll have some in the summer, won't they? They've got.
Well, Australia are coming here, but they are squeezing in the Ashes before the end
Yes,
of July.
indeed,
I don't
they
know
are.
how. Maybe they'll have some ODIs before the Ashes.
Oh, that was
Dropped
quick.
down by Klaassen. It's going to go down to square leg for a single. It's not usually what they do.
Have they got something in September? Have they got some ODIs
They
in
must
September?
do.
I
They
think
must
they
do.
have.
Yeah.
He's bowling genuinely quick here, Archer.
is,
He's
yeah.
not really putting in a lot of effort, but you can see it's going down a lot quicker than most things you've seen all day.
Wouldn't
Hawkins
fancy
not
it.
playing
Well,
today.
I wouldn't fancy facing up to Archer at any time, but not particularly during under the lights on a
Yeah.
when he's bowling quick. Anyway, end of the over.
Right. What should I get to? Stuffed grape leaves. I don't know what that refers to, says Warren. Leah says, I now want to see De Freitas in a Terry Pratchett film about the watch. He will play Cheery Littlebottom, obviously. Don't know what all that means, but do you mean Phil De Freitas? Brian, it's not a dog, Hendo, you uncultured swine. It's a luck dragon. What are you all on? Well, I don't even know what you're on about, Brian.
Not talking to me.
That's never-ending story. You said it was a giant.
Oh,
dog.
right, yeah,
Oh,
okay.
yeah, that's no, it's a dog.
No, it's a luck dragon. There you go.
It's a bloody
Look, we're
dog.
getting it all wrong today, and people are slamming us for it. I think I speak for all the listeners when I say I have no interest in Hendo's fantasies.
No,
Says
well,
Dave
that's
Wood.
true.
That probably is true. Jay says, I once got very depressed when I realised how many cities I'd been to only to either geophysical survey or commit crimes. Ooh.
Good bit of fielding at cover. Rashid is back on for Topley.
Yeah, he's moving his bowlers around quite nicely at the moment, Butler.
And a Rashid on the 45. And a Rashid on the 45.
He's not really allowing them to settle against one, is he?
Well, this is the plan. If you constantly change your bowlers, then whenever you get a wicket, the commentators will say, great bowling change.
True.
Yeah. Cliche.
Another one out to deep point. Duckett with the fielding. He's patrolling the outfield. He's not had a good series with the bat. He's done a lot of fielding in the deep. You see, I think Duckett should still be in the frame, top 3 in India. He's such a good player of spin.
Yeah, that's a. Yes, these are good decisions to have to make.
Well, they are. Oh, that's the googly, but it's done a bit too much, I think.
Yeah.
But it's turned as much as anything we've seen in that direction.
And I have to say that Janssen was completely clueless against that. I don't think
No,
he had no
he
idea.
was miles away from that one.
Yeah, it's gone too far down, hasn't it?
Sometimes looks worse when tall players are groping for the ball. That is a reverse sweep that arcs over the fielder. Topley lumbers after him. Well, I guess we'll give him credit and say he thought Duckett was getting there, which he did. So they pick up 2.
Now, it'll be interesting, won't it? Because if we're going to play those ODIs in Bangladesh, which should be more like India.
Yes.
And presumably, they might see if Duckett can do anything out there when it's sweeping.
I would think so.
Yeah. Well, he did so well in Pakistan, didn't he?
That'll be his opportunity, yeah. He did fantastic in Pakistan, although they were playing T20s, of course, and tests. Slip is back in. It's wide. It's going to be wide. I think it looked outside the red line to me. Umpire concurs. And South Africa 180 for 5 in a match that does have implications for their World Cup qualification. If they do lose here, it opens a door a little bit for Sri Lanka. That's a good reverse sweep from Janssen that time. Is Duckett going to get there? Yes, he is, we think. Not sure. Another look at that. And I think he's okay. I think he stopped inside and he came back on. The crowd really think it's 4. We'll see what the TV has to say.
Hadir wants the ball back so he can just get on with it, and hopefully that
the
no
umpire
one's
is going to
noticed.
say no. Hang on a minute. Let's see how many runs that was.
I think he's even if he hasn't hit the actual.
I think he's been in contact
surrounds.
with
He's gone over the boundary line. I
Let
think.
it go. Hit his arm.
Still hitting.
Still hitting. Is it going to hit his hand as he drags it back? He's lifted his hand over it. That's quite aware. He might get away with that.
Might do.
He's a long way. No, hang on. Is it?
We're going to have a
just
good
as we were
look,
about to see.
good
They cut
look
to
at this
another
one.
angle.
All this for the fucking sake of 2 runs.
Yeah, well,
it's
it might
important,
make
Bear.
a difference. You get it right. Now it's going back towards the line. He can move the sponge, but of course that doesn't count. It does
No.
No, he hasn't touched it
Has
yet.
he not touched it? Is it on the line? I think
eventually,
it's on the line,
I think that's going to be 4 in the end.
Yeah,
he
I
had
think so.
he had to try and claw it back because it was creeping over the line. So I think that is going to be 4, and the crowd for once was
he
right.
knows it too.
Yeah, his reaction kind of suggested it, didn't it?
Yeah.
As he sort of stayed
If
down for a little while.
it hadn't hit him there, it'd have been all right. But having hit him, it gets tangled up in his body,
And then he's just inching towards the line,
and he can't stop himself, and he has to stop the ball. The ball's going towards the line. It would have crossed if he hadn't stopped it. He's in touch with it there.
Interesting that they have a line underneath the sponge. It's not always the case, is it?
The thing is, he then puts his hand down right down on the line.
Yes, well, he has to stop the ball because it's going over the line
Yeah, but
anyway.
he doesn't put his arm in front of the line. That's what I'm saying, to try and keep it away from the line.
Well, I think that's mainly because he can't, because his momentum's taking him over the line anyway. I think it's probably in front of the line.
They keep stopping before the most important bit.
It's on the line now, the ball, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on the
So
line.
it's
his arm's over it.
Foot's over the line.
It's irrespective of
It's
whether
fucking
it touched him.
four.
It's
Can we
got
get
to the
on with
line.
it?
It's not because he's touching it. It's just gone to the line. It's rolled onto the line, which is 4 runs.
Yeah, exactly. It's 4 runs. Thank you, Jesus Christ.
It is. Hit the jingle.
Listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Great celebration in the crowd for that extra run. Rashid is in. It's a googly, but it started leg side and it's going to be another wide. He started very well, Rashid, and he's got a key wicket, but he seems to be losing his line a little bit.
I think also you've got to say that was a really good take by Butler down the leg side.
Was, yeah. Slip is still in. That's a better line. Inside edge onto the pad. Butler gives it the ooh, but it's not going to be an appeal.
Yeah, I mean, he's going at 6 and over, 7 overs, 1 for 43. I think he's bowled a little bit better than that, but the figures don't really reflect.
Well, that's one day internationals. Right, okay, right. So Leah and Jay have both seen. Now, apparently there was a first ever Never-Ending Story film. Leah says it was only half the story, though. And Jay...
So it wasn't never-ending?
Proper cried.
No, exactly.
Yeah, well, exactly. When the stone jar dying, proper fucked him up. Annie would never agree about counties, therefore she's not getting married to Ravi. That too wouldn't hinder my adoration of you, but might make breakfast uncomfortable. You say county, I say Bradman. Let's call the whole thing off. It's Ravi. Jay, yes, Bear. I accept your totally sincere statement of regret. Thank you. That's all right. As a confirmation of your apology, I'm going to send you a signed copy of Franco-Welsh Fairfolk, A Continental Divide. I wrote a chapter.
Onto the pads. It's out to Duckett again, and they'll pick up a single.
He wrote chapter 7 and made contributions to chapter 3. I will read. I haven't read a book for about 10 years, but I'll read it. I started a couple, got through first chapters. Even on holiday. The problem with kids is they don't really allow you a lot of spare time. The last book I read...
They never shut up.
No. The last book I read was Hammer of the Gods, Led Zeppelin biography.
Oh, okay. Do biographies count?
Well, probably. Well, there's a book.
It is a book. There's no denying that. Quick again from Archer, and it's played back down the wicket to him. He's getting up there now. He's getting into the mid 140s.
Yeah, 147's the quickest delivery bowled in the previous over.
Yeah, exactly. Bowled at 91 miles an hour in the last over. Jay's going to send me a questionnaire about the book. Don't do that, Jay.
Yeah, do a book report. Next game we cover. That one is played down to long leg. Is he going to get that back for 2? No. Again, it's going to impact South Africa a little bit that they haven't got their quickest runners at the crease. They've got long legs, Jansen, but it might take him a while to turn.
Warren sent a picture of the big dog.
It's a big dog.
He says it looks like a big spaniel to me. It does kind of look like a spaniel.
It's white though, isn't it? It's quite white, or cream, should I say?
Well, we're going to have a change at the end of the over, so the next group of commentators can discuss that. Well, it's sort of a dog.
Yeah,
a bit slower from Archer, well bowled. Klassen is very early on the shot, and it loops past him, goes through to Butler.
Klassen's hardly had any of the strike in the last 3 overs or so.
He's on 30 off 30. Got a long way to go, 160 needed off a smidge over 20 overs. And most importantly for South Africa, they're 5 wickets down.
Yeah, that's the big tricky bit for them. Miller's gone. All the big guns gone. Klassen kind of had to take this home, doesn't he?
Yep, which might leave their World Cup direct qualification hopes in a bit of a thread, even assuming they get 2 wins against the Netherlands. Archer slower again, and Fox's Klaassen plays it back down the wicket for no run.
It was always our intention to make them think that they could just do it and then put it away.
Yeah, just pull the rug out.
It was the Netherlands who beat them in the T20 World Cup, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yep, that put paid to their hopes.
Which made us losing to Ireland a lot sweeter.
Hey, who won the tournament?
Exactly. We went on to win, they went out. Having lost to a minnow. Oh! Don't say that. Don't say the minnow thing.
Don't say the M word. Archer to finish this over and our little spell. Can he do it with a wicket? He's going to try. Comes into Klaassen. It's played down to third man for a single. They might get back for 2, but again, you can't help feeling that two of their quicker batsmen would have got back for 2. Those 2 did not. It's 188 for 5. South Africa need 159 from 20 overs with 5 wickets in hand.
I'll play a jingle.
You need to let someone in.
Yep.
Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your... Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Hello, Richard. O'Reilly, haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, it's the first ODI. Rashid. Oh, a sweep by Klaassen. Missed.
188 for 5. I think, did I just miss a ball there as I slid into my chair?
Yeah, it's just a missed sweep from Klaassen off Rashid.
What a ball that turned quite a bit. Decent leg break from Adil Rashid. 188 for 5. Klaassen, who I think's been making some runs in the SA20. And this one he's slapped away out towards a sort of a wide-ish long off, where it looks like Reece Topley patrolling that zone. 1 for 44 for Adil Rashid. The run rate now about just over 6.2. It's gone up over 8. England will be happy with this. That's a swing and a miss as well, although it's gone through Jos Buttler, and I think that's going to go all the way for 4 byes. And if you are a wicket keeper, you do not want to be doing that. And if I could find byes, oh, here it is, through to the keeper.
Ball went through to the keeper. Somehow let it through, straight through the keeper. Went through the keeper, gone through the keeper. That's through the keeper. It's through the keeper, straight through the keeper. Went through the keeper, gone.
How long does that fucking jingle
Oh no,
go
I
for?
just touch of the blue oyster cult, wasn't it? I'm afraid Jos Buttler failed to close his legs in time. The tale of many an unwanted pregnancy, but he may have got an edge there. I think he has. His swing and a miss. Up goes the umpire's finger, and a swing and a hit, rather, or a very edgy hit. And Adil Rashid, angered by that bye, has immediately taken the wicket of Janssen, who will have to go. And England are doing pretty well here. Too little too late, you may argue, but nonetheless, Riley, something of an improvement, don't you think?
Oh, 100%, a lot better. And Rashid's, I mean, fantastic bowling in that over. That's 3 times in that over where, well, it was twice off Janssen and 1 to Klaassen, where they just completely didn't pick him in. I mean, mentioned earlier, I mean, Janssen just couldn't pick Rashid at all. And yeah, he's finally gone now. So losing now Parnell should be, I think.
Yeah, it should be. Well, let's just jingle or say farewell to Marco Janssen. A bit of Billie Holiday. But yeah, England will be thrilled, I think, with the way things are turning out right now for them here.
For me.
They'll need to keep it going.
Bend your branches.
Run a ball 12 it was for Marco Janssen. 12 off 12, I think. So a strike rate of 100. and another wicket indeed for Adil Rashid, who now has 2 for his 48. Just looking to put some meat behind it, and the ball just turned too much for him, I think, didn't it? It was wide and went wider, but he reached for it a wee bit, and you were absolutely right.
Yeah.
It is going to be the man we described earlier, well I say we, probably me, as a meat and potatoes cricketer, possibly being a little bit harsh to him, but it is nonetheless this fellow.
In that big body, right to lane, and I'm grinding hard like a fucking Wayne.
Parnell.
Wayne, nigga. Like Wayne.
Wayne Parnell.
Well, he's 33 now. He's from Port Elizabeth. He's Wayne Parnell. Spells at Kent and Worcester, Delhi Daredevils and Pune Warriors. And he's playing, I think, now for the Pretoria Capitals. There's a slip and a leg slip as this one turns back into him. Classic Rashid leg break. But he works it away into the onside. They take a single. Move the score on to 194 for 6. We've got 1 ball left of this 31st over. There's a sweep that he just didn't, just feathered, didn't he? Just enough. So well done, Adil Rashid. Over the wicket he comes to the right-handed Klassen, who steps back, cuts it straight to the man at point. On the bounce, and there's no run at the end of that over. Then it's 194 for 6. Messers.
Jay Grover says, I always wanted to play D&D as a kid. I designed adventures and got my mates to play. After 5 minutes they decided it were gay, so we left to watch Neighbours. I don't suppose that you were the only person that happened to. Annie Chave, in response to Ravi's proposal to call his proposal off, says, yes, sounds perfect.
Yeah, I don't see that as a marriage made in heaven from what I've been discovering, I've been following, I've got to say.
And Ravi then says, even Wokes can't fuck this up for us, surely. He raises an interesting question for me. I think Adil Rashid and Jofra Archer have bowled brilliantly today, but I still think the rest of the England bowling's been pretty ordinary, as it has throughout the series. What do you reckon?
Yeah, possibly, but we'll just wait as Topley comes in. It's very full and sort of squirted out down towards third man, and a single for Parnell, get him off and running. 195 for 6, but in a way you only need a couple of bowlers to have really good spells to cover up for the errors elsewhere, providing those bowlers do bowl particularly well. I mean, when you say Wokes 1 for 31 is not the end of the world, is it? I mean, it's not great, but he's got a wicket.
But what I'm saying is that those 2 bowlers have bowled beautifully today, and England have won. Nobody did in the last 2 games, and they lost.
I think you might be a bit premature to say England have won, but I'm with you that England are on top.
Oh, I think South Africa proper fucked. Kind of
as we wait for Topley again. Short, horrible ball, but he gets on top of it, but not so run it along the ground to Harry Brook, who's out there in the deep cover boundary, and they will just take a couple. 196 for 6. Riley, I think that's a tad premature, don't you? Is Messers getting ahead of himself?
Well, I mean, as the first ODI proved, I think England have all the possibility to lose it themselves. But I think that on the
in comes Topley, rather squares up. It's an ugly shot by Parnell, who sort of turned himself sideways and bunted it down into the ground. Doesn't take a run, and they stay on 196 for
on the point
6.
On the point of England's bowling, I think they didn't necessarily bowl badly, I think, in the first ODI. I think Archer wasn't particularly great, but then he's bounced back in this game. Second ODI, I would agree.
This one again is worked into the onside, and again, it's no run.
I think if you look at the team, I mean, Wokes, I can't remember prior to this series when Wokes was, he had that long injury spell, didn't he?
He's only played 4 ODIs in the last 3 years before this.
Yeah, so if you look at that, Wokes, I think, is very much getting back into his rhythm. Like I said, Archer's bowled well. And yeah, I mean, a few guys are going to have off days, but England haven't been brilliant.
One reared up at Parnell, who again got terribly squared up as he looked to pull, and the ball, safe to say, went absolutely nowhere near where he was intending it to. He was looking to pull to leg, and down it went towards third man. He does get a single. In fact, it came a little bit by as it came off his shoulder, and I'm not sure, Riley, he had a clue where he thought that one was going.
No,
but it is a leg by.
He played that shot far earlier than the replay showed that, I think.
197 for 6. In comes Topley. This one is short, and this one does go where Klassen wants it to go. It's out to Moen Ali, though, who's down at deep mid wicket. It's a single for Klassen. It's the end of the over, and it's 198 for 6. 347, remember, the target that England have set. Messers.
Oh, we got drinks too, which gives us a bit of time.
It does.
Jay says, Bear, don't worry, that book doesn't actually exist. I'll send you a questionnaire about it anyway, for meta shits and giggles. Pirate Badshaw is either using his X-ray vision or he saw you as you were gracefully descending into your chair. He says, what is written on Tony's back? It looks like something about piranhas.
It's Pirate Ships and Bob Dylan. It's a Frank Turner song.
Oh, right. Well, there you go. Spicy Golden Duck has retweeted a county cricket member's tweet and asked for any thoughts. It says, it's the Cowdrey lecture this evening at Lord's, delivered by Sir Andrew Strauss.
Indeed it is.
If we have a chance to ask a question, what would you say?
Well, I'm with everybody, I think, a little bit sceptical in the extreme about the motives and findings of the famous review, the high performance review. I always temper that with two things with Andrew Strauss. One, his Middlesex past and how good he has been for us, and indeed for England, and of course for the the tragedy he's had in his personal life. So, but if it was purely cricket, I'd really want to probe what really was some of the more financial motives that drove that high performance review, because it seemed to me to be trying to destroy the county game that had made him, and I always find that a little bit hard to square with the better side of Andrew Strauss, shall we say.
It's a very reasonable question. Wouldn't expect any reasonable answer.
Well, no, alas no. I mean, I don't know if Annie's still listening. If she is, then I'd love to know what her question would be. It might be a better phrased version of what I just said, or she might have something totally different. Be good to know. What about you, Riley?
I mean, I would just pose a way more general and perhaps a vague question of just what's going on, because like you mentioned there are just I mean, the review into everything, like you said, and I mean, county scheduling and international scheduling and thoughts on the whole, players now retiring from ODI cricket and stuff like that. And so I think there's just so many questions, and we don't seem to get a lot of answers. I would feel certainly. I think there's a lot of cricket fans, county fans probably, now frustrated at the lack of answers. So.
I doubt Sir Andrew is a marketer, and the way some of that was pre-released, the lack of consultation, some of the deeply dubious statistics, one of which was that 80% I think of coaches were actively behind the reduction in the county schedule. I'll hold that thought, because I'll tell you how that came across at the Middlesex. There's a very heavy offside field as Chris Wokes comes into the attack. Just as well there is, and he's going to penetrate all of them. There may be about 7 of them on the offside, but it was away between cover and extra cover for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah, my question in the Middlesex members meeting to the Middlesex coach was, if 80%, you've just sat in front of us, hold the thought as in comes Wokes, and this one does find the field. There's that ring of 1, 2, 3, 4 now, 1 deep, so it is 5 on the offside, but extra cover is found by Klassen. So if 20% if 80% of people were all in favour, of coaches are reported to have been in favour, you've just told us you absolutely weren't. There are only 18 coaches. I can tell you 20% would mean you must be the only bloke who stood up and said you weren't in favour of a reduction. And he just laughed and said, well, that is a very dubious stat, because I can tell you, I know for a fact most coaches are absolutely against it.
Yeah.
Wokes in short, horrible, pulled beautifully away by Klassen. That's not a great ball by Wokes. It sat up and said hit me, and Klassen duly obliged away to leg for one of these. I mean, this pitch has been funny. If you just drop it too short, it just does rather sit up a little bit, unless you've got genuine pace like a Jofra Archer, or height like perhaps Topley. Wokes really has neither, as that one is a slightly better ball, but it's driven straight towards mid-off, slightly misfielded by, in fact, Topley, but it will net a single. Do you think they're slightly after Wokes as a way to get the scoring rate going? Have they targeted him a wee bit?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, you've mentioned there, I think Archer and Topley both have things going for them for this pitch, that suit this pitch. I'm not necessarily sure that Wokes does. He's a great bowler, but at the moment, I mean, you've just seen the first 3 balls he's been dispatched, or 2 of them have been dispatched by Klassen. So, I don't know.
Well, he's going to be in again to Wayne Parnell this time, who has time to work him away to leg. Past Moen Ali at short mid-wicket. And he will get a single, will Wayne Parnell. He'll move on to 3. 208 for 6 are South Africa here at the Diamond Oval in Kimberley. A lot of discussion today about the Diamond Rush and big holes and all sorts of other interesting things. My client, in fact, for well over 10 years were De Beers, or one of my clients. Bowling from the country club end is Chris Wokes, and he's going to be bowling to Heinrich Klassen. Thrust into service as wicket-keeper, of course, as this one is worked nicely by Klassen, but only for a single. Man rushes in from mid-wicket and fields. It means at the end of that over, 33 are gone. It's 209 for 6. Messers. I know there was a lot of chat on YouTube, by the way, earlier. I'm not sure if I'm sure you're all over that as well.
It's a lot of it's sort of internal. I've got to clarify something with you, Tony. Though, when you say De Beers was your client, was this in your role as an advertising executive?
It was.
So you are to be held responsible for so many people spending so much money on unnecessary engagement rings that proved not to be worth it as when the divorce came through, basically.
As this, it's still a saleable asset. As this one is worked away towards backward square. It's a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Jaundiced view of. Where's the romance gone, Messers? Come on, boy.
The whole diamond marketing exercise is genius and dreadful, and the cartel is absolutely appalling. But that's the world as it is, I guess.
Put a ring on it. Was that Jesse J? Am I thinking that's right? This one's pulled very well away by Parnell. He's not pretty, is he, Riley? I mean, that was an ugly shot, but effective, and it's got him 4 away towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's not played that.
It's me,
brilliantly.
It's me, Sanshi.
4 runs is 4 runs.
4 runs, as you rightly say, is 4 runs. There's a role in marketing for you with that kind of wisdom. Well done, lad.
Tell the people what they want to hear.
Topley in again. That's Fuller. Driven very sweetly, but going to be fielded at mid-on. Fielded mid-on by Jofra Archer, who takes a tumble. Steady, Jofra. Don't go throwing yourself around. You got to look after those knees, elbows, back, and anything else, fingers, whatever else he's damaged and endangered recently. Although I have to say, today England fans will be delighted with first game out for Jofra he didn't take a wicket and took a fair bit of tap, didn't he? Much different today. This one, Klassen gets up and on top of and cuts to Harry Brook out on the deep cover boundary and just gets a single for a very good shot. For again, Riley, a ball that rather sat up without really, getting pushed through, didn't it?
Yeah, I think that's what Topley is sort of aiming to do at the moment. And I think that his last over he bowled, I think they struggled to sort of read him and read his bounce and stuff like that. So, need to keep his runs down.
Oh, wait. For Topley, this one again is pulled by Parnell. This time I think he might beat Harry Brook, who is at mid-wicket, and he does indeed, and it's 4 more. So they're not going to take this lying down, and this game, Messers, I don't think is completely as dead as you were saying.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, yeah. They still need 130 runs.
Well, yes.
Well, nearly.
But that run rate, they've been chasing that down to some effect here. Let's have a look. Where are they now? They're currently going at 6.5. As for, I believe... No, they're going, nearly 6.5. The run rate is still just a shade over 8. It's the 6 wickets that have fallen that will trouble them most as Topley comes in past the substantial figure of Marius Erasmus. And it is out to that ring of fielders in the offside. The man at short extra does the fielding. And there is no run at the end of 34. It's 2:24.6.
Jay Grover says, talking of folklore, Rashid Angry looks like the Wagnerian Albrecht, which means nothing to me, but I'm sure it does to some. And he says, words cannot express how much I love that Parnell jingle. And he also says, it still fucking hurts, Messers. This is the D&D stuff. I age scrolls in tea and everything. Leah says, I agree with Messers. South Africa are fucked about as hard as your average femboy at a fairy convention. The Jersey Jingler, what a legend. Richards, then he says, check the jingles inbox. I just sent you a century one for you.
Oh, fantastic.
I do hope your COVID disappears immediately as a result of that, Richard. That's fucking brilliant. Thank you.
Can you imagine if that was the ultimate solution to the pandemic and when no one knew it? All you've got to do is write and send a jingle. And that's it. It's better than any injection or vaccination. Just knock out a quick jingle, send it in, and your COVID be gone jingles. 2:24.6. Wokes back into the attack. Forces Klassen onto the back foot, and he punches out to long on and takes a single. Now, this is, I'm going to illustrate to you what selective deafness can look like. I'm going to shout to the green room. Anyone in the green room? I had a little couple of pieces of paper with notes and a pen, which had a couple of things on I was hoping to use in this session. Could anyone bring it in for me? It's on one of the tables. If anyone could just ever so kindly make their way in with it. Now,
is Dave Brooks still in the green room?
No. Now, whilst you might expect after that polite request, it's Andy has done it. That is it. You're a top man. Thank you.
I thought you'd gone paper free, Tony.
Well, no, these are notes I've just made today. Scribbled notes, just little aid memoirs. As Wokes is in, this is straight towards short cover, and there is no run. 2:21.46. In my head, I'd made a bet, Messers. Of the 3 people in the green room, who was the most likely to actually kindly respond to that request? And let's say Andy bought it in, and I was right.
Yes, that would.
I think you might have put your money in the same place, wouldn't you?
Yes, I think so.
I wasn't expecting
getting Bear and Hendo off their asses in those circumstances is highly unlikely.
The gentle thundering of Ursine paws was not something I was expecting. As this one is cut past backward point, but there's a man running around for third man. It's Jofra Archer, slightly misfield, but it will add a couple to the score. 2:23.46. We're halfway through the 35th over. England were 183 for 3 at around about this point. So South Africa some way behind, but remember, England absolutely, Riley, put the afterburners on, didn't they, and just went crazy for a while with Butler, Ali and Dawid Malan.
Yeah, well, it was perfect example of building an innings from Butler and Milan.
This one is very full. And he's going to get 4 runs. And to be honest, Parnell, once again, seems to be the master of looking one way and the ball going the other, and yet somehow he gets some runs for it. It went very, very fine. It was off an edge, and it will get him down to a very fine third man. One of these. And I think Chris Wokes has a right to be marginally aggrieved there, because that was actually a pretty good ball.
It was, yeah.
But not the result he would have wanted from it, that's for sure. This one, uppishly and past cover, goes out to the man on the deep cover boundary. It's Harry Brook again, who seems to be getting plenty of work to both of these batsmen out there. But his very presence means that they're getting just singles for it, because the ball's coming through pretty quickly towards him. It's 2:29 for 6. Wayne Parnell somehow, and I'm not sure he would be able to tell you how, has got himself onto 20. Klassen, rather more classical style, has got himself to 47 or 45. Wokes in again. That is a swing and a miss by Parnell. That's more what some of his shots have deserved. He didn't really get to bat much in the T20 World Cup. Was probably sort of too far down the order, I believe, for that. Wayne Parnell. Well, he did well with the ball, of course. 5 wickets in 20 games. Best bowling of 3 for 15 against India. He's been going very nicely with the ball too in the SA20 for the Pretoria Capitals. His batting, on the other hand, hasn't had so much of a workout of late.
Indeed. Joe Grover says, Messrs, I'd love to say I got my revenge, but alas, I went to university years later and tried to join the D&D club, but I was in my genuinely dangerous drunk phase, and all the members looked shocked. They also all looked like Andy Ward.
I don't know, I'm not quite sure how I might take that, were I, Andy?
He also said, Tony is wise, also Riley is wise, except for saying, I just have a simple question and then qualifying it for 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Fair enough.
I think that's a symptom of a very complicated question and trying to get to a point where you'd simplify it. And we didn't have a full time to go through the simplification process. As this one is, Curran is coming in actually. Little Sammy Curran, I'll give him a jingle in a moment. And he's coming around the wicket to the right-handed Klassen, who guides him away for a single out into the covers. Where's little Sammy? Here he is.
Is he a batter or bowler? Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. His dad's from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
He's gone for just 1 in this over. None for 37 off his 5 and a bit so far. The run rate has just dipped below 8 as far as what is required for South Africa, so they'll feel that's moving in the right direction. Over the wicket comes the left-handed Curran to the left-handed Parnell. He pushes out towards mid-wicket. He won't get a single on this occasion. 231 for 6. Oh, he did get a single, I beg his pardon. I didn't think they'd taken one, they have.
It's quite big overs for South Africa, I think. Wokes and Curran.
Yeah, you do feel that this is probably we thought they were going to go after Wokes. Let's see what Sam Curran can do. Can he bring some of that World Cup magic? This is waited for by Klassen. Eased down towards third man where Milan fields. Just a single again, dealing in singles in this over so far. 232 for 6. Parnell back onto strike. Wayne Parnell, though,
WG Rumble Pants has tweeted a photo of the Ashes urn and the words, just 135 days to go.
Ah, yes indeed.
Isn't that mouth-watering?
It is. Curran, driven. He puts a right hand down. And Archer, though, is backing up behind him at mid-off, and there is no run on this occasion. So it's his first dot ball of the over for Sam Curran. Parnell remains on strike. Yeah, he's he's just not a pretty batsman to watch, is he, Parnell?
No.
But he's there, and he's doing all right. By hook or
Well,
by crook,
I mean,
he's going at well over a run a ball, and he'll be happy with that.
Steve Smith proves that pretty doesn't necessarily matter.
Well, to a certain extent, so does Marnus. But
Yes.
Marnus has got a little, despite some of the Smithian affectations as well. This one is waited for by Parnell and pushed out towards deep square leg. Gets another single, brings Klassen back onto strike, who is on the cusp of a 50. So I thought we'll have a little milestone jingle ready for him. Very deep in the crease, Riley.
Yeah, no, I think he's played very well and he's been effective, obviously. I mean, he's definitely their last hope, you'd think. Unless Parnell
pulled by Klassen,
there you go.
Fielded by Moeen Ali out at deep mid wicket, but it brings Klassen the single he needs, and it gets him to his 50.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
Not sure that's the right one.
What, the bowler's pitch? No, probably not. I'm liking what I've seen of the Diamond Oval in Kimberley. It seems
Well,
to
speaking
have
of the Diamond Oval, Jay Grover says, Tony, Blood Diamond Bishop. I misses the problem with the diamond industry is overpriced wedding rings. Burns me up inside, that does.
Well, De Beers
Ravi says, oh fuck, Wokes is determined to prove me wrong. He is going to lose this for us, isn't he?
Well, you never know. De Beers was founded indeed by Cecil Rhodes, who, let's face it, doesn't have an altogether clean reputation, shall we say. 36 overs complete, 234 for 6. Were there any more messages there, Messrs?
Indeed. Jay says, serious, but the amount of work the jinglers put in is worth a Patreon alone.
Oh,
they
yeah,
are,
100%.
They are gods amongst men. I would also have to put money on Andy in those circumstances.
Yes.
I
think we all would.
And the Jersey Jingler said, my COVID is fine since I got on Paxlovid. Just testing positive, so I have to stay home and listen to you lads. Well, that's a bit tough, but yeah, everyone's got to stay home and listen.
Into the attack, and he's launched by Klassen back over his head, and it might just have plugged and not made it all the way. Now, I'm sure they're going to have another look at this. I have to say, the England fielders, it's Sam Curran, is that? Nobody looks that excited amongst the two fielders. Our umpire, Mr. Paleka, is calling on his radio. Sam Curran came round. The ball did plug and dip. No, I think it's gone into the sponge first.
Yeah.
And I think very quickly that can be cleared up. And it was indeed going to be one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
The issue, though, being that it didn't cross the boundary, but I'm pretty sure, Riley, didn't it? To me, that just bumped off that Betway sponge before he picked it up.
Definitely touches it, but they'll still check it.
Because I think you see the ball hit something and then sort of come back in the opposite direction. But we're all seeing that. What are the equivalent of VAR men seeing? Oh, maybe from this angle it might be. No, again, I'm seeing that.
No, you can see it. Definitely
I
forward.
think we're all seeing that. But we're going to see it in super zoom. And Mr. Palake goes, oh, yes, he's given 4. Well, we could have told you that literally a minute and a half of time ago. Were this the IPL or anything else, I'd go, well, yeah, that's all good advertising time. Brought to you by, it's the Tapple Tea, was it a boundary break, but not so much here. That one is a good ball. What a terrific ball that was from Moeen Ali. It looked a bit like a deucer. It seemed to come back slightly back into Klassen there. I'd like to see that again.
What you might have missed, Tony.
As this one is lofted though, and that's going to go to backward square. 2, 3, 4, 5 bounces over the rope it goes. It's 4 runs. What did I miss, Messrs?
Well, the fact that for the whole of that period they were showing the Betway boundary taper around. So
of course they were. Our old friends at Betway. We loved them for a while. They loved us for a while. However, this one is stepped back and launched by Klassen, who's got the taste now. Messers, you may regret that little comment. Oh God, put that away. There's a lot of, let's call it wobbly belly flesh, celebrating in the crowd that we didn't necessarily need to see. But by Jove, he launched that. And it's, 86 metres worth of one of these. Marinelli spears that one in a bit fuller and it's pushed back to him. He's looking a bit angry with himself, Marinelli. That one's also a better ball on the off stump, and again it's pushed back to him by Klassen. So a couple of good comebacks from Ali after, well, still an expensive over. Went for 14, I think, in the end. South Africa move on very nicely and will move on to some messages.
Well, Jay Grover says, sadly, there are few simple questions. Well, apart from, were my mates shit for not playing D&D with me? To which the answer is yes. There's an interesting message that Richard put up on the chat some time ago, but he pointed out that 347, which is South Africa's target, is exactly what they made in chasing in the last game, when the target was 343. So can they do exactly the same thing twice?
Also, they've lost David Miller, who's their arch finisher, of course, but these two are going very nicely, particularly Heinrich Klassen. Sammy Curran, he continues. He's pulled by Parnell past square leg. Needless to say, it's Harry Brook down there. He fields, they take a single. But that run rate has come down from over 8 to 7 point something, nearly 7.5, nearly down to 7.5. May not sound like much, but it's in the context of the game, that's quite a bit. 249 for 6 are South Africa. This partnership's now 98 off 70. Oh, they need 98 off 77 balls. As this one is crunched by Klassen out once more to Harry Brook. Takes another single. So singles really are probably okay. England might just be feeling now that to break this partnership would be important to their ability to win this. A couple of overs of carnage by two well set batsmen and this would look a very different game again.
Yeah. Well, Easy Ollie on YouTube says get Jofra back on to clean this tail up.
Yeah, how many has Jofra got left, Messrs?
I think probably
3 left.
3 left, is he?
Mm-hmm. It's
At the moment, it's Curran with the ball in hand, bowling left arm over to the left-handed Wayne Parnell, who just rather squirts this out towards Ben Duckett. He's out at deep extra, takes a single, so they're dealing in singles to Sam Curran at the moment. Ben Duckett, a man, I think, Riley, who's not etched his name onto the ODI guaranteed list, has he, considering players coming back?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure about Phil Salt. I don't know what's happened to him. I don't know if he's injured, but I would have had Salt in for Duckett. Anyway,
comes around the wicket to the right-handed Klassen, who looks to pull but doesn't get hold of it and really just pulls it into the ground. They'll take Curran himself very enthusiastically sprints over from towards in front, in fact, of mid-on. So it was he fielded it, but he possibly didn't need to have done.
Oh, let's look at that shot again.
I think it was going. Yeah, it's not a great shot, was it? Reached for by Klassen. It was ugly. But it did get him a crucial run. They were looking for 2, but that was never there. So Curran's going to be in 2, Parnell. And Parnell looks to pull. Again, he doesn't really pull the full weight behind it. Butler this time is anxious to just restrict it to a single, and he sprints, the 20-odd yards to field and make sure no further runs were taken in front of the square leg umpire. And happy birthday. The message being held up. Happy birthday to Chisela. So I can't say that right. Sorry we chose the cricket over your birthday celebrations. Next time. I hope that's not his mum and dad. that would be seriously sad, wouldn't it? Hopefully it's just friends. Curran around the wicket he comes. It's a full toss and it's smashed away through extra cover for 4 runs, and a fine 4 runs it was too. And I think for all Messrs bravado, I think England might just be really starting to feel a little twitchy now and thinking they really do need to break this partnership.
Well, it's sort of in line with my general predictions. Whenever I predict something, the reverse usually happens.
Except the weather, where you're normally, you're a reporter of weather that's actually happening, as opposed to a harbinger of weather that's about to happen.
Yeah, my predictions aren't too bad, but when it comes to weather, it's usually reasonably scientifically based, whereas cricket predictions are entirely emotional for me.
It's one of the most statistically supported sports ever to base your predictions upon.
Yeah,
but you know what they say: lies down lies and statistics, Messrs. I can't remember who said that.
Absolutely, it doesn't help with predictions. It's why bookmakers make so much money, because we think we know and we don't.
257 for 6, and we're going to wait for Adil Rashid to come in to the left-handed Parnell, who just pushes him to the man at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. England will want a bit more of that to just ratchet up some pressure and hope that that pressure causes a full shot or two. In comes Rashid, beats the outside edge. That was the googly, that went the other way. That's very, very intelligent bowling by Adil Rashid, particularly to Parnell, who, let's say, doesn't have quite the fluidity of Heinrich Klaassen, does he, Riley?
He's bowled.
No, well, as we've seen, definitely not.
Rashid's bowled beautifully tonight.
And that, oh dear, it was looked to be whipped to leg. It's just got enough on it. Chris Woke has to field down at a very fine leg, and it's given as wides. Not surprisingly, so he rather blotted the copybook there. 2 superb deliveries to start the over. Didn't quite get the third one right, did the Hoover, or did he?
I did it again, didn't I? Just after I'd said how beautifully he was bowling.
They will get a single though. They waited, thought about it, and it went to, I think that's Dawid Malan, stationed there, short mid, just the single taken. So 2 dot balls, 2 singles. Nothing too serious for England this over. First 2 balls from Rashid, quite magnificent. He's bowling from the Country Club end at the Diamond Oval, where night time has well and truly settled now. Rashid, short, launched by Klaassen. Launched, well, we were saying at night had settled over the Diamond Oval, and he's gone beyond the range of the floodlights, out over the roof of one of the low stands, and somewhere away into whatever lurks beyond, because that is absolutely smashed out the ground.
That was
did turn, but it was slow turn, and whoosh, off it went. And he held the pose, Riley, held the pose, didn't he, Heinrich Klaassen? You know you've hit a good shot. 98 metres. It completely cleared the stripy blue roof of one of those stands, and he absolutely launched it.
New ball, please.
Well, I think we may need it. We're seeing it go towards those kind of what look like sort of fir trees, and indeed there's like a shed sort of arrangement behind that stand, and it cleared that as well. And Klaassen, whilst they go and find the ball he's launched away, he's going to have an energy drink to see if he can power up some energy to hit a couple more. 80 is what South Africa need off 68.
That's only 98 metres, then the boundary can only be about 55.
Well, they're not big boundaries here. It's surprising, therefore, that it's a comparatively low scoring ground. But as Andy will always tell you, with only 14 ODIs to base your statistics on, that is a very low statistical base upon which to form any realistic conclusions. Furthermore, only 3 of those have been in the last 10 years of those 14. So basically, he would quite rightly rubbish the validity of any predictions made on the basis of those numbers. Rashid, I'm not sure. I think we have got the same ball back, and it's cut by Klassen, cut out to Ben Duckett, who's down on a deep cover boundary, and they will take a single. 79 off 67, 268 for 6. At target, remember, 347, and this partnership is thundering along, and I strongly suspect that Joss Butler will be, well, twitching, shall we say. And this is launched again by Parnell this time. That thumps into the black sight screen back over the bowler's head, and it's yet another one.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
What is this partnership now? Can we just? I'm just looking to have a quick look and see if I can see that. It's 81 of 8.2 overs, and it could be a match-changing partnership at that. That was an absolute monster. So it's 2 huge sixes off Adil Rashid. All after he bowled just those 2 magnificent balls, didn't he? And it's not looking quite so clever. South African fans have got a little spring in their step now.
I was going to
Jay Grover says, I'm as patriotic as the next man, but God fucking Christ, tell English people to put their fucking shirts on. Brexit lobster Bradmans. Brian Barris says, I don't play D&D, but I play board and card games. Give me Quacks of Edinburgh and Ticket to Ride United Kingdom any day.
That's a board game, is it? Ticket to Ride United Kingdom? Not one I've heard of.
Never heard of.
This one worked away off. We do have Jofra Archer back into the attack. He'll be worth a jingle. Somebody call for it. They're going to get 2 out to mid-wicket. Fairly sharply run. Let's jingle up, pardon me, Jofra, if I can find him. Here he is.
He will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face.
It's a well-run 2 as well.
On your toes, on your mum.
Jofra Archer is in, and this one will be a single, was waited for by Klassen, who just rolled it away to backward point and get a single. 70 off 64. This equation for England is looking not good. The one encouragement, or huge encouragement they've got, is they've got Archer on, who's got 3 wickets and bowled quite beautifully today, and that there are 6 wickets down. If they could make one more breakthrough, you would think the scales may tilt back in England's favour, Riley.
Well, yeah, you certainly feel that, especially if it's Klassen. But
as we wait for Archer, round the wicket he comes. He's driven straight to mid-off though, just for a single. Hendo tiptoes elegantly and imperceptibly into the chair next to me.
That's a lie.
No, it isn't. What are you talking about?
If I hadn't mentioned it, you'd barely have known.
Hendo's tiptoes elegantly is just not a possibility.
He's known as the whispering commentator because you just don't know he's coming.
Which Hendo are you talking about? Because you are a Hendo too.
This one is shorter, and that one has been launched high. He's going to be caught. Is he taken? Yes, he is. That is the wicket that was needed. Ben Duckett catches it falling forward.
There you go.
Klassen as well. He's gone for 80. Hands are in head on the crowd. It was pulled. It wasn't middled. Up it went. Down it came. It was still work for Duckett to do. He had to take it running in. Forward he fell, took it safely, and that wicket is huge for England in the context of this game, and it's a 4th for Jofra. Wow.
And great catch by Duckett. Nice little celebration from Jofra Archer as well. Nice little shout out to Marcus Rashford, but there it is.
There it is, yep.
Pace, that's what did him. Pace. Yeah.
Really good innings though by Klassen.
Fantastic. 80 off 62, and it was a magnificent effort by him. Terrific partnership. But it means that 7th wicket has fallen. well, they'll need something like, well, the run rate has dropped, required run rate down to only 6.5 and over, but 7 wickets down makes that a different looking game to 6 with 2 men thundering along and building a massive partnership. Riley, I think you've got 2 balls left. Let's get your thoughts while we wait for the new batsman.
Oh yeah, much different game now. I mentioned literally, what was it, 2 balls ago? It will be a completely different game if Clarkson is out, and now he's out. So I think, well, the target now is just to get Parnell out. I think South Africa now, it's a big ask, really. I'm not really sure.
It's a big ask, but they got a big man coming in.
I thought you were going to say big arse.
Big ask and a big man.
That's a perfect segue.
And a big man at the crease. Here, let's jingle him up very quickly. Oh, I might have to play that again. He's jogging his first ball as Kimberly shakes, as if still being deeply mined, as the considerable figure of Mangala gets himself off the mark with, well, let's just say a casually run. I don't think he was bursting into too much of a trot there.
Ooh.
And he didn't know too much about it either, because it was off a real inside edge. Archer wants that 5th, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah, that'll be a real statement, won't it?
If it was a match-winning fifer, he would be thrilled. He's coming over the wicket to the left-handed Parnell, and that one raced through, having a bit of a laugh with Parnell. Well, I'm not sure Parnell is laughing. Maybe it was a laugh with Butler, and Parnell was sort of rather in the way. 40 overs are complete. My little commentary stint is done, and South Africa are 279 for 7, and Jofra Archer has 4 for 40 off his, how many overs?
8.
I missed that. 8, so he's still got 2 to go. And what a team we now have here.
So, Tony, just to let you know, the next tweet is Leah from 13 minutes ago, but there are only 4 tweets, so you're right.
Marvellous. I will
catch you in New Zealand or India, I'm not sure.
India, it's looking like India.
India will be
like
next,
it's going to be India.
Yeah. Change of bowling. No, it's not a change of bowling. It's Adil Rashid, 2 for 66, 9 overs he's bowled, so this is his final one. He's going to be bowling to Magala. He's got a slip quite wide, a bit like Magala himself, as this is driven to extra cover, and there is no run. He is a unit. Imagine
if he connects with it, it goes a long way.
You would think so, wouldn't you? Look at, the size of his triceps. In comes Rashid with a beautiful googly, but I think it's probably done a little bit too much.
Yeah.
I think that's a good decision by the umpire. They're going to review it because England have got 2 reviews, so they might as well.
They've got 3, haven't they? We haven't used any.
2.
Oh, is it 2? We've done 2 these.
They are going to go upstairs.
That was out, that was out, that was definitely out. Was that definitely out?
I don't know. He's bowled well. He's found a pitch to his liking to a certain extent, Adil Rashid, and he's got the ball to spin for sure, both ways. Has used the googly quite sparingly today, but when he's got it, it's gone a fair way.
It's got a chance.
It's got to be down leg, hasn't
Joss
it?
has started to go down the leg side and then has stopped, so can't always tell. He's got a big stride in as well.
It's nowhere near the bat, boys.
Goodness me, it's miles from the bat. It's about a foot from the bat.
He didn't know about that, did he?
No, he didn't read that one at all. We're going to see it now from front on, and let's have a look. Oh, I don't know. This could be out, actually. No, it's missing. It's turning from middle stump to just past the leg stump. But when you see it pitch, you think there's a chance here. Or when the impact is made, you think there's a chance here. But unfortunately for Adil, not. Are you having problems with this microphone as well, Bear?
No.
Oh, okay. You can hear fine. You can hear fine, can you?
Can you never hear anything?
Pardon? No, it's that microphone that was a problem.
Oh, no,
those
it's
headphones
fine.
were a problem, I thought.
They're leggy, but I don't know where the end is.
Rashid in again, bowls him a leg break, which he's pushed quite firmly. Very straight indeed. 2 men converge. Reece Topley gets there first from long off, and they should get through for... What do they get through for? Just the one? 280 for 7. 67 required off 57. So still very much in touch with the scoring rate and the required rate, but you feel as if Parnell is going to be the man who's going to have to do it. 33 off 27. He's batted really nicely. He's facing up to Adil Rashid again, who comes in and he works it to mid-wicket. Adil Rashid has to go and do the fielding himself because there's no one, much to the chagrin of poor old Bear, in that position.
No, you've got my headphones, you fucker.
Have I?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
I put the pair on. Someone with a very large head must have had the ones on the far chair, so it practically fell off my head.
You've
when
got
I
my
put them
headphones, you fucker, as it was said here by the Bear.
Yeah.
The googly again, which is tucked away to mid-wicket. Nothing like a polite inquiry as to where, sir, might my headphones be? Are they upon your bonce? No.
Upon your fucking head, mate.
No.
You've got my headphones, you fucker.
66 required off 55. Magala facing. In comes Rashid for his final ball. He aims a drive at it, and they think there's a catch. He's been given. Adil Rashid seemed quite late in asking about that one. Butler was more interested, as was Moeen Ali at slip, and the umpire's finger went up quite quickly. South Africa 281 for 8.
After you've gone.
Well, 301 would be a winning score in a GPL.
Oh, would it?
Yes.
Tell us what other scores we're looking for.
I think we've probably passed them all.
God, we've only had 5. We only had 5 entries.
Yeah, we never get many. You need test matches. That's where
5 entries. And have we had any more? Have we had any more $10 Patreons? I mean, get on it, people. I think actually we're now in a position to say that we do not have enough Patreons, and you need to get your acts together.
If I was Hombre Nuevo, by the way, I think that's what we've been saying. I'd be quite my radar would be twitching.
Yeah, 301. I think his
GPL
previous score was
here.
547, so that's well out of the window.
Yeah, but the
So-
301's in the game.
Well, Rashid gets a wicket with his final ball, and he finishes with 3 for 68. He's bowled pretty nicely today. Maybe gone for a few too many, but he's given the ball air and he's allowed it to turn both ways, and as we say in the jingle, and he's done very well for England. Him and Jofra Archer are the men that have produced with the ball so far today.
Well, I can tell you, YouTube is jumping with all sorts of conversations. So I'm just going to say a few hellos to people. Fed Up Easy Ollie is with us again today. Andy Pearce, England are making a hash of this again. Well, I think they've turned that around a little bit since you said that. Samantha G, when's the next GC broadcast? 95% now, I think we can say. It's going to be the 9th of February, and it's going to be, we're going to cover India and Australia's first test. It looks like we're crewing up very well for that. Don't know where you are in the world, Samantha G, and how that works for your time frames, but that's our plan.
Jofra Archer bowls Parnell. He
That's the
stepped
5.
back. It was a full ball,
Fifer.
and it's gone straight through him. Smashed the stumps asunder, and Jofra indeed has 5. What a comeback! Archer
What a
is
comeback.
back.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
At times he's looked pretty rapid today, it has to be
He
said.
really has, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And a big difference from the Friday game, I think,
Yeah.
where he seemed to be bowling well within himself, and he did, I think, say afterwards that he was bowling about 80%. Well, he's up at about 95 now, if not all the way, which is great news for England, really.
Yeah, especially if he's getting no reactions to it.
Yep, Parnell goes for 34. It's a good knock from him. 29 balls he faced, and while he and Klassen were together, England were thinking, "Oh, are we going to lose?" Despite having 340 for a second consecutive ODI, as Grubby pointed out on the Gorilla WhatsApp. But it now looks as if Jofra Archer has put an end to that. And these are his best figures in his ODI career. 5 for 40 against South Africa. He got 3 for 27 against South Africa at the Oval in 2019. I'm guessing that was part of the World Cup.
Do we
And
have
he's
a
got 3
5 for
wickets 4
jingle?
times.
I'm just looking through jingles there.
I don't think we do have a 5 for
There's
jingle.
centuries, there's 50s.
There
but
is
in
one
terms of
somewhere, but
milestones-
it's we do. It's 5. Everybody get down. I don't know exactly where it is though.
Oh well, I'm
And
not going to look then based on that brief.
And it always gets us a strike anyway. But if you if you went to pick the search function, you put in 5, it'll
on
bring
the
it up.
basis of what you just told me, I probably won't. Here's the new man.
I wouldn't bet about against there being a 6 for here.
Yeah. You never know.
I guess a brilliant partnership between Joss Butler and David Milan from a difficult position, but Archer will get all the headlines, won't he? Looks for the Yorker from over the wicket to the right-hander. Scoops at that. Didn't really have any idea what he was doing, Shamsi. And
that's too quick for him.
That's too quick. I mean,
too full.
Yeah. I mean, he kind of signalled it, didn't he, by stepping away to the leg side, and Archer just put it on the kind of length
as he's going, wrapped up,
ensured that he would have no chance of hitting it. Here comes Archer. He's roaring in, isn't he? He's in, bowls to Shamsi, who again shovels this out and back up to the bowler, and there is no run. 281 for 9. So, did he get a wicket in the first game? Did he end up getting a wicket?
Yeah, he did.
Did he get
right
one? One
yeah.
for about 81, wasn't it? Something like that. But, he's got a 5 for today.
That's
and
your
England
Roman history, by the way, chaps.
will be happy to see him firing in this way. He's running in with real purpose. Bowls again, dug out once more by Shamsi, who's no technician when it comes to batting, has to be said. But he is managing to lay bats on ball.
Just getting a little bit fuller to get under the bat.
92 miles an hour.
Could be a Waden
decision. Could be a Waden. Reece Topley in the background is warming up to presumably come back. He's been a bit of a disappointment, hasn't he, in this series? He's not looked quite this. I mean, he looked so good last summer and leading into the T20 World Cup. Shamsi steps back, and that's a little bit shorter from Archer.
92
but
miles
still
an
enough
hour
to go over the stumps. He's got one ball to perhaps get his 6 for. He's actually got another over to go after this, but you wonder whether
he might as well.
Guidi might get cleaned up at the other end.
Possibly. This is how the other night could have gone, isn't it? In the other chase as well. We've had 2 games like it. They failed in one and got over the line in the other.
He's in again. Bowls in at the legs of Shamsi, who managed to clip it up to mid-on. Wokes does the fielding. They don't take the run. And at the end of the over, South Africa 281 for 9. It was indeed a Waden. 42 overs bowled. Shamsi yet to score, as is Ngidi. Tweets.
Yes, Warren, this game seems to have lasted longer than recent England Test matches. But it's getting to be interesting now. Chris the Choir, how's your Roman history, chaps?
Not very good.
Well, all hail the first triumvirate of guerrilla cricket. Caesar, Pompey and Crassus.
Who is which
well,
one?
I think you need to tell us that, Chris.
I want to be the one
holding power in the waning overs of this ODI series.
I want to be the one who gave a ministerial job to his horse. Who was that?
That was Caligula, wasn't it?
Was that Caligula?
I thought that was Caligula. Yeah, it may not have been. Hombre Nuevo getting a little tense, but see us winning way before my target. Many thanks, as always, Planet GC.
Yeah, you need another 20.
Well, you need to know.
20 runs off the 10th wicket in an ODI with... Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so.
Topley bowls edged, and down to third man it goes. There is Chris Wokes again, just a single.
Chris Wokes has been a complete disappointment.
Well, he did get the important wicket of Bavuma today.
True.
He's not really played enough cricket, has he, Wokes? He's been... I mean, he played hardly at all last summer, if I'm...
He was injured most of it.
He was, yeah.
Didn't he come back in for one of the tests, did he? Can't remember.
You asked me... We sit through so much cricket, and you're asking me to remember.
Yeah, he didn't go to Pakistan, or did he? No, he didn't.
I think he did, but...
Did he? Who are we talking about?
Chris Woke.
No, he didn't, I don't think.
Shamsi then to face up to Topley. Topley needs a wicket, but he's not going to get one here, as this is steered with no great confidence by Shamsi into the covers.
He was in the World T20, but he didn't really play a lot. He started in the side and didn't end in the side, did he? I can't remember. I don't think he did.
I will refresh your memory on that in just
I can't remember anything at all.
Comes with age. I'd say smoking weed, but you don't do that.
No, can't be that. I'm drinking this interesting super dry low carb beer as Shamsi comes inside that and tries to ease it out into the offside, makes no contact, through it goes to Butler.
It's 99% sugar free, which is probably a good thing, actually.
So what is actually in it?
Well, booze, which is a good thing.
But booze, but I mean, what
booze
else?
and no sugar. I
But
mean, I suppose that
I
can't
thought
work.
booze made carbs. Don't you get carbs out of
Well,
booze?
this is it. They found a solution to get out the carbs
I
and still
can't-
make it taste okay. I mean, it's not great.
It's not too bad. There's
But it's cold, so it's fine.
Topley in again to Shamsi, and Shamsi tries to cut that one, gets a bottom edge down into the ground and then through to the keeper.
I mean, it is the obvious thing because, you know, being type 2 diabetic and all that, you're not supposed to drink lager or beer because it's sugary and got carbs in.
What percent is
Well, it says it's 99. This beer is 99% sugar-free.
Yeah, but what is it in terms of alcoholic content? I can't read it. It's too tiny.
Yes. Tell me about. I never used to have this problem until about 2 years ago. It's caught up on me. Hold on, I'm going to find out.
Topley bowls and Shamsi crashes that through mid-wicket. There is a man patrolling in the outer, as Australians say. Roy, and they take a single. South Africa move to 283 for 9.
Response to the question about Wokes, he got 5 wickets to 34 in the World T20. His best bowling was 2 for 33 against New Zealand in Brisbane, none for 26 in the final, and he's warmed up for this series playing for Sharjah Warriors in that Dubai Desert Classic or whatever.
Him and about 8 other England players. Smashed! Absolutely clobbered by Ngidi. I don't think he really knew where it was going there. But he's somehow got it towards deep mid-wicket. And he's picked up 4 runs.
See, now they're dropping way back, aren't they? They only need about 9 and over. It's 4.6%, Hendo.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad,
That's
is it?
not too bad, is that? You can sit and get pissed on this and not feel you're putting any on weight.
Excellent. That's what we need. Can someone do a chocolate like that as well?
Well, they claim to. You can get slimming chocolate.
Oh, yeah, but they're rubbish, aren't they?
Yeah, chocolate wouldn't taste any good without sugar, I wouldn't imagine. I mean, yeah, I now drink Coke Zero because I came off of Coke. And Coke Zero is much better than fucking Diet Coke. This is nasty.
Oh, yeah, Coke Zero is much better than Diet Coke, yes. You're right. Archer back in. Boom! And he's got a 6 for Shamsi stepped back, but couldn't lay bat upon it. And South Africa are all out for 287. And Jofra Archer is back with a bang. He really is. When he was needed, he took 3 early wickets, but when he was needed, when Klassen and Parnell looked as if they might pull off an unlikely victory, he came back, took wickets, and he has deservedly ended up with 6 of them. The best performance from him in one-day international cricket, and England win by 59 runs. Well, we didn't think that was possible when England were 20 for 3 from the power play this morning, did we? That was extraordinary. Brilliant partnership between Dawid Malan and Jos Buttler, who added over 200, 232 I think it was. They both got hundreds, 131 to Buttler, 117 I think it was that Malan ended up with. So England break that run of defeats. People may say it's a dead rubber, but it's not a dead rubber as far as Jofra Archer is concerned, nor Dawid Malan. And a rather beleaguered Jos Buttler, who's actually batted pretty well in this series. He's got 90 in the last ODI, and he's got 130 here. But it's Jofra Archer who's going to take the plaudits, going to make most of the headlines, going to walk off raising the white ball to the crowd, who, even if they came here to see South Africa win, can surely not have failed to be impressed with the way that Jofra Archer has come back today.
Extreme pace, isn't it? Again, Nortje won probably that first game with extreme pace at the end, coming back when runs were really needed and it's really fast.
Well, he took
fair enough, you get it away, but you know the chances that there's going to be an edge or something.
Well, he took out David Miller right at the right moment, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's got 13 off 7 and he got 2 50s behind him, and he was looking like he was going to take the game away from England, but he got him with a quicker one that took his inside edge, caught by Buttler. And so, great performance. The man with the bingo wings will be happy, ultimately. He's become a bit of a star on this tour for England.
On our show, probably. He has
Probably,
on TV.
yeah. The TV's picked him up fairly often, hasn't he? Temba Bavuma, though, of course, he's standing there and shaking hands with the England players as they come off. But he can feel proud of what his team have done. He's led from the front. A couple of really nice-looking 30s. Shame he didn't go on, but when he did go on, he got a wonderful 100. So South Africa have got probably what they wanted from this series. England less so, but they, important things have happened.
Yeah, well, Archer coming back is one of the most important ones, isn't it? I mean, these games throughout this year will be treated. I mean, we saw the table earlier. England have tried 35 players in 20 matches across the last 2 years of ODI cricket. Sometimes forced, sometimes not. But with so much cricket going around, you must have an idea what your starting 11 is already in the World Cup, or who you want there. The rest is down to form, and you've got 5 extra players to pick. They need to find the cover for those positions. I think Milan deserves a place in the side. Not necessarily in the side, but certainly in the squad. I think it'll be a choice, especially if they do stick with Roy going into the World Cup. They'll need someone who can cover him as an opener, and Milan has put his marker down several times in ODI cricket. He can afford to start a bit slower in ODI cricket. It's not like T20s. You're not going to get that criticism that he starts too slow. In T20s, it's kind of fair enough. There's only 20 overs. In 50 overs, as we've seen, if he starts slow and gets himself in and creates an innings of worth like he did today, then it doesn't matter, because he still ended up with a strike rate of over 100 in the end.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, and even in T20s like that, although there are complaints about him being slow to start.
Well, the problem in T20s is if he's slow and then he gets out.
Well, yes.
That's the problem. Whereas in ODIs, if he starts slow and everything's going wrong and then he gets out, it's not such a big a problem, because if someone else takes up the slack, there's time to pull it back, as we saw today. If he's the one that gets out and someone else does what he did today, it's not so much a problem.
The thing now with Archer is to resist the temptation to break him again.
Yeah.
They still have to manage him very carefully. Let me just do some final messages. I'll be selective, so we just pick out the ones probably most relevant. Jay Grover, given the state of patronage, I don't think any gorillas are Crassus. Ravi Nair's pointing out he's really not a fan of Wokes unless he's playing at Lord's, Edgbaston or Trent Bridge. Spicy Golden Duck, there's nothing like a dead rubber to inspire England to a good performance. Leah is telling us, fun fact, don't search for ministerial horse on Google to find out who gave a post to a horse, as apparently there's a race horse called Ministerial. Okay. Ombre Nueva corrects us. Wokes did go to Pakistan, but he wasn't. He on a hat trick in the first game, in the first over, and then lost form. I think you are right. Jay Grove is not sure what 99% sugar-free actually means. Fair point. Don't shame the poor doggy for having. I don't know. That's a reply to something. Chris the Choir, up to you. Which is Julius Caesar, Pompey the Great, and Crassus, the least known? Great to have been with you from an extended time today. Thanks, peeps. Also says Warren, we are delighted to have had your company. Let me just quickly look on YouTube. Brilliant stuff, guys, says Easy Ollie. That's very kind. I don't know if he's talking to us. Yes, I think he is talking to us, so thank you. Big fan of Joffrey's bowling. Says it bodes well. Thank you, GC team, says Dom Diego de Silly Pants. Great commentary as always. That's very kind. Samantha G, I think India and Australia game time is ideal for Central Standard Time. 4 a.m. start in the UK is a bit bleak though. Well, Samantha, all we need is the likes of you to say you want us to do it, and we probably will.
It's a test match. It should be a good test match. In other eras where we were slightly younger, maybe more a little enthusiastic, we'd have done more.
A little bit more enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm going to go and get ready to go because I have things I need to do tonight, chaps.
Oh my word! You've got to write Smacksimo article, haven't you?
No, that's not on my tonight list.
England won by 59 runs. We'll call it a day from there. Are you going to stand there and play the theme tune before you go?
You've got to play the theme tune.
Yeah, because otherwse I'll have to skittle across and do it myself.
Anyway,
we will be back, as far as we know, at about 3:55 a.m. on Thursday, the 9th of February, for the beginning of the India-Australia series, the first test, and then of course we'll have the England-New Zealand tests coming up after that, and perhaps a little bit more of India-Australia as we go. But until then, it's goodbye from all of us who've been with you at Gorilla Cricket this afternoon, including Andy, who's been in this. It's just been us four in the studio, but we've had contributions from Riley, Richard, Forthy, Messi. Have we got
curious guest appearances now and then from David?
And David, yes, sort of causing havoc around the place.
Andy was here as well today.
I said that. I said four of us in the studio. But until then, Thursday morning, Thursday the 9th, join us then for Gorilla Cricketer India versus Australia. It's goodbye from the Bear.
Goodbye.
It's goodbye from the Bish.
Good night.
And it's goodbye from me, Gorilla Henlo. Goodbye.
Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara.